where did this data come from? Emma glanced back at the class with that same pleasant smile. Oh, these are just the standard Alliance tactical archives. Professor Thal has access to all of this, of course. Don't you, Professor? Thal opened his mouth, then closed it again. He did have access to the tactical archives, technically, but accessing them required security clearances he'd never bothered to maintain. And most of the detailed engagement data was classified at levels far above what was necessary for teaching basic military history. The interesting thing, Emma continued, turning back to the display, is what happens when you overlay the timeline data with the casualty reports. She gestured, and the holographic battlefield began moving, showing the engagement in real-time acceleration. Thal watched with growing dread as the human ships moved in patterns that definitely weren't the primitive tactics he'd been describing. You see, Emma explained to the now fascinated class, those 18 human ships weren't destroyed in a chaotic melee. They were destroyed in exactly 132 minutes, in a very specific sequence, while maintaining perfect formation discipline. The display showed it clearly now. Human ships dying in careful order, their formations never breaking. Their remaining vessels continuing to execute complex maneuvers, even as their companions were destroyed around them. But here's the really interesting part, Emma said, and now there was something in her voice that wasn't quite so pleasant anymore. According to the Alliance tactical computers, those 18 ships accounted for, let me see, 41 Alliance vessels, damaged or destroyed. The classroom went dead silent. Even Nemi's gaseous form had gone completely still, hovering near the ceiling in a state of what might charitably be called shock. Thal found his voice, though it came out as more of a croak. That can't be right. The reports clearly state... Oh, the reports, Emma said, and turned to face him directly. Yes, let's talk about the reports, shall we? She gestured again, and the display shifted to show document after document. Official Alliance communications, battle summaries, casualty lists, strategic assessments. All of them bearing the seals and signatures of Alliance High Command. The reports that you've been teaching from, Emma continued, are actually quite interesting documents. Beautifully written, very detailed, extremely consistent. There's just one small problem with them. Another gesture. The documents began highlighting specific sections, cross-referencing timestamps, showing communication pathways between Alliance commanders. They were never meant to be historical records, Emma said. They were propaganda pieces, designed to be intercepted by human intelligence services. The Alliance wanted Earth to believe they were winning, right up until the very end. Garen's serpentine form had gone absolutely rigid. Are you suggesting that the Alliance falsified their own records? Emma turned toward him, and for the first time since Thal had known her, her expression was something other than pleasantly unremarkable. It was sharp, predatory, and absolutely confident. I'm not suggesting anything, she said. I'm stating facts based on the actual tactical data stored in Alliance archives. Would you like to see what really happened during the Third Sol War? Without waiting for an answer, she gestured, and the entire holographic display changed. Gone were the neat formations and simple casualty figures Thal had been teaching. In their place was a tactical nightmare. Alliance fleets scattered and broken, human ships moving in impossible patterns, engagement after engagement showing the same devastating pattern of Alliance losses. The third holographic display changed. Gone were the neat formations and simple casualty figures Thal had been teaching. In their place was a tactical nightmare. Alliance fleets scattered and broken, human ships moving in impossible patterns, engagement after engagement showing the same devastating pattern of alliance losses. The Third Soul War, Emma said, her voice now carrying the kind of authority that came from actual combat experience, lasted 8 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days. The Alliance committed 412 vessels to the conflict, not 238. Of those, 396 were either destroyed or damaged beyond repair. The display showed it all. Broken Alliance ships, scattered debris fields, desperate retreat patterns that looked nothing like the victorious advance Thal had been describing. The humans, Emma continued relentlessly, lost a total of 23 vessels. Not 18 in the first engagement, 23 in the entire war. Thal felt himself sinking into his chair, all 4 of his arms hanging limply at his sides. But the surrender documents, the Terran Accords. Emma's smile returned, but now it was sharp enough to cut steel. Oh yes, the surrender documents. Those are quite real. Would you like to know who signed them? She gestured one final time, and the holographic display showed the signing ceremony that Thal had been using to illustrate human defeat. But now, with the full tactical data available, the context was impossible to ignore. The figures in the simple, functional uniforms weren't humans accepting defeat. They were Alliance commanders surrendering to human forces, their formal regalia stripped away, their heads bowed in acknowledgement of absolute crushing defeat. The Alliance of 5 worlds, Emma said quietly, surrendered unconditionally to Earth forces on the 253rd day of the war. The Terran Accords weren't terms of human submission. They were terms of Alliance capitulation. The silence that followed Emma's revelation was the kind of absolute quiet that usually preceded either enlightenment or mass panic. In a classroom full of military academy students representing various species who had all been taught that the Alliance of 5 worlds was the supreme galactic power, it was definitely leaning toward the panic side of things. Professor Corvin Thal sat behind his desk, all 4 of his arms now trembling slightly, staring at holographic displays that showed his entire career had been built on a lie. Not just any lie, but the kind of comprehensive, multi-layered deception that required decades of coordination and the cooperation of entire governments. "This is impossible," he whispered, and his voice carried the kind of desperate hope that suggested he knew perfectly well it wasn't impossible at all. Emma Blake turned away from the holographic display, her hands clasped behind her back in a posture that any military observer would recognize as parade rest. The pleasant, unremarkable student was gone entirely now, replaced by someone who moved with the controlled precision of a professional soldier. "Professor Thal," she said, and her voice carried gentle sympathy that was somehow worse than outright mockery. "I understand this is difficult to process. The Alliance put considerable effort into maintaining this narrative. It was quite an elegant solution, really." Garen's serpentine form uncoiled slightly as he found his voice. "Solution to what?" Emma glanced at him, then back at the tactical displays still showing the true scope of Alliance defeat. "To the problem of losing a war so completely that it threatened the entire structure of galactic politics." She gestured, and the display shifted again, showing star charts and political boundaries that Thal recognized as current galactic maps. You see, the Alliance of 5 worlds built their entire civilization on the premise of technological and military superiority. They were the advanced species, the natural leaders, the ones destined to guide lesser civilizations toward enlightenment. Brix's crystalline form shifted, through several colors before settling on a worried amber. And then they encountered humans. And then they encountered humans, Emma agreed, a species that had developed entirely outside Alliance influence, with technologies and tactics that the Alliance had never seen before. The humans weren't just primitive barbarians who needed guidance. They were a completely independent civilization that had reached equivalent technological development through entirely different methods. The holographic display now showed human ship designs in detail, those same blocky utilitarian vessels that Thal had dismissed as primitive. But with the full technical specifications visible, they looked anything but outdated. The Alliance made the classic mistake of assuming that unfamiliar meant inferior, Emma continued. Human ships looked primitive because they were designed for different tactical doctrines. Human weapons seemed weak because they operated on principles the Alliance had never encountered. Human strategies appeared chaotic because they didn't follow Alliance military theory. Nemi's gaseous form drifted lower, her voice carrying genuine confusion. But if humans won so decisively, why maintain the deception? Why not simply announce their victory? Emma smiled, and for the first time since her transformation from pleasant student to military analyst, there was genuine warmth in the expression. Because, Nemi, humans are probably the most diplomatically ruthless species in the known galaxy. They understood something the Alliance never did. That total victory can be more damaging than strategic defeat. She gestured again, and the display shifted to show political and economic data spanning the decades since the war. If humans had announced their victory, what would have happened? The Alliance would have collapsed, their client species would have rebelled, and the entire galactic political structure would have descended into chaos. Billions of beings would have suffered. The implications hung in the air like a tactical nuclear device. Thal felt his worldview crumbling in real time as he processed what Emma was telling them. So instead, Emma continued, humans offered the Alliance a deal. They would maintain the fiction that the Alliance had won, allow the existing political structure to continue, and even provide covert support to maintain stability. In exchange, the Alliance would agree to certain modifications to their policies. Garen's scaled head tilted thoughtfully. What kind of modifications? The kind that have been happening gradually over the past 30 years, Emma replied. Increased rights for client species, more representative government, reduced military aggression, peaceful resolution of territorial disputes. All the things that humans wanted in the first place, achieved through political pressure rather than military conquest. The holographic display now showed a timeline of Alliance policy changes, and Thal recognized them all. Reforms he'd attributed to enlightened Alliance leadership, progressive thinking, and natural political evolution. But seeing them laid out in sequence, following immediately after the Third Sol War, the pattern was unmistakable. Humans, Emma said, got everything they wanted from the war without having to occupy a single Alliance world or garrison a single Alliance station. They achieved total strategic victory while allowing their former enemies to maintain their dignity and their civilization. Bricks chimed softly, a sound of dawning comprehension. The exchange student programs are one small part of a much larger intelligence operation, Emma confirmed. Humans have been quietly monitoring Alliance compliance with their agreements for 3 decades. Students, cultural attachés, trade representatives, diplomatic observers, all of them reporting back to Earth about how well the Alliance is adapting to their new reality. She turned to face Professor Thal directly, and her expression was almost apologetic. "I'm sorry, Professor. I really didn't intend for this to happen." Your lectures have been quite entertaining, and under normal circumstances, I would have been content to sit quietly and take notes on Alliance historical revisionism. Thal found his voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. Then why? Because you asked the class to read the last page, Emma said simply, and I thought you might actually want to know what it said. She gestured one final time, and the holographic display showed a single document. The real Terran Accords, not the propaganda version Thal had been teaching from. The terms were clearly visible, written in formal diplomatic language that was nevertheless impossible to misunderstand. The Alliance of Five Worlds acknowledged Earth as a sovereign and independent civilization. They agreed to cease all aggressive actions against human colonies and shipping. They accepted human observers in Alliance government and military institutions. They committed to gradual political reforms designed to increase representation and reduce authoritarian control. And at the bottom of the document, in a section that made Thal's primary stomach clench with something approaching nausea, was a clause that spelled out the consequences of violating the agreement. If the Alliance ever returned to their pre-war policies, or if they ever revealed the true outcome of the Third Sol War without human permission, Earth reserved the right to resume hostilities. The casual confidence of that clause was perhaps more terrifying than anything else in the document. It wasn't a threat or a bluff. It was simply a statement of fact, written by people who had already proven exactly what they were capable of. The beautiful thing about this arrangement, Emma said, closing the holographic display and returning to her seat, is that it's actually been beneficial for everyone involved. The Alliance has become a more just and representative government. Their client species enjoy greater freedom and autonomy. Regional conflicts have decreased significantly, and humans get to continue their own development without interference. She picked up her notebook and pen, returning to her role as a pleasant, unremarkable student with an ease that was almost more unsettling than her previous demonstration of authority. Of course, she added conversationally, this is all theoretical discussion based on historical analysis. I'm sure the real events were much more complex and nuanced than any simple narrative could capture. Thal stared at her, recognition finally dawning with the force of a tactical revelation. You're not just any exchange student, are you? Emma's smile was pleasantly mysterious. I'm Emma Blake, daughter of Admiral Catherine Blake, Earth Fleet Strategic Command. My mother was the tactical officer who planned the human victory at the Battle of Kepler Station, the engagement you've been describing as an Alliance triumph. The classroom remained silent for a long moment, everyone processing the implications of having spent weeks being taught military history by someone whose family had actually made that history. Will you be reporting on today's discussion? Thal asked, and was surprised to find that he was more curious than afraid. Oh, absolutely, Emma replied cheerfully. Earth Command is always interested in how well Alliance educational institutions are adapting to post-war realities. Today's class will make for quite an interesting report. She paused, then added with that same pleasant smile, I do hope you'll consider updating your curriculum, Professor. After all, there's nothing more educational than learning what actually happened. As the other students began filing out of the classroom, most of them still in various states of shock, Emma gathered her things and prepared to leave. But at the door, she turned back to address the room one final time. Oh, and class? Next week's assignment is to research the peaceful resolution of the Centauri border dispute. I think you'll find the real story quite illuminating. And then she was gone, leaving Professor Corvin Thal alone with his holographic displays and the dawning realization that everything he thought he knew about galactic politics had just been turned completely upside down. But perhaps most unsettling of all was the growing suspicion that Emma Blake's casual mention of other defeated species hadn't been casual at all. If humans had managed to rewrite the outcome of their own war so completely, what other historical facts might be equally fictional? It was, Thal reflected, as he began shutting down his classroom systems, going to be a very interesting semester indeed. But as his four hands moved through the familiar motions of powering down holographic displays and securing classified teaching materials, a new thought occurred to him. Emma Blake had mentioned other defeated species with the same casual confidence she'd used to dismantle 30 years of Alliance historical narrative. Which meant, Professor? Thal's head snapped up to find Garen Stokes still in the classroom, his serpentine form coiled in what the Saurian Republic considered a position of respectful inquiry. The scaled being's eyes held an expression that Thal was beginning to recognize as the look of someone whose entire worldview had just been fundamentally challenged. Yes, Garen? The Saurian Alliance border conflicts of 15 years ago, Garen said slowly. The ones where my people graciously accepted Alliance mediation and territorial concessions? You don't suppose? Thal felt his fourth arm develop that stress tremor again. I think, Garen, that you might want to do some research into the original source documents for those conflicts. The real source documents. Garen's tongue flicked out in what Thal had learned was the Saurian equivalent of a thoughtful nod. And the Helix Collective's voluntary integration into Alliance economic systems? From her position near the ceiling, Nemi's gaseous form had shifted to a deep, contemplative blue. The records always seemed incomplete, convenient, as if important details had been deliberately omitted. Brix's crystalline structure chimed with what sounded suspiciously like bitter amusement. The great reconciliation between the Helix Collective and the Alliance, where we chose to share our computational technologies in exchange for protection and guidance. I always wondered why our military advisors seemed so confident that resistance would be futile. The pieces were falling into place with the horrible inevitability of a tactical prediction algorithm. Thal looked around his classroom at students representing species that had all, according to Alliance records, been peacefully integrated into the galactic community through diplomacy, negotiation, and the enlightened leadership of Alliance officials. Students who were now looking at each other with the dawning realization that their people's histories might be as fictional as Earth's supposed defeat. How many? Thal whispered, more to himself than to his remaining students. How many what, Professor? Nemi asked, though her tone suggested she already knew what he meant. How many species has the Alliance claimed to have defeated or diplomatically absorbed who actually... He couldn't finish the sentence. It was too enormous, too devastating to his understanding of galactic civilization. Garen's scaled features arranged themselves into what might have been a grim smile. All of them, Professor. If Miss Blake is correct about human diplomatic methodology, then probably all of them. The implications hit Thal like a fleet-killer missile. The alliance of 5 worlds, the supreme galactic power, the advanced civilization that had guided dozens of species toward enlightenment and progress, was actually a collection of defeated military forces who had agreed to maintain a fiction of superiority in exchange for their continued existence. But that would mean, Brix chimed slowly, that the Alliance isn't actually an alliance at all. It's a collection of client states pretending to be the dominant power while being quietly managed by the species they claim to have conquered. It would mean, Nemi added, her gaseous form now cycling through colors that indicated deep philosophical distress, that everything we've been taught about galactic history, about the natural order of civilizations, about the Alliance's destiny to guide lesser species, all of it is propaganda designed to maintain a pleasant fiction. Thal sank into his chair, all four of his arms hanging limply at his sides. Decades of military service, years of teaching, a lifetime of believing in Alliance superiority, and the natural order of galactic civilization, all crumbling like a defense platform under concentrated fire. The exchange student programs, he said numbly, they're not cultural outreach initiatives, they're intelligence operations. Every species represented in Alliance institutions has observers monitoring our compliance with surrender terms we don't even know we agreed to. Garen's tongue flicked out again. It's actually quite elegant. Allow the defeated powers to maintain their dignity and their existing governmental structures, while gradually modifying their behavior through political and economic pressure. No occupation forces, no resistance movements, no destabilizing regime changes. Just slow, steady reform guided by the real victors, Brix added, who remain hidden in plain sight, pretending to be the conquered, while actually running the entire galactic political system. The more Thal thought about it, the more brilliant and terrifying it became. Humans, and presumably the other defeated species, had achieved something that traditional military conquest could never accomplish. They had created a stable, peaceful galactic civilization by allowing their former enemies to believe they were still in charge, while quietly ensuring that actual policy decisions aligned with the victor's preferences. Do you think, Nemi asked hesitantly, that Alliance leadership knows? The High Council, the military command structure. Are they aware that they're essentially puppet governments? That, Thal realized, was perhaps the most disturbing question of all. Were Alliance officials willing participants in this elaborate charade, or were they genuinely unaware that their enlightened policies were actually being dictated by the species they believed they had conquered? I think, he said slowly, that's something we're all going to have to research very carefully, and very quietly. Because if Emma Blake was right, and the evidence she'd presented was unfortunately compelling, then asking too many direct questions about the real nature of galactic politics might be considered a violation of those carefully negotiated surrender terms. And if the humans' approach to military conflict was any indication, their approach to dealing with treaty violations would be both swift and decisive. As his remaining students finally filed out of the classroom, each of them clearly lost in their own thoughts about their species' official histories, Thal found himself facing a choice that would define the rest of his career. He could continue teaching the comfortable lies, maintaining the pleasant fiction that had kept galactic civilization stable for decades. He could pretend that today's revelations had never happened, that Emma Blake was just an unusually well-informed student with access to interesting archival material. Or he could start digging into the real history of galactic civilization, knowing that what he found would almost certainly challenge everything he thought he knew about the universe and his place in it. The choice, really, wasn't much of a choice at all.
Danny Wright stared at the official-looking envelope on his grandmother's kitchen table like it might explode. Gold trim, fancy seals, words he couldn't pronounce stamped across the front in 3 different languages, only one of which was English. "That's junk mail, right?" he asked, poking it with a fork. His grandmother, Ruth, barely glanced up from her newspaper.
"Came by special courier."
Alien special courier had 4 arms and apologized twice for stepping on the porch. Danny's fork paused mid-poke. Earth had only joined the galactic community 5 years ago, right after the big reveal that humans weren't alone in the universe. Most people freaked out. Ruth had just nodded and said she'd suspected as much. Danny was 12 at the time and mostly annoyed that the news interrupted his video game tournament. Why would aliens send me mail? Danny grabbed the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a holographic card that activated the moment he touched it. A three-dimensional figure appeared above the table. Some kind of bird-lizard hybrid wearing way too many medals. Greetings, representative of Earth, the hologram announced. You have been selected to participate in the prestigious Apex Hunt, a competition of skill, courage, and honor held every decade. The greatest hunters from across the galaxy will gather to test their abilities against the most dangerous creatures known to exist. Your attendance is mandatory under Galactic Law, Article 7, Section 12. Transportation will arrive in 3 standard days. Glory awaits. The hologram vanished. Danny and Ruth sat in silence for a solid 10 seconds. What did you do? Ruth asked. Nothing. I don't even know what this is. Danny flipped the card over. There was a confirmation number and his name spelled perfectly. Middle initial included. Wait, this has to be a mistake. I'm 17. I'm nobody. Ruth took the card from him and examined it closely. Her eyes, sharp from decades of living in the Oregon wilderness, narrowed. This is legitimate. See that seal? That's the Confederation mark. Can't be forged. But I didn't sign up for anything. Did you fill out any forms recently? Online surveys. Contests. Danny thought back. Last week he'd clicked on something that promised a cash prize for gamers. It had asked for his name and address. Oh no. Oh yes. Ruth set the card down carefully. Well, you're going to space. Grandma, I can't go to space. I have school. I have plans to do absolutely nothing this summer. The message said mandatory. That means you don't have a choice. Ruth stood and walked to the cupboard, pulling out her old military trunk. If you're going to compete with alien hunters, you'll need proper preparation. I'm not a hunter. Ruth turned and gave him a look that could freeze lava. Boy, I've been teaching you to track deer since you were 6 years old. You can find a rabbit in a snowstorm and tell me what it ate for breakfast 3 days ago. You notice things people with fancy degrees miss. Don't sell yourself short. Danny wanted to argue, but she had a point. Growing up on Ruth's homestead meant learning to survive. She was a retired Marine who believed modern kids were too soft. While his classmates played organized sports, Danny learned to purify water, build shelters, and track animals through any terrain. He could start a fire with damp wood and identify edible plants in the dark. He just never thought those skills mattered. They were just things Grandma made him do. Over the next 3 days, news spread fast. Apparently, the Galactic Confederation had sent Earth an official invitation to participate in some big competition, and the government had tried to organize a committee to select the perfect representative. Decorated soldiers, expert survivalists, famous hunters all volunteered. Then someone discovered that the invitation had been processed incorrectly. Due to a clerical error involving a misfiled jury duty summons and an online contest registration, the invitation had been legally accepted by Daniel Wright, age 17, of Portland. Oregon Galactic Law was apparently very strict about registered participants. Once someone accepted, no substitutions were allowed. The government tried to negotiate. The aliens said no. Rules were rules. Danny watched the news coverage from his grandmother's couch, eating cereal and wondering if this was all a fever dream. They're saying you'll embarrass Earth, Ruth commented, reading from her tablet. Politicians are calling it a disaster. The military wants to give you a crash course in combat. Great. Fantastic. Love that for me. They don't understand. Ruth set down the tablet and looked at Danny seriously. Those fancy hunters with their fancy equipment are going to overthink everything. They'll rely on technology and weapons, but hunting isn't about having the best gear. It's about understanding behavior, patience, reading signs, becoming part of the environment. You really think I can do this? I think you're the only one who sees the world the way hunters need to see it. Everyone else forgot how. She reached into the trunk and pulled out an old knife in a worn leather sheath. This was your grandfather's Marine issue. Take it. Danny took the knife carefully. It felt solid and real in a way that made the whole situation suddenly concrete. He was actually going to space. He was actually going to compete against alien hunters. The transport ship arrived exactly when promised. It landed in the field behind Ruth's house, a sleek silver craft that hummed with power. A ramp extended. Ruth handed Danny a backpack she'd prepared, filled with basic supplies and a few tools. Remember what I taught you, she said. Watch before you act. Listen before you move. Respect the prey, understand the environment, and don't try to fight nature. Work with it. What if I mess this up? Then you mess it up. But you won't die wondering what would have happened if you tried. She hugged him briefly, then pushed him toward the ship. Now go show those aliens what a human can do. Danny walked up the ramp, backpack over one shoulder, wearing jeans and his favorite hoodie. Behind him, Earth continued spinning. Ahead of him, the galaxy waited with expectations he didn't ask for and a competition he didn't understand. He figured he might as well see what happened. Frontier Base 7 smelled like metal and something Danny couldn't identify. Probably alien sweat. The station floated in neutral space, a massive ring structure where different species could meet without political complications. Danny shuffled through the arrival gate behind a group of tall, blue-skinned traders who kept glancing back at him like he was a lost child. An official greeted him at customs, a being that looked like a walking stick insect wearing a uniform. Its translator device crackled before speaking in English. "Daniel Wright of Earth?" "Yes, that's me." The official's antennae twitched in what might have been confusion. "You are Earth's representative for the Apex hunt?" "Apparently. I see. Follow me, please. The other participants are gathering in the main hall." They walked through corridors filled with aliens of every description. Some had fur, others had scales. A few were just floating energy clouds in containment suits. All of them stared at Danny. He kept his hands in his hoodie pockets and tried to look less like someone who'd rather be home playing video games. The main hall was enormous, with viewing screens covering the walls and a central platform where holographic displays showed various terrifying creatures. Danny counted about 30 beings scattered around the room, all of them looking significantly more prepared than he felt. Near the front stood two identical reptilian aliens, easily 8 feet tall with silver scales and armor that probably cost more than Danny's house. They noticed him immediately and started laughing, a hissing sound that made several other species turn to look. "Is that the human?" one of them said loudly. "Earth sent a child?" "Look at his clothing," the other added. "He came to hunt in sleeping garments." Danny wanted to point out that hoodies were not sleepwear, but decided silence was better. He found a seat in the back and pulled out his phone, which surprisingly still had a signal thanks to some galactic network his grandmother had set up before he left. More hunters arrived over the next hour. A group of insect-like soldiers moved in perfect formation, their leader wearing a helmet with multiple eye slots. A massive bear creature with gray fur and ritual scars entered alone, carrying nothing but a wooden staff. An actual robot hunter scanned the room with glowing sensors. A cat-like alien in expensive-looking armor made a grand entrance, accompanied by servants carrying her equipment. Everyone looked professional. Everyone looked dangerous. Everyone looked like they belonged here. Danny did not look like he belonged here. A hologram appeared on the central platform, showing the same bird-lizard official from the invitation. "Welcome, honored hunters. The Apex Hunt is the galaxy's most prestigious competition. For those new to this tradition, allow me to explain the rules." Danny actually paid attention now, watching the holographic displays shift to show a wild planet covered in forests, mountains, and oceans. You will be transported to Savage World, a protected wilderness preserve containing 50 different apex predator species from across the galaxy. Your task is simple. Track, capture, and return 3 different apex predators within 10 standard days. Killing a creature results in immediate disqualification. Each participant will receive a basic survival pack, an emergency beacon, and a recording drone to verify captures. The display showed various monsters. Things with too many teeth, things with armor plates, things that looked like they could eat a tank. The winner receives resource rights for their homeworld, advanced technology access, and eternal glory. May your hunts be successful. The hologram vanished. Immediately, the other hunters began talking amongst themselves, discussing strategies and comparing equipment. The 2 reptilian aliens approached a supply officer, requesting additional plasma nets and energy shields. Danny raised his hand. Everyone stopped and stared at him. "Yeah, quick question," Danny said. "Do we get to study the animals first? Like their behavior patterns or habitats or whatever?" The insect leader's translator responded. "All necessary data is available in the station database, though I doubt a human child can comprehend advanced ecology." "Cool. Thanks." Danny stood and headed toward the database terminals, ignoring the laughter that followed him. He spent the next 6 hours at a terminal, reading everything available about Savage World's ecosystem. Other hunters came and went, most spending maybe 20 minutes reviewing technical data before leaving to prepare equipment or rest. Danny stayed, taking notes on his phone about weather patterns, terrain types, water sources, and especially how different predator species interacted with each other. An older alien eventually sat down next to him. This one looked humanoid, but with weathered gray skin and scars across his face. He wore simple clothing and carried a beaten backpack. "You're the Earth Kid," the alien said in surprisingly good English. "Word travels fast. Name's Briggs. I run the equipment depot here. Been watching these hunts for 30 years. He glanced at Danny's screen. "You're actually studying the ecosystem." Seemed important. Most hunters focus on individual targets. They look at what they want to catch and ignore everything else. Briggs leaned back. "You know what separates good hunters from dead ones?" "What?" "Good hunters understand that everything is connected. The prey, the predators, the plants, the weather, all of it. You can't hunt in a vacuum." He stood up, patting Danny's shoulder. "Keep doing what you're doing, kid. You might surprise people." After Briggs left, Danny continued reading until his eyes hurt. He learned that shadow panthers hunted near river systems. Titan serpents avoided volcanic regions. Razorback boars migrated based on fruit tree cycles. The information built a picture in his mind. Not of individual monsters, but of a living, breathing world with patterns and logic. By the time officials announced that transport would begin in the morning, Danny had filled 30 pages of notes. Other hunters were showing off their gear, testing weapons, making alliance proposals. Danny went to his assigned quarters, a small room with a basic bed, and reviewed his notes one more time. He thought about what his grandmother had taught him. Don't fight nature, work with it. Understand the patterns, be patient. Tomorrow he'd be dropped alone into an alien wilderness to hunt creatures that could kill him in seconds. Danny set his phone. The transport pod shook as it entered Savage World's atmosphere. Danny gripped his seat and watched through the viewport as alien jungle rushed up to meet him. The pod's computer announced landing coordinates in a language he didn't understand, then switched to English. Participant Daniel Wright, you will be deployed in Sector 7, a temperate forest region. Your survival pack includes water purification tablets, basic medical supplies, emergency beacon, and recording drone. Good luck. The pod hit the ground with a thud that rattled Danny's teeth. The door hissed open, releasing him into humidity that immediately made his hoodie stick to his back. He grabbed his backpack and grandmother's knife, then stepped out into an alien world. Trees surrounded him, but not like Earth trees. These had purple bark and leaves that shifted colors when the wind blew. Strange bird calls echoed from every direction. Something rustled in the undergrowth and Danny froze instinctively, his training kicking in before his brain caught up. The recording drone bobbed out of the pod after him, a floating sphere about the size of a basketball. It blinked a small light indicating it was active and recording. Somewhere the galaxy was watching. Danny took a breath and forced himself to relax. This was just camping. Weird alien camping, but still just camping. He spent the first hour doing absolutely nothing except sitting against a tree and observing. Other hunters were probably racing off to track their first target. Danny knew better. Rushing into unknown territory was how people got hurt or lost. First, you learn the environment. Then you move. He watched insects crawl across the purple bark, noticed that some trees had claw marks about 7 feet up, heard different layers of sound as day animals settled and evening animals woke, felt the temperature drop 3 degrees as the sun moved behind clouds that looked normal, but apparently weren't, based on their orange color. After that first hour, Danny started moving slowly through the forest, reading signs. Fresh tracks here, probably from something big based on the depth. Broken branches there, at a height that suggested something climbed recently. Scat near a fallen log, which he examined carefully with a stick, noting the contents included bones and fur. The drone followed him silently, recording everything. By evening, Danny had mapped a rough mental picture of the area. There was a stream about half a mile east. A game trail ran north-south through a clearing. A large predator definitely lived somewhere nearby, based on territorial markings. Smaller creatures used the mid-level branches for travel, avoiding the ground. He found a decent spot to make camp, a rocky overhang that provided shelter and a view of the surrounding area. No fire. Fire attracted attention, and Danny wasn't ready for attention yet. He ate an energy bar from his pack and checked his phone. No messages, obviously, no signal. But he'd taken photos of his notes back on the station, so he could review the information about different predators. Shadow panthers. The note said they were ambush predators that could bend light around themselves, making them nearly invisible. They hunted near water sources at dawn and dusk. Preferred prey was medium-sized herbivores, extremely territorial. Danny thought about the stream he'd found and the game trail. If herbivores came to drink and shadow panthers hunted near water, then the area around that stream was probably active hunting ground. He decided to check it out tomorrow. That night, Danny barely slept. Not because he was scared, but because the forest was incredibly loud. Things howled, screeched, and made sounds like grinding metal. The drone's light stayed dim but visible, a small comfort in the darkness. When purple dawn light filtered through the canopy, Danny was already awake and moving toward the stream. He approached carefully, staying downwind and moving slowly. The stream was beautiful in an alien way, with water that looked slightly too blue and rocks that had crystal formations growing on them. Danny found a spot about 50 yards from the water and settled in to watch. 2 hours later, his patience paid off. A creature that looked like a six-legged deer came to drink, moving nervously and checking its surroundings constantly. Danny remained perfectly still, barely breathing. Then he saw it. Not the shadow panther itself, but the effect it created. A shimmer in the air near the opposite bank, like heat waves, but wrong. The shimmer moved closer to the deer thing. Danny watched how it moved, watched how it positioned itself downwind, watched how it waited for the perfect moment when the prey lowered its head to drink. The attack was fast. The deer thing barely managed to leap away, crashing into the forest with the shimmer close behind. Danny heard the chase fade into the distance. He'd learned 3 important things. First, shadow panthers attacked from downwind. Second, they preferred prey that was distracted. Third, they chased for short distances but gave up quickly if the prey escaped the initial ambush. Danny spent the rest of the day tracking the shadow panther's movements. He never saw it directly, but he found its traces. Claw marks on trees where it sharpened its claws, a half-eaten carcass hidden under leaves, a particular tree it seemed to rest in during the hot afternoon, based on crushed moss patterns on a thick branch. By evening, Danny had a plan forming. He couldn't catch the shadow panther by chasing it or fighting it, but he could use what he knew about its behavior. He spent the next morning gathering materials. Strong vines from a particular plant species, flexible branches, leaves that smelled strongly, which he crushed and saved. He worked slowly and carefully, building something simple but effective. The trap took all day to prepare. A pit, carefully disguised, placed exactly where the game trail met the stream. Not deep enough to hurt the panther, but deep enough to contain it temporarily. Danny used the crushed leaves to mask his scent and placed bait, a portion of the carcass he'd found, in a position that would require the panther to approach from a specific angle. Then he climbed a tree 70 yards away and waited. Waiting was the hardest part. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky. Danny's legs cramped. The drone recorded everything with what seemed like judgment. Just before dusk, the shimmer appeared. Danny felt his heart rate increase but forced himself to stay calm and still. The shadow panther approached the bait cautiously, circling it once, twice, checking for danger. Then it stepped exactly where Danny needed it to step. The ground gave way. The panther fell with a startled sound that broke its camouflage, revealing a creature that looked like a big cat made of living darkness with glowing yellow eyes. It thrashed in the pit but couldn't climb the smooth sides. Danny climbed down and approached carefully. Using the vines he'd prepared, he secured the creature without getting close enough for it to reach him. The recording drone News of Danny's first capture spread across the galaxy faster than light-speed communication. In his small room back on Frontier Base 7, Briggs watched the footage and smiled. On Earth, Ruth Wright nodded once and went back to tending her garden. In the Galactic Confederation chambers, officials who had called the human participation an embarrassment suddenly became very quiet. Danny knew none of this. He'd released the Shadow Panther after the capture was verified, watching it sprint away into the forest, probably very confused and angry. Now he needed his second target, and he'd chosen something that made the drone's operator, somewhere in space, flag the recording with a priority alert: the Thornback Apex. A creature the size of a small truck, covered in armored plates and venomous spines. In the competition's 400-year history, only 3 had ever been captured, and all 3 attempts had required teams of hunters with advanced technology. Danny found signs of one living in the volcanic region north of his landing site. It took him a full day of hiking to reach the territory, and another day of careful observation from a safe distance. The thornback looked exactly like something that should not exist. Its body was low and wide, with legs thick as tree trunks. The armor plates shifted and clicked when it moved. The spines along its back were as long as Danny's arm, and dripped with something that made the ground smoke where it fell. But Danny didn't focus on how dangerous it was. He focused on its behavior. The creature was methodical. Every morning it patrolled a specific route around its territory, marking certain rocks with scent glands. Every afternoon, when the volcanic heat became intense, it traveled to a mud wallow to cool down. It always used the same wallow, always approached from the same direction, always stayed for exactly 2 hours before returning to its den. Danny spent 3 days just watching and taking notes. The drone recorded everything, which confused galactic analysts who expected immediate action. Human observers started calling him patient. Military strategists called him smart. Ruth called it basic common sense. On the 4th day, Danny began his preparation. He needed to move the thornback from its wallow to a specific location, and he needed to do it without getting close enough for those venomous spines to reach him. Fire was the answer. Not to hurt the creature, but to guide it. Danny studied the wind patterns and spent an entire day gathering specific plants that produced thick smoke when burned. He created a line of small fire pits, carefully positioned to drive smoke in a particular direction without actually spreading the fire. The next afternoon, when the thornback went to its wallow, Danny lit the fires in sequence. The smoke billowed thick and low, not dangerous but extremely unpleasant. The thornback, confused and annoyed, left the wallow early and moved away from the smoke. Danny kept the smoke flowing, adjusting the fires to create a path the creature could follow comfortably. He wasn't chasing it. He was suggesting a direction, and the thornback, wanting to avoid the smoke, naturally followed the path of least resistance. It took 6 hours of careful management. Danny moved quietly through the volcanic rocks, always staying far from the creature, always keeping the smoke between them. The thornback never saw him, never felt threatened, just kept moving away from the irritation. Finally, Danny guided it into a narrow canyon he'd scouted earlier. The canyon had steep walls and a single entrance. Once the thornback moved deep enough into the canyon, Danny triggered his trap. He'd spent 2 days carefully weakening specific rocks along the canyon's upper edge. Now, using a long lever he'd constructed from a fallen tree trunk, he dislodged those rocks. They fell in a calculated collapse, not on the creature but behind. But the rocks were too heavy and too many. The creature was contained. Danny approached carefully with strong vines he'd braided together over the past days. Using a long stick, he managed to secure the vines around the thornback's legs without getting close. The creature thrashed and tried to reach him with its venomous spines, but Danny stayed just beyond range, patient and careful. The recording drone verified the capture. 2 down, 1 to go. Back on Frontier Base 7, the viewing hall was packed. What started as entertainment, watching the foolish human fail, had become something else. Hunters from dozens of species watched Danny's methods with growing respect. The 2 reptilian brothers who had mocked him earlier were notably silent. The insect commander, who had successfully captured 2 creatures using military precision, studied Danny's recordings like textbooks. The robot hunter ran probability calculations and concluded that human intuition operated on variables it couldn't measure. The large bear creature, having captured one target through spiritual connection and brute strength, nodded in approval of Danny's approach. The cat-like noble, who had also captured 2 creatures but at great cost to her equipment and pride, refused to watch the recordings. She told everyone who would listen that primitive methods were lucky, not skilled. Nobody was listening to her anymore. On Savage World, Danny sat by a small stream and reviewed his notes about the 3rd target he'd chosen. The impossible one. The creature that would either prove he understood what he was doing or prove he'd been lucky all along. The Void Stalker, a predator that existed partially outside normal space, could phase through solid matter, and had never been captured in the competition's entire history. Danny studied his notes until the light faded. Then he studied them more by the light of the recording drone, which had apparently been upgraded to include a spotlight function after someone in the control center decided to help him. He thought about everything his grandmother taught him. Every hunt came down to understanding behavior and environment. It didn't matter how strange the animal was. It still needed to eat, sleep, and avoid danger. It still had instincts. It still followed patterns. The Void Stalker could phase through matter, but according to his research, there were limits. Extreme temperatures disrupted the phasing ability. The creature avoided certain types of electromagnetic fields. It hunted in specific territory and returned to the same resting spots. Danny could work with that. He spent the next 2 days not hunting, but preparing the environment itself. He mapped the Void Stalker's territory completely, identifying every spot it had been seen or left traces. He studied the terrain, the temperature variations, the underground water sources. Then he began to reshape the creature's hunting ground, not by building traps, but by influencing where its prey would go. He drove smaller animals toward specific areas. He blocked certain paths with his scent. He used calls he'd learned from watching local predators to create sounds that made prey animals nervous in particular locations. The Void Stalker would follow its prey. 2 days of careful work turned the Void Stalker's hunting territory into a maze of invisible influences. Danny had never actually seen the creature clearly. It appeared as a distortion in space, like looking at something through rippling water, visible only when it moved and only if you knew what to look for. But he'd found its patterns. The Void Stalker hunted every evening between dusk and full dark. It preferred prey that traveled alone. It always approached from higher ground. And most importantly, it avoided areas where temperature dropped below a certain point because extreme cold disrupted its ability to phase between dimensions. Danny found a location where underground springs created natural cold spots in the ground. The area was small, maybe 30 feet across, and surrounded by warmer territory. Normally, prey animals avoided the cold spot because it was uncomfortable. Danny needed to make it attractive. He spent hours gathering fresh vegetation and piling it in the cold area, creating what looked like abundant food. He used sounds to drive small prey animals away from their usual feeding grounds. Hungry and confused, they would eventually find the new food source. Then came the hard part. Danny needed to create barriers that the Void Stalker couldn't cross, but barriers that didn't look like barriers. He used the underground springs to create channels of extremely cold water that ran in a pattern around the cold spot. The channels were narrow and easy for prey to cross, but for the Void Stalker, they would be walls. The creature couldn't phase through extreme temperature differences. It took him another full day to perfect the pattern. The channels formed a maze with only one entrance, and that entrance led directly to the center of the cold spot. Danny made sure the approach path felt natural, following the contours of the land in a way that wouldn't seem artificial. On the evening of the 9th day, with only 1 day left before the competition ended, Danny positioned himself in a tree 200 yards from his trap and waited. The drone hovered near him, its spotlight off, recording in low-light mode. Across the galaxy, millions watched. Betting pools had formed about whether the human would succeed or fail. The odds had shifted dramatically since the competition began. Dusk arrived with purple and orange clouds. Danny controlled his breathing, staying perfectly still. His legs were cramped from 3 hours of not moving, but he ignored the discomfort. His grandmother had made him practice this. Deer hunting in Oregon required patience that most people couldn't imagine. Small prey animals found the food Danny had placed. A group of six-legged creatures that looked like rabbits mixed with lizards began eating the fresh vegetation, nervous but hungry. More arrived. Soon there were dozens, all focused on the unexpected feast. Then Danny saw it, or rather saw the distortion. The air rippled near the upper rocks, flowing like water down toward the feeding animals. The Void Stalker was hunting. The creature moved silently, a ghost made of bent space and predator instinct. It circled the cold spot once, and Danny held his breath. If the Void Stalker sensed the trap, it would leave and Danny would fail. But the creature saw prey. Lots of prey, distracted and easy. It approached along the exact path Danny had left open, moving through the maze of cold channels without realizing they were guiding it. The Void Stalker entered the cold spot. Immediately, its form became more visible as the extreme temperature disrupted its phasing ability. It appeared as a creature made of shadow and sharp angles, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed like dying stars. It lunged at the prey animals, catching two before the rest scattered. The Void Stalker tried to phase through the ground to chase them, but the cold prevented it. Confused, it tried to leave the cold spot. That's when it discovered the channels. Every direction it turned, extreme cold blocked its path. The channels weren't deep enough to trap a normal creature, but for the Void Stalker they were impassable walls. It was caught in a cage made of temperature. Danny climbed down from his tree and approached slowly. The creature saw him and made a sound that hurt Danny's ears and made reality feel temporarily uncertain. It was clearly intelligent enough to understand it had been outsmarted, and it was not happy. Using the vines he'd prepared, Danny created a harness that could contain the creature without touching it directly. The Void Stalker struggled and tried to phase away, but the cold kept it solid. The process took an hour of careful work, with Danny staying just outside the cold spot and using long poles to position the vines. Finally, the recording drone chimed. The capture was verified. Danny sat down on the warm ground outside the cold spot, exhausted. 3 captures, 3 days ahead of schedule. The impossible hunt completed by a 17-year-old kid from Oregon. The galaxy watched in silence. In the viewing hall at Frontier Base 7, the silence broke into noise. Some species cheered, others argued. The reptilian brothers stared at the screen with what might have been respect. The insect commander approached a communication terminal and sent a message directly to Earth's representatives, requesting information about human training methods. The robot hunter's processors struggled with the data. Logically, the human should not have succeeded. Limited equipment, no advanced technology, minimal physical advantages. Yet the results were undeniable. The variable it couldn't account for was intuition, the ability to understand complex systems through observation and experience rather than pure calculation. The cat-like noble left the viewing hall without a word, her servants hurrying behind her. Only Briggs remained calm, watching the screen with a knowing smile. He'd seen it in Danny's eyes from the beginning. The kid had something most hunters lost when their species became advanced. He still thought like prey and predator simultaneously. He understood that hunting wasn't about dominance. It was about becoming part of the cycle. On Savage World, Danny released the Void Stalker carefully. The creature immediately phased away once it escaped the cold spot, disappearing into whatever dimension it called home. Danny hoped it wasn't too traumatized by the experience. He gathered his backpack and started the long walk back to his pickup coordinates. The competition had 1 day remaining, but Danny was finished. He'd completed the challenge. Now he just wanted to go home. The recording drone followed him through the alien forest as purple sunset turned to darkness. Somewhere above, stars that weren't his stars shined down on a world that wasn't his world. Danny thought about his grandmother's porch and the award ceremony hall glittered with lights from 1,000 worlds. Danny stood on a platform wearing the same jeans and hoodie he'd worn for the entire competition, now stained with mud and torn in several places. Around him, other hunters wore ceremonial armor and formal clothing from their cultures. The bird lizard official who had sent the original invitation stood at a massive podium, speaking through translators to the assembled crowd. Behind him, screens showed highlights from the hunt. Danny's captures played on repeat, analyzed by experts who still couldn't quite believe what they'd seen. In 400 years of competition, the official announced, we have never witnessed such an efficient display of hunting skill. 3 captures in 9 days, including the legendary Void Stalker, with 0 injuries and minimal equipment. The Galactic Confederation is honored to declare Daniel Wright of Earth the winner of this year's Apex Hunt. Polite applause echoed through the hall. Some species showed enthusiasm, others merely acknowledgement. Danny noticed the 2 reptilian brothers in the audience. They stood and pressed their fists to their chests, a gesture of warrior respect. Danny nodded back awkwardly. The cat-like noble sat with perfect posture, her face showing nothing. She'd completed her 3 captures but barely made the deadline and had damaged expensive equipment in the process. Her pride was clearly wounded more than her body. The insect commander approached the platform when the ceremony allowed for congratulations. Her translator buzzed efficiently. "Human Daniel Wright, my hive wishes to study your methods. We have fought wars across galaxies and trained hunters for 10,000 years. Yet you showed us perspectives we had forgotten. Would you consider teaching?" I can't. I have school," Danny said, which caused a confused murmur among species that didn't understand the concept of mandatory youth education. The large bear creature named Tusk came forward next, moving with surprising gentleness for something his size. He bowed deeply, a gesture that made several observers gasp because Tusk never bowed to anyone. "Small human, you hunt with wisdom. The spirit spoke to me of your victory before it happened. You walk between worlds like the old ones of my people. I give you blessing." Tusk placed a carved wooden charm in Danny's hand and walked away before Danny could respond. Even the robot hunter approached, its optical sensors focusing on Danny with unsettling intensity. "I have calculated 73,000 possible approaches to the Void Stalker capture. None matched your method. You operated outside predictable patterns while still maintaining logical consistency. This should not be possible. I request permission to study you." "That's kind of creepy." "So no," Danny said. The robot tilted its head, processed this, and retreated with what might have been confusion. Through all the attention and celebration, Danny just wanted to leave. The official prize presentation took another hour. Earth was granted resource rights to mineral-rich asteroid fields, access to advanced medical technology, and trade agreements that would boost the planet's economy for generations. Earth's representatives, dressed in formal suits and looking extremely relieved, accepted the awards. They tried to get Danny to pose for photos. He did, but he looked miserable in all of them, which somehow made them more popular across galactic social networks. Finally, the ceremony ended. Danny was escorted to a transport ship heading back to Earth. Briggs met him at the departure gate. "You did good, kid," the old hunter said. "Better than good. You reminded a lot of species about things they'd forgotten." "I just did what my grandma taught me," Danny replied. "Exactly. That's the point." Briggs handed him a small package. "Your grandmother's knife served you well, but you'll need your own tools now. These are from my personal collection. Earned them over 50 years of hunting. Figure you'll put them to better use than they'd get sitting in my locker." Danny opened the package to find 3 knives of different sizes, each made from materials he didn't recognize but felt perfectly balanced. "I can't take these. Too late. Already gave them to you. Can't take back a gift in my culture. Bad luck," Briggs smiled. "Besides, something tells me you'll need them eventually. Galaxy's a big place and now everyone knows your name. That brings opportunities and problems in equal measure." The transport ship's boarding call echoed through the station. Danny shook Briggs's hand and headed for the ramp. The journey back to Earth took 3 days. Danny slept most of it, finally able to relax. When the ship entered Earth's atmosphere and he saw the familiar blue and green of his homeworld, something tight in his chest loosened. Landing brought chaos. Media everywhere, government officials wanting statements, people cheering. Danny was rushed through it all, giving short answers and trying not to look directly at camera flashes. A military escort drove him to Oregon. They wanted to take him to Portland for more ceremonies. Danny refused and gave them his grandmother's address. The driver, a young Marine who looked impressed and slightly terrified of Danny, didn't argue. Ruth's homestead appeared exactly as Danny had left it. The garden still grew. The porch still creaked. The forest still surrounded everything with comfortable silence. Ruth stood on the porch, arms crossed, watching the military vehicle approach. Danny got out with his backpack and Briggs's knives. The escort waited to make sure he was safe. Ruth waved them away and they left. "You look terrible," Ruth said. "Alien planets aren't great for hygiene," Danny replied. "You hungry?"
Starving. They went inside.
Ruth had made stew, apparently confident Danny would return. They ate in silence for a while, just the sound of spoons on bowls in the forest outside the windows. "Government's going to want you to do appearances," Ruth said eventually. "Talk shows, interviews, all that." "Yeah." "You going to do them?" "Do I have to?" "No, you're a minor. I can tell them to leave you alone until you're 18. Ruth finished her stew. Might be good for Earth's image, though. Show the galaxy that humans are worth respect. Danny thought about it. Maybe a few. But then I want to come home and finish school. That's reasonable. Ruth collected the bowls. "What did you learn out there?" Danny considered the question seriously. That most problems are simpler than people make them. That watching is better than acting sometimes. That expensive equipment doesn't replace understanding. He paused. And that the things you taught me actually matter. I always thought they were just survival skills for camping. They are survival skills. Just turns out survival is more universal than we thought. Ruth smiled slightly. Your grandfather would be proud. I'm proud too, though I'll deny saying that if you tell anyone. That evening, Danny sat on the porch and watched the forest. His phone had about 3,000 messages he was ignoring. News sites were calling him humanity's champion. Scientists wanted to study his methods. Schools wanted him to speak at graduations, but right now, in this moment, he was just a kid sitting on his grandmother's porch in rural Oregon, watching deer move through the trees and automatically tracking their movement patterns. He noticed everything. The wind direction, the moisture in the air suggesting rain tomorrow, the way birds reacted to something passing below their perch, the old patterns, the ones humans learned before technology, before civilization, back when survival meant understanding the world instead of controlling it. Danny realized he'd always see the world this way now. Couldn't turn it off even if he wanted to. His grandmother had trained him too well. He figured that was probably okay. The galaxy was bigger than he'd imagined, stranger than he'd expected, and apparently paying attention now. If humans were going to be part of that galaxy, maybe someone should remember the simple things. Above him, stars appeared as the sun set. Some of those stars had planets where creatures hunted and lived and died in patterns as old as time. Danny had walked among them and learned they weren't so different from Earth's creatures after all. Everything alive followed rules. You just had to learn what those rules were and work with them instead of against them. That was the secret his grandmother knew. That was what he'd shown the galaxy. And that was what he'd carry forward whatever.
gauge read 7 liters, and Kieran Willis knew that meant 4 days, maybe 5 if he stopped moving entirely. His weathered fingers traced the condensation inside the recycler tank, a habit he'd developed sometime during year 19 or 23. Hard to tell anymore. The twin moons of Kepler 438b cast their familiar shadows across the rust-colored sand outside his shelter, and he caught himself talking to them again, naming them Beatrice and Dante, like old friends who never talked back. His dark coat, patched with scraps from a dozen different sources over the decades, hung loose on his 62-year-old frame. The beard had gone completely grey somewhere around year 15. The chirp started during his morning inventory count. Not the usual creaks and groans of his cobbled-together habitat, but something deliberate, musical almost. 3 short pulses, 2 long, then silence. Kieran froze, his hand still wrapped around the water gauge. In 28 years of isolation, his equipment had never made that sound. Power cell failure, he muttered, checking the diagnostics panel he'd salvaged from his crashed survey ship all those years ago. Green lights stared back at him, everything nominal. The chirp repeated, this time accompanied by a faint holographic projection that flickered to life above his communication array, a piece of equipment that hadn't functioned since the day his ship's emergency beacon died. The projection showed coordinates, nothing more, just numbers floating in pale blue light, pointing to a location 47 kilometers north. Kieran laughed, a rusty sound that hurt his throat. Sure, mysterious signal. Let me just pack up my abundant supplies and wander into the desert to die faster. But the coordinates pulsed with each chirp, and something about the pattern nagged at him. It wasn't random. Someone or something had programmed this deliberately. His fingers found the old mission patch on his jacket, the one from the Meridian Express, the colony ship that was supposed to pick him up after his geological survey. That was before the war, before Earth went dark, before 28 years became forever. The smart move was to ignore it. Conserve water, conserve energy, die peacefully in familiar surroundings. But Kieran looked at his 7 liters, at the recycler that grew less efficient each month, at the solar panels cracked from decades of dust storms. He was dying anyway. Might as well die curious. He loaded his rover, a hideous amalgamation of parts from 3 different vehicles held together by determination and industrial adhesive. The water went into the insulated compartment, along with his last 2 protein bars and the emergency beacon he still carried out of habit. The rifle he'd fashioned from mining equipment stayed within reach. Not that he'd seen anything worth shooting in 20 years, but paranoia had kept him alive this long. The journey north took him through the singing valleys, where wind through the rock formations created harmonies that almost sounded like voices. He'd named every major landmark within a 100-kilometer radius, creating his own map of a world that no one else would ever see. Fool's Gold Canyon, where he'd spent 3 months convinced he'd found titanium deposits. The broken cathedral, where spires of oxidized iron recline, wheels spinning in the loose sand until he got out and pushed, his muscles protesting the effort. 62 years old, alone for nearly half his life. And here he was chasing ghosts in the desert. When he crested the hill, he stopped breathing. Below him stretched a colony, not scattered ruins or abandoned equipment, but an actual colony with intact buildings, solar farms, and atmospheric processes. The structures were partially buried in sand, and strange cables emerged from the buildings like tendrils reaching into the desert floor. A communication tower rose from the center, its lights still blinking in a pattern that matched the chirp's rhythm. Kieran stood on the ridge, his long coat whipping in the desert wind, staring at the impossible sight. 2 crescent moons hung in the darkening sky behind him, and his shadow stretched long across the sand toward the abandoned settlement. The colony looked like it had been waiting, its solar panels still gleaming despite the dust, its buildings sealed but intact. After decades of seeing nothing but rocks and sand, the geometric precision of human architecture made his eyes water. Well, he said to no one. "This is either salvation or a very elaborate way to die." The rover made it halfway down the slope before its front axle snapped. Kieran felt the lurch, heard the metal shriek, and managed to grab his water and supplies before the vehicle tumbled the rest of the way down, becoming another piece of debris in humanity's scattered attempt to colonize the stars. He watched it roll, counting the rotations out of habit, and when it finally stopped, he shouldered his pack and walked. The colony's entrance was an airlock built into what looked like a converted cargo container. Standard frontier construction, designed to be assembled quickly and survive anything. The control panel was dead, but Kieran had learned every type of manual override in existence during his years of desperate scavenging. 17 minutes of work with his multi-tool, and the door cycled open with a hiss of pressurized air. Inside, emergency lighting cast everything in amber. The walls were covered in a thin layer of dust, but underneath, everything appeared functional. Temperature controlled, atmosphere recycled, power flowing, a ghost town in perfect working order. "Hello?" His voice echoed through empty corridors. "Anyone home? I brought cookies." "Well, I ate them 15 years ago, but it's the thought that counts." A screen flickered to life on the wall, displaying text in multiple languages before settling on English. "Welcome to Outpost Haven. Population, 0. Days since last human contact, 10,439. Kieran did the math. 28 years, give or take. The colony had been abandoned the same time Earth went dark. He wasn't the only one stranded out here. He'd just been stranded alone. The facility map on the screen showed living quarters, a medical bay, hydroponics labs, and most importantly, a water processing plant. Kieran's throat tightened at the sight. If the processors worked, if there was an underground source, he could survive years instead of days. He followed the corridors deeper into the complex, noting the personal effects still in place. Coffee cups on desks, pictures on walls, a child's drawing stuck to a refrigerator with a magnet shaped like Earth. Emergency Protocol Manual, Section 7.3, Colony Evacuation Procedures. In the event of critical system failure or catastrophic threat, all personnel must report to designated shuttle bays within 15 minutes of alarm activation. Personal effects may not exceed 7 kilograms per person. Children under 12 are permitted 1 comfort item regardless of weight. Failure to comply with evacuation orders will result in automatic quarantine of the affected section. The manual excerpt was taped to the wall near the shuttle bay, which was conspicuously empty. Whoever lived here had left in a hurry, but in an organized fashion. Military precision. This wasn't panic, this was protocol. The water processing plant was in the sub-level, accessed through a freight elevator that groaned but functioned. As Kieran descended, he noticed the walls were covered in handwritten messages, names, dates, and farewells. Thompson family bound for Earth. Dr. Martinez, may God protect those who remain. If you find this, know that we tried. The processing facility was a marvel of engineering, tapping into an underground aquifer through a series of filtration systems. The tanks were full, thousands of liters of clean, processed water. Kieran fell to his knees, laughing until he cried, then crying until he laughed again. He drank directly from the tap, the cold water burning his throat, tasting like miracle and metal. A movement in his peripheral vision made him spin, hand reaching for his rifle. A maintenance robot, ancient by any standard, wheeled out from behind the tanks. Its optical sensor focused on him, and a synthesized voice spoke. "Unauthorized personnel detected. Please present identification." "Buddy, I haven't had proper ID in 3 decades, Kieran said, lowering his weapon. "How about we call it even?" The robot processed this for a moment, then replied, "Acceptable. This unit is designated Maintenance Assistant X-Ray 12. You may call me Max." Max? Someone had a sense of humor. Humor subroutines were installed by technician Gabriela Reyes to improve workplace morale. "Would you like to hear a joke?" "God, no, tell me about this place instead. Why was it abandoned?" Max's optical sensor dimmed slightly. Colonial Administrative Order 779. All frontier colonies were to be evacuated following the breakdown of the Earth communication network. Military transport arrived on Sol date September 15, 2397. All colonists were successfully evacuated except for one. Kieran's heart skipped. Someone stayed behind. Negative. Someone was not present during evacuation. Geological surveyor Kieran Willis was listed as missing in action, presumed dead after failure to report from remote survey mission. Colony Administrator Yuki Tanaka left instructions for basic systems to remain operational in case of return. The room spun. Kieran grabbed the water tank for support. They'd looked for him. They'd left the lights on. For 28 years, this place had been waiting for him to come home. Why the signal? He asked when he could speak again. Why now? Automated distress beacon was programmed to activate if human life signs were detected within 50-kilometer radius after 25-year dormancy period. You have been within range for 3 years, 4 months, 18 days. However, signal broadcast required optimal atmospheric conditions, which occurred this morning at 0700 hours. 3 years. He'd been 47 kilometers from salvation for 3 years of thirst, while thousands of liters of water waited beneath the sand. Kieran didn't know whether to laugh or scream, so he did both. Max rolled backward slightly. Your emotional response appears elevated. Medical bay is available for psychological evaluation. I'm fine, Max. Just processing the cosmic joke that is my life. He stood, wiping his face. Show me the rest of this place. The tour revealed a colony designed for 200 people, complete with recreational facilities, a small theater, and even a bar still stocked with bottles of synthetic alcohol. The hydroponics lab was dead, its plants long since turned to dust, but the seed vault remained intact. With water and power, Kieran could restart the gardens, grow actual food instead of subsisting on processed protein. In the administrator's office, he found Tanaka's personal logs. The final entry was audio only. Personal log, Administrator Yuki Tanaka. Final entry. Earth has gone dark. The military says it's temporary, but we know better. The war finally reached home. We're being evacuated to the inner colonies. They say it's safer there. We searched for Kieran Willis for 19 days. His rover was found destroyed in a ravine, but no body. I'm leaving the basic systems running. It's against protocol, but if he's alive out there, he deserves a chance. Whoever finds this place, know that we tried to build something good here. We tried to make a home among the stars. Maybe someone else will succeed where we failed. Kieran played the message 7 times, memorizing every word, every inflection. They'd searched for him. He hadn't been forgotten, just lost. Presumed dead when his rover fell into what he'd later named Irony Canyon. Because of course it was ironic that the crash that stranded him also saved him from being properly found and buried. The command center still received automated broadcasts from other colonies, all of them years old, all of them describing the same pattern. Earth went dark, evacuations ordered, colonies abandoned. Humanity pulling back like a tide, leaving scattered pools of life in its wake. But the broadcasts were automated, repeating endlessly. No new messages, no signs of current life. Max, Kieran said, are you capable of loneliness? This unit does not possess emotional simulation software. However, this unit has operated in isolation mode for 10,439 days. Efficiency has decreased by 37% due to lack of maintenance oversight. So, that's a yes. That is a creative interpretation of data. Kieran spent the next days exploring every inch of the colony, learning its rhythms and quirks. Kieran noticed something odd. The water processing plant was drawing more power than it should, according to the specifications. Max couldn't explain the discrepancy, citing corrupted data files. Kieran followed the power conduits through the sublevels, past storage rooms full of supplies that would last him several lifetimes, until he reached a section that wasn't on any map. The door wasn't on any map. The door was marked with biohazard warnings in 12 languages. The lock was biometric. The lock was biometric. But like everything else, it had a manual override. Unlike everything else, this override had been used recently. The scratches on the panel were fresh, no dust in the grooves. Inside was a laboratory that didn't match the colony's frontier aesthetic. This was advanced, even by Earth standards from before the war. Cryogenic storage units lined one wall, all empty except for one. Inside, suspended in blue-white frost, was something that wasn't quite human. It had the basic shape right, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head where a head should be, but the proportions were wrong. The limbs too long, the skull too large. Its skin was translucent, showing dark veins beneath. And decreasing. 72 hours, 3 days until whatever this was woke up. Kieran's hand found his rifle again, though he doubted conventional weapon protocols. Initializing. The thing in the ice blinked, slowly, deliberately. Its mouth. You can hear me. I can hear everything within the colony's sensor range. I've been listening to yourself for 7 days. Your commentary about the food stores was particularly entertaining. Kieran lowered his rifle slightly. What are you? Complicated question. I was Dr. Rashid Okonkwo, xenobiologist, specializing in theoretical adaptation to extreme environments. Now I'm something else. A mistake, maybe. Or evolution. Depends on your perspective. Dr. Okonkwo. They wouldn't. I was black budget. And start changing the humans. Max rolled forward. This unit has no record of such experiments. You wouldn't, Max. You were programmed to maintain the cover story. But your friend here deserves the truth. He's earned it, surviving out there alone for so long. D. Kieran studied the frozen form. No tend to frown on human modification, even voluntary. But out here, 40 light years, the treatment worked in a sense. I can survive on this planet indefinitely. No need for pressure suits or air recyclers. I can metabolize the local minerals, breathe the atmosphere, resist the radiation. Perfect adaptation. But the process is irreversible and contagious through prolonged contact. The military saw me as either the future of humanity or an extinction event. They couldn't decide which, so they put me on ice until someone smarter could figure it out. Then Earth went dark. Everyone evacuated. And here I've been watching dust accumulate through security cameras, listening to Max talk to himself. The evacuation was because of you. Partially. The war was real. Earth really did go dark. But the urgency to empty this particular colony, that was because of what I represent. The possibility that humanity might survive by becoming something inhuman. The countdown timer continued its descent. 71:58:33. What happens when the timer reaches 0? Kieran asked. Automatic revival sequence. The military assumed someone would come back with a solution before the power reserves depleted. The cryo unit will shut down, and I'll wake up properly for the first time in 28 years. After that, you have a choice to make, which is whether you want to die human in a few decades or live for centuries as something else. Kieran laughed, the sound echoing off the laboratory walls. That's my choice, death or metamorphosis. Everything is death or metamorphosis when you think about it philosophically. The question is whether you want to do it quickly or slowly. Over the next 2 days, Kieran found himself returning to the laboratory, talking to the frozen form of Dr. Okonkwo. The man was brilliant, funny, and desperately lonely. Unconscious but immobile for nearly 3 decades, his modified brain unable to shut down even in cryo-sleep. They discussed everything from quantum mechanics to ancient Earth literature, from the best way to purify water using local minerals to whether consciousness was an emergent property or fundamental force. Tell me about your family, Okonkwo said during one conversation. Had a daughter, Barbara. She'd be 41 now if Earth survived. Smart kid. Wanted to be an engineer. Don't know if she made it. The not knowing is worse than knowing sometimes. Sometimes. But hope is what keeps us going, even when it's irrational. Is it irrational? You hoped someone would find you for 28 years, and here we are. You're not exactly the rescue I imagined. No, but I'm what you got. The universe has a twisted sense of humor like that. Max had taken to parking himself in the laboratory, listened to their conversations. The robot had developed 63% chance of successful adaptation should Mr. Willis choose transformation. Max announced during this unit is aware. On the final day, with 4 hours left on the countdown, Kieran made a discovery that changed everything. Hidden in Tanaka's personal files, encrypted but not impossibly so, was a message that had arrived 3 days after the evacuation. A transmission from Earth, weak but readable. Colonial Outpost Haven. This is Earth Command emergency broadcast. The war is over. Repeat, the war is over. Reconstruction efforts are underway. Colonial relief missions will be dispatched within 5 years pending resource allocation. Maintain position, await retrieval. Message repeats. 5 years. The message was 28 years old, which meant relief should have arrived 23 years ago. But they hadn't come. Either they couldn't, or they'd forgotten, or Earth's reconstruction had failed. The colonies were truly alone. Kieran brought the message to Okonkwo. The doctor's expression, visible through the frost, was unreadable. So they won, Okonkwo said. Someone won anyway. But they never came back. Maybe they tried. Space is vast and unfriendly. A lot can go wrong in 40 light years. The timer read 004722. I need to make a decision, Kieran said. You do. If I let you out and don't accept the transformation, what happens? I leave. Find somewhere isolated, live my extended life alone to avoid contaminating anyone else. It's not a bad existence, just a lonely one. And if I accept, then we figure out what comes next together. Maybe we're the future of humanity, adapted to survive where baseline humans can't. Maybe we're an evolutionary dead end, but at least we won't be alone. Kieran thought about his 7 liters of water, about 28 years of talking to moons and rocks, about Barbara, who might be alive or dead, about Earth that might be rebuilt or rubble. He thought about the colony, waiting patiently for someone to come home, keeping the lights on against the dark. Max, he said, what do you think? This unit is not programmed for philosophical decisions. However, this unit has observed that isolation decreases operational efficiency in both biological and mechanical systems. Conclusion: companionship improves functionality. That's the most romantic thing anyone said to me in 3 decades. The timer hit 0 with a soft chime, like the chirp that had led him here. The cryo unit began its shutdown sequence, frost melting away in sheets of vapor. Okonkwo's eyes focused properly for the first time, and he smiled, an oddly human expression on his transformed features. Hello, Kieran. It's nice to finally meet you properly. Likewise, Doctor. Kieran extended his hand, then hesitated. This is the contamination vector, isn't it? Physical contact. Among others, but it takes repeated exposure over weeks. To not being alone, Kieran countered. To optimal functionality, Max added, his optical sensor focused on his untouchable drink. They drank, watching the moon's rise, and Kieran realized that for the first time in 28 years. Okonkwo said one day, displaying a schematic on the main screen. They were planning an expansion, capacity for 2,000. They really thought this would work. Question that had been nagging at him. I think, therefore I am. Everything else is just details and DNA. Always aware of the risk he posed.
We're in American public school territory now, and trust me, the administrative paperwork alone will make you regret every life choice that led to this moment. Are you threatening us? Clatch moved his weapon to point directly at her. Threatening? No. Warning. Absolutely. You think you're scary? Wait until Vice Principal Kowalski finds out about this. That woman can make a parent cry with just a disappointed look. Plus, there's going to be incident reports, police statements, insurance claims, possibly FBI involvement since you're technically foreign entities. We're from another galaxy. Foreign is foreign. She shrugged again. That shrug. It was becoming my least favorite gesture in the universe. And honestly, the media circus alone is going to be insane. CNN, Fox News, all the local stations. Everyone's going to want interviews. Do you guys have a PR team? Because you're going to need one. I looked at Clatch. Clatch looked at Throm. Throm looked at our other squad members. This was supposed to be a 10-minute extraction operation. We were now 15 minutes in, and arguing with a teenage human about bureaucracy. You know what? Maya stood up. Every weapon in the room tracked her movement. She held up her hands. How about we make a deal? The Dominion does not negotiate with primitives. Yeah. Heard that before. Look, here's my offer. You guys leave peacefully. We tell everyone this was a weird fire drill, and nobody has to deal with the absolute nightmare of interdimensional paperwork. Trust me, I've seen what happens when two school systems try to coordinate. Adding intergalactic law to that mix? No thank you. And if we refuse? I growled. She walked over to a bag on one of the desks and pulled out a small rectangular device. Then I called my mom. The room went silent. Your mother? Yep. She's a lawyer. Specializes in international law, actually, but I'm pretty sure she'd love to expand into interstellar. She lives for this stuff. Loves a challenge. Last month, she sued a multinational corporation into bankruptcy before breakfast. Imagine what she'd do with an actual alien invasion to work with. I felt something I hadn't felt in years of military service. Uncertainty. You're bluffing, Maya started tapping on her device, because I've got her on speed dial. One call, and you guys are looking at legal proceedings that'll make your three-headed superior officers file for early retirement. We have weapons! Advanced technology. Your laws mean nothing to us. Cool story. She held up the device. But here's the thing about laws. They're not about weapons or technology. They're about paperwork. Endless, soul-crushing paperwork. Forms in triplicate. Depositions. Discovery. Appeals. My mom once extended a trial for 4 years. Over a comma placement. 4 years. Over punctuation. You really want to deal with that? Clatch leaned in close. Rec, Command is asking why we haven't secured the package yet. Tell Command, we have a complication. What kind of complication?
I looked at Maya Torres standing there with her communication device and her complete lack of fear. The humankind.
She smiled. Not a frightened smile. Not a nervous smile. A smile that said she knew exactly what she was doing, and she was enjoying every second of it. So, she said brightly, do we have a deal? You leave, we forget this ever happened, and everyone gets to go home without triggering an interstellar incident. I should have taken the deal. But I'm Vrek, commander of the 3rd Dominion Strike Force. I don't negotiate with
And quite
children.
honestly,
I definitely don't retreat because some teenage human threatens me with legal paperwork. Negative, I said, straightening to my full height. We are proceeding with the mission. All students will be detained for questioning until we determine the location of our target data. Maya lowered her phone. Really? You're really going with that play? It's not a play. It's a tactical decision. It's a terrible tactical decision. She sat back down at her desk, completely relaxed. But okay, your funeral or court case? Whatever comes first. I signaled my squad to begin detention procedures. Clatch moved toward the cowering teacher, while Throm started scanning students with his handheld device. Standard protocol. We'd done this 1,000 times. Then Maya raised her hand again. I ignored her. She kept it raised. What? I finally snapped. Just so we're clear. You're detaining minors without parental consent, guardian notification, or any form of legal warrant recognized by Earth authorities, correct? We don't need Earth warrants. Right. Alien invasion, superior firepower, yada yada. Got it. She pulled out a small notebook and actually started writing. And your names are? We don't have to tell you anything. Cool, cool. I'll just put unknown alien aggressors 1 through 8. That should work for the police report. Oh, and the lawsuit. Definitely need it for the lawsuit. Klatch paused mid-scan. Why is she taking notes? Because, Maya said, without looking up. Documentation is everything. My mom taught me that. Video evidence is great, but contemporaneous written records, chef's kiss. Especially when you date and timestamp everything. She held up her notebook. Already got your entry time, your threat statements, and your refusal to identify yourselves. This is going to be Exhibit A, through like zip probably. One of the students under a desk whispered, Maya, what are you doing? Legal defense prep, Tommy. Pay attention. This is way more useful than anything Mr. Patterson teaches. Hey, Mr. Patterson protested weakly from his position against the wall. I activated my comm again. Command. The human juvenile is documenting our operation. So, she's a primitive with a writing implement. Continue the mission. Sir, she's making very specific legal references. Rick, are you telling me you're being intimidated by a child taking notes? When he put it that way, it did sound ridiculous. No, sir. Continuing operation. I turned back to Maya. Your documentation means nothing. We operate under galactic authority, which supersedes all planetary jurisdictions. Does it, though? She flipped a page in her notebook. Because according to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, no nation can claim sovereignty over celestial bodies, and all space activities must be for the benefit of all countries. Now I know
Why
you're
did the
not
U.S.
technically
build
a
a
nation,
giant
but
wall
the
stretching
principle
from Canada
applies.
all the way to
You're
Texas,
conducting
made not
hostile
of
military
concrete
action
or
on
steel,
sovereign
but of
territory
trees? And
without
how did this wall
authorization.
help stop a
That's
disaster
a
caused by
violation of
humans
international
themselves?
law, the Geneva
Look,
Conventions,
east of the Rocky Mountains
and
lie
probably
the
a
Great
bunch
Plains,
of space
a
treaties we
dry,
haven't even
flat, and
activated
almost
yet.
empty
From
region
lowered
that
his
throughout
scanner.
history was
How does she
considered
know about space treaties? Mock United Nations Club, Maya said cheerfully. I represented Luxembourg last year. Small country, big space mining ambitions. You learn stuff. This was getting out of hand. I needed to regain control. Enough talking. You will all comply or we will use force. Maya set down her notebook. Okay, so here's the thing about force. You fire one weapon in here, you've got 23 witnesses, plus whatever security cameras are still running. That's video evidence of assault on minors. Even if you succeed in whatever you're trying to do, you've just committed multiple felonies on count. Human social media would have that footage everywhere in about 6 minutes. About 8 minutes. You've got maybe 5 minutes before this place is surrounded by local law enforcement. Then state police, then probably the National Guard. Because alien invasion. I checked my tactical display. She was right. Multiple communication signals were emanating from the building. Emergency frequencies. We can handle human law enforcement, I said. But my voice lacked conviction. Sure, but what about the media? The government? The UN? You think they're just going to let this slide? Best case scenario, you leave here with nothing and this becomes an international incident. Worst case? You hurt someone and every human government on the planet unites against you, and humans are really, really good at holding grudges and building weapons when they're mad. Latch moved closer to me. Greg, she has a point. Our mission parameters didn't account for this level of exposure. It's one classroom, in a building with 3,000 students, Maya interjected, who all have phones, who all have social media. You're about to become viral, and not in a fun way. More like an entire planet wants your headway. I was losing this. I could feel it. This wasn't combat. This wasn't tactics. This was something else entirely, and I had no training for it. What do you want? I finally asked. Maya smiled. There it is. Okay, here's my offer. You leave peacefully right now. We tell everyone you were part of a surprise emergency preparedness drill. Some kind of new immersive training program. Weird, but believable. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody gets sued. Nobody starts an interstellar war. You go back to your ship, recheck your intel, and maybe invest in better scanning equipment that can tell the difference between data crystals and mall jewelry. And if we agree to this, then I destroy my notes. We all sign NDAs or whatever makes you feel better, and this never happened. You avoid bureaucracy, legal nightmares, and the very real possibility of my mother making your life a living hell for the next decade. I looked at my squad. They were all watching me, waiting for orders. We could fight. We could probably win. But at what cost? Command, I said into my comm. Requesting permission to abort mission. Negative. Secure the target. Sir, the target doesn't exist. Our intel was faulty. We're looking at massive exposure and zero gain. Silence on the line. Then explain. I explained. The quartz crystals. The media exposure. The legal implications. The teenager with the notebook and the terrifying lawyer mother. More silence. Then, abort mission. Extract immediately. We'll discuss this failure later. Great. A reprimand was coming. But at least I'd be alive to receive it. I lowered my weapon. Stand down. We're leaving. My squad looked confused but complied. Weapons lowered. Stance relaxed. Maya clapped her hands. Excellent choice. See, cooperation works. Now for the cover story. Mr. Patterson, you okay playing along? The teacher nodded frantically. Yes, absolutely. Whatever you want. Cool. So here's what happened. The district hired a private security firm to test emergency protocols. Bit over the top with the special effects, but very impressive. Everyone was super brave. Nobody panicked. We all followed procedures perfectly. Gold stars all around. That's ridiculous, I muttered. No one will believe that. You'd be surprised what people believe when the alternative is dealing with uncomfortable truth. Plus, school administration would much rather spin this as a successful drill than explain how aliens broke into a classroom on their watch. Liability issues. You know, she was right. Again. I hated how often she was right. Fine. We'll use your cover story. Great. Oh, one more thing. Maya pulled out her phone again. I need a contact method. You know, in case this happens again. Maybe we can establish some kind of communication protocol. Avoid future misunderstandings. You want our contact information? Well, yeah. You guys clearly need help with your Earth operations. I'm thinking I could consult, freelance, help you understand human culture, legal systems, social dynamics, prevent incidents like this. I stared at her. You want to work for us? Work with you? Important distinction? And not for free, obviously. I'm thinking college fund contributions. My mom's a lawyer, but law school is expensive. Clatch made a choking sound that might have been laughter. She's negotiating a consulting contract. After foiling our invasion. This human is insane. Or smart, Maya countered. Look, you guys are clearly going to keep coming to Earth. That's obvious. And you're clearly terrible at understanding human behavior. That's also obvious. So why not have someone on call who can help you navigate our weird little planet? Prevent future tactical disasters? I'm good at research, excellent at problem solving, and I already know your scanning equipment's limitations. That's valuable intel. I should have said no. I should have ordered an immediate extraction and never thought about this planet again. Instead, I found myself saying, I'll pass your offer up the chain of command. Maya's face lit up. Seriously? Awesome. Here, let me give you my email and phone number. Great. Oh, maybe a secure communication channel. Do you guys use encrypted messaging? Or is it more of a psychic link thing? We use quantum encoded transmissions. Fancy, okay, well, I'm sure we can figure something out. Technology always finds a way, right? As my squad began the extraction process, I watched Maya Torres return to her seat, like nothing had happened. The other students were slowly emerging from their hiding spots, looking confused and traumatized. Hey everyone, Maya called out. That was intense, right? But we all did great. Remember, this was just a drill. A really weird, really elaborate drill. Nothing to worry about. We'll probably get an assembly about it tomorrow. Maya, said the girl named Jessica. What just happened? Emergency preparedness. Very cutting-edge stuff. I'll explain later. We materialized back on our ship 3 minutes later. My commander was waiting in the bay, all 6 of his arms crossed in disapproval. Explain, he demanded. I explained. Everything. The faulty intel, the quartz crystals, The teenager who negotiated our retreat with threats of paperwork and lawyers. When I finished, my commander was silent for a long moment. A child, he finally said, defeated an entire Dominion strike force with words. Yes, sir. No weapons, no technology, just conversation. And the threat of bureaucracy, sir. He rubbed his primary forehead ridge. Humans are terrifying. Yes, sir. And you gave this child our contact information? She made compelling arguments, sir. Another long silence. Then surprisingly he laughed. A deep, rumbling sound. You know what, Vrek? Maybe she's right. Maybe we do need someone who understands these creatures, because clearly we don't. Submit her proposal to intelligence. Let's see if High Command is interested. 3 weeks later, I received a quantum-encoded message. It was from Maya Torres. Hey, Vrek. Got approved for the consulting gig. Thanks for the recommendation. Sending over my rate sheet and availability. Also, quick question. Do you guys have any more missions planned for Earth? Because if so, maybe run them by me first. Would hate for you to accidentally invade a kindergarten or something. That would be way harder to explain. Talk soon. I showed the message to Clatch. He read it twice. We just hired the human who defeated us, he said slowly. Yep, this is either brilliant or the worst decision in Dominion history. Probably both. And that's how Maya Torres became the first human consultant to the Galactic Dominion. All because she refused to scared, knew her rights, and understood that sometimes the best weapon isn't a gun, it's a lawyer mother and really good note-taking skills.
The thing about teaching military history to a classroom full of aliens, Professor Corvinthal mused as he adjusted his 4 shoulders beneath his academy uniform, was that most species had the courtesy to lose their wars properly. They'd fight, they'd fall, they'd surrender with dignity, and then they'd spend the next few centuries writing very respectful textbooks about how they'd learned valuable lessons from their defeat. Humans, apparently, hadn't gotten that memo. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? Let's start with the classroom itself. A gleaming testament to galactic cooperation perched on Kepler Prime Station, where the Alliance of 5 Worlds had established their premier military academy. The walls curved in that particularly nausea-inducing way that architects insisted was aesthetically pleasing to all species, though Thal suspected it was really just designed to make everyone equally uncomfortable. The holographic displays hummed with quiet efficiency, casting everything in that soft blue glow that was supposed to be universally soothing, but mostly just reminded Thal of the inside of a medical scanner, which, considering what he was about to teach today, seemed grimly appropriate. Settle down, Thal rumbled, his voice carrying that particular authority that came from having personally witnessed 3 galactic conflicts and lived to complain about the paperwork. His 4 arms moved in practiced synchronization, one straightening his lecture notes, another activating the holographic display, a third reaching for his ceremonial teaching staff, and the 4th unconsciously checking that his sidearm was properly secured. Old habits and all that. The students filed into their seats with varying degrees of enthusiasm. There was Brix Moulton, the crystalline being from the Helix Collective, whose geometric form caught the light in patterns that would have been beautiful if you could forget they were looking at you with about 30 different eyes. Brix preferred non-binary pronouns, which Thal had memorized after the 3rd formal complaint, settled into their specially designed mounting bracket with the soft chiming sound that meant they were either content or plotting revolution. With the Helix Collective, it was often hard to tell the difference. Near the back, Garen Stokes coiled his serpentine lower body around one of the adjustable seats, his scaled hands already taking notes in that meticulous way that made Thal slightly nervous. The Saurian Republic produced excellent military historians, which meant they also produced excellent military strategists, which meant Thal always felt like he was being quietly evaluated whenever Garen was in class. It was probably true. Floating near the ceiling because apparently sitting was too confining for her gaseous matrix, Nemi Cloudfall drifted in lazy patterns, her ethereal form shifting between translucent blue and worried purple. The color changes were involuntary, which made her terrible at poker, but excellent at diplomacy. You always knew where you stood with Nemi, even if where you stood was occasionally 20 feet above the floor. And then there was Emma Blake. Now, Emma was what you might charitably call unremarkable, if you were the sort of person who thought a perfectly controlled smile and eyes that seemed to catalog everything they saw were unremarkable. She sat in the third row, just left of center, with the kind of posture that suggested military training, but not the kind that advertised it. Her notebook was paper, actual, honest-to-entropy paper, which was either charmingly primitive or deeply suspicious, depending on your perspective. Thal had been leaning toward charmingly primitive until he'd noticed that Emma never seemed surprised by anything he taught. Not shocked, not outraged, not even particularly interested. Just aware. Like she was checking his work against some internal reference she kept filed away behind that pleasant, forgettable face. It was unsettling. But today, Thal told himself as he activated the main holographic display, today he was going to teach a lesson that would wipe that knowing look right off the little human's face. Today's topic was going to be educational for everyone involved. Today, class, he began, letting his voice carry that particular mix of authority and dark satisfaction that made students sit up and pay attention. We're going to discuss one of the most instructive military defeats in recent galactic history. A textbook example of what happens when a primitive species overestimates its capabilities and challenges its betters. The holographic display flickered to life, showing a blue-green marble of a planet that looked almost aggressively pleasant. White clouds swirled over brown continents and vast oceans, the whole thing rotating slowly in the artificial light like some kind of cosmic advertisement for peaceful living. Earth, Thal announced, and his forearms gestured in perfect synchronization toward the display. Home of the humans, a species so confident in their own abilities that they actually thought they could stand against the combined might of the Alliance of Five Worlds. He paused for effect, letting that sink in. Several students made the appropriate sounds of amazement and derision. Brix's crystalline form shifted to what Thal had learned was amusement, a sort of prismatic giggling. Nemi's gaseous form turned a definitely entertained shade of green. Emma Blake, however, just tilted her head slightly to one side, like she was listening to something the rest of them couldn't hear. The Third Sol War, Thal continued, warming to his theme, began when the humans refused a perfectly reasonable request to submit to Alliance authority. They claimed their sovereign rights were more important than galactic stability. They insisted that their independence was worth fighting for, even against impossible odds. Another pause. More appreciative murmurs from the class. Someone, probably Garen, made a soft hissing sound that might have been laughter. The Alliance, of course, tried to be reasonable.
Let's tab 59.
We offered them generous terms.
So the government has
complete
announced
cultural autonomy,
this is
local
great
self-governance.
one. I'm so pleased I'm doing this one. I think this is hilarious. So the government's announced that they're going to call up, let's get this right. They are going to increase the reserve liability call-up age for regular reservists across all three services. They're going to increase the call-up age from 55 to 65. You get the Armed Forces Bill next year, 2027. Why? Well, it's obvious.
So, Mike, you said there's a James Weaver that's up here?
Yeah, Wade. So everywhere you turn, there's somebody here that's of interest. And one of the problems we had with some individuals, like James Weaver, was he was too interesting. So he's one of only 2 people in the state of Iowa that ever received electoral college votes. He ran for president and actually received an electoral college vote. Now, do you think that was enough to make him interesting? Not really. He was also a direct descendant of Betsy Ross, the maker of the first American flag.
How are they connected?
He was a direct descendant. I don't remember if it was a 3rd or 4th great grandmother.
Okay.
But the thing that really caught our attention is he is the grandfather of Hank Ketchum, who was the creator of Dennis the Menace. Everybody's got a story. Some people have 3 or 4.
That's so cool. So we've got a presidential candidate.
Yep.
Connections to Betsy Ross.
He was
connections to Dennis the Menace.
And he was in the Civil War.
That's amazing. It goes to show you that people can have a very complex life, or maybe not as much.
Yep, and everybody's got a story.
Everybody's my story, right? Everybody's got one. Everybody's got one. Cool. So, Mike, you said there's a James Weaver that's up here?
Yeah, Wade. So everywhere you turn, there's somebody here.
You've done it now, Yanks. You've captured me. Would that be the enemy?
As a matter of fact, yes. Good work, 2nd Platoon. We took the objective.
Dirty man. Bloody hell. You've done it now, Yanks. You've captured me. Would that be the enemy?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Oh, you can say that over the phone, Batman, but if I had you here, I'd pound you to a pulp!
Start pounding, Joker.
Oh, you can say that over the phone, Batman, but if I had you here, I'd pound you to a pulp!
Start pounding, Joker.
Oh, you can say that over the phone, Batman, but if I had you here, I'd pound you to a pulp!
Start pounding, Joker.
Oh, you can say that over the phone, Batman, but if I had you here, I'd pound you to a pulp!
Start pounding, Joker.
Oh, you can say that over the phone, Batman, but if I had you here, I'd pound you to a pulp!
Start pounding, Joker.
Oh, you can say that over the phone, Batman, but if I had you here...
According to our records, Mr. Vanderhoff, you have never paid an income tax.
That's right.
Why not?
I don't believe in it.
Well, you own property, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you receive a yearly income
I
from
do.
it of between $3,000 and $4,000.
About that.
You've been receiving it for years.
I have 1901, if you want the exact date.
Well, the government is only interested in 1914 on. That's when the income tax started.
Well?
Well, it seems, Mr. Vanderhoff, that you owe the government 24 years back income tax.
Wait a minute. You can't go back that far. That's outlawed.
What's your name?
What difference does that make?
Have you ever filed an income tax return?
No, sir.
And what was your income last year?
$28.50, wasn't it, Essie?
Yes, sir.
If you please, Mr. Vanderhoff. You know there is quite a penalty for not filing an income tax return.
Look, Mr. Henderson, let me ask you something.
Well?
Suppose I pay you this money. Mind you, I don't say I'm gonna pay it, but just for the sake of argument, what's the government gonna do with it?
How do you mean?
Well, what do I get for my money? If I go into Macy's and buy something, there it is. I see it. What's the government give me?
Well, the government gives you everything. It protects you.
What from?
Well, invasion, foreigners that might want to come over here and take everything you've got.
Oh, I don't think they're gonna do that.
Well, if you didn't pay an income tax, they would. How do you think the government keeps up the Army and Navy? All those battleships?
The last time we used battleships was in the Spanish-American War. And what did we get out of it? Cuba. And we gave that back. I wouldn't mind paying if it was something sensible.
Sensible? Well, how about Congress and the Supreme Court and the President? We've got to pay them, don't we?
Not with my money, no sir.
According to our records, Mr.
I have no more patience for this.
Okay, you win. I'm coming out.
Friends, you can lower your hands.
Well, I can't really lower this one.
And why is that?
Because if I put this arm down, he might come down here and tear you apart.
Who?
Look, up on the rock. Are you nuts? You can't kill a lion with a .38 pistol. If I was you, I'd back up slowly into that cage.
Yeah. Surely that's a, tame lion.
Yeah. You could be right. I take my chances. It's his missus I'm worried about.
You open the door. Open the door now.
Give me the gun.
My husband said he was building a space for us to play D&D, but he's been down here for like a month.
Go away, you're gonna be mad.
No, you told me to come down
go
here.
away, you're gonna be mad.
No, come down here. Let me see.
I think I did too much. I built a whole tavern.
What the hell?
I built a whole tavern.
You said you were putting up blankets and some lights.
That turned into like actual tavern. This is like I don't know what happened.
enough cash to bankroll my revenge schemes.
Oh, Daddy, it's perfect!
After that negative pregnancy test, you've earned it.
Oops, that's the clutch.
You think Debbie's a buffalo? I'll show you a buffalo.
I'll be right back.
Hello, Janet. You think Debbie's fat? I'll show you fat.
I'm suing, you hear me? Suing!
Buddies, give me a beat. Okay, nice, very nice. Alright, Token, give me a smooth bass line.
I don't know how to play bass.
Token, how many times do we have to go through this? You're black, you can play bass.
I'm getting sick of your stereotypes.
Be as sick as you want, just give me a goddamn bass line.
God damn it.
Alright, buddies, give me a beat.
And his name is John C. And his name is John C. And his
Are you coming to the tree? Are you coming to the tree?
I do. You don't. Listen, when I say I do, that means I do. Gotcha, kid. Come on, Eddie, let's get out of here. Move it, Pop. I don't. You do.
Good afternoon, officer.
So Mr. Haley admitted shooting you?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Buck.
A German officer shoved a submachine gun into Leonard Funk's stomach and screamed at him to surrender. Funk looked at the 90 armed Germans surrounding him, looked at the barrel pressed against his gut, and did something that made no sense. He started laughing. The German officer froze. He was used to prisoners begging for their lives, not cackling in his face. But while the officer stood there in total confusion, Leonard Funk was counting his bullets. Funk was only 5'5" and weighed 140 pounds, a former store clerk who the army thought was too small for combat. But as his laughter echoed through the Belgian village, he slowly reached for the Thompson submachine gun slung over his shoulder. The German officer relaxed, thinking the American was finally handing over his weapon. He was dead wrong. In one blurred motion, Funk swung the muzzle down and emptied a 30-round magazine into the officer's chest. Before the other Germans could even process what was happening, Funk slammed in a fresh mag and sprayed the yard. Within 60 seconds, 21 Germans were dead in the snow, and
Like it's a unit.
Well, it's like pool. You got to call your shot.
All right.
Or else it didn't happen.
I'll probably just shoot the right post one there. We are live.
I get along with everybody. Kitchen's outside of the prison. You don't belong here, boy. I ain't never been a boy, man. Now I was born with a grown man dick. You understand? Leave him alone. Come on, Billy. He don't belong on our side.
He's the one I told you made those popping off tarts.
Oh, hell, man. Those were the shit. My bad. They gonna put me on the set, man. Somebody gotta hold me down.
I got a better idea.
Come on.
Yo, Cookie.
Nah, I don't need no help. Before you say no, why don't you give me your leftover ingredients and watch the magic? Okay. Okay. All I need is the salt from this. Put some Spam in here. Paprika is all I need. My version of hot wings. Good, huh?
Billy, let the Brotherhood know that Trey works with me.
Thank you so much. Like I said, I get along with everybody. That was 15 years ago.
You gonna give up that recipe before you go?
If you give the man a fish, he eats dinner. But if you teach a man a fish...
Yeah, there's fish in it.
I'm doing a proverb, Prison pad thai. Don't go overboard on the peanut butter. 2 packets are way too much. Second chances are a beautiful thing. This time, I'm gonna be a force for positive change. I'm finally doing something that's gonna make my mom's proud. I get along with everybody.
So at night, the light turns on and the little wheel.
Yeah. I like some spare ribs, French fries, and a big old juicy cheeseburger on the side with a chocolate mousse. Thanks.
I can get you some of those things, especially the cheeseburger.
I don't want you to give me no cheeseburger, man.
I'll wash your socks.
What? I don't want you washing my socks. You leave my socks alone, man. Stay out of my face.
These are delicious. Aren't you amazed at the quality of these vegetables in a prison?
I'm amazed at what's crawling around in our soup.
What are you talking about?
Little creatures. There.
Yeah.
I like...
Has everyone lost their mind? It's just a game of paintball.
Yep, with one rule. Last man standing gets the prize.
What is this prize?
You don't know. Priority registration.
Priority registration. That's why everyone's running around like a bunch. Does that mean what I think it means? Like you could have first choice of your classes next semester? Easy, sugar bear. You could schedule your classes on a Monday and then take a 6-day weekend.
You can do a lot of things. Talk me through the hunger, Abed.
Every student wants that prize, Jeff. And there's no way to share it, so we'll eventually alternate each other. The longer we wait to do that, Jeff, the longer we work together, the longer we last.
Is everyone running in packs?
The debate team was the first to do it, but they felt infighting.
They say the Glee Club has luring stragglers into sniper traps with cheery renditions of hit songs.
Really?
Oh my God, this literally could never have gone more perfectly ever in a million years. It's taken 14 years and 800,813.5 miles exactly. But right now, in this very moment, as I'm literally pulling into my driveway, there it is. Stop! Boobies! Oh my God.
There we go, all finished. My Mongolian missile defense system. Those Mongolians try to break down my city wall again, they're gonna get a big heat-seeking missile surprise! Oh, hello, Mongolian. Yeah, you come to break down my city wall? Oh, you gonna throw that baseball at my wall? Oh, no, not a baseball. I'm pretty scared. But you know what? I might have something here that's a little bigger than a baseball. Say hello to my little friend. Oh, crap.
G'day, girls. Mick Dundee from Australia.
Looking for a good time, honey?
Either of you ladies attached or married or anything like that?
No, we're both single ladies. Is this your first trip to New York?
First trip.
This is how tea was produced back in the 1600s. This would be called a brick of tea or a tea cake. From China to the UK, every single bit of space was money. So you could put far more of these bricks into a ship than if you had loose bags of tea. In China and India, these were also cut into squares, and the squares could be exchanged as currency. And people would expect and accept a block of tea for goods. And you would scrape your tea into the pot, or you would have a greater.
As soon as this girl laid out the bed, her two dogs took their places. Then a third dog came and slept right between them. The next day, the owner laid out a bigger mattress so that all three dogs could sleep comfortably. But still, the third dog wanted to sleep in between them. The owner, getting frustrated, bought two mattresses, but even then, the third dog refused to sleep separately. Then,
old phrases we still use today and where they originated from.
Squatty elevator, now with stability side grips and built-in Alexa audio. It lifts your legs while the seat stays put, then locks rock solid so you can focus on the task at hand. Milwaukee M18 Squatty elevator.
Purple rain.
You alright?
A pram at midnight.
It's my shopping.
Oh my god, Sarah, you alright? I'm fine. I'm gonna have to report this. Name, the doctor. Occupation, not a doctor. Address, that blue box over there. Doctor, what would that be? Just the doctor. She's gonna say yes. Who is? Your girlfriend, when you ask her to marry you on Christmas Day. Smithsonian screwdriver just went ping. And that precise ping is detecting a 2-carat diamond in your pocket, which says engagement ring. And I'm guessing that she's a she, because 91% of men wouldn't choose a diamond. But how do you know she'll say yes? Because the sales start on Tuesday and you just couldn't wait. And that is why she loves you. Merry Christmas.
Ma'am, it says here you were born January 1st, 1908.
That's right.
That would make you 45 years old?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm gonna hold on to this. When you come by the station house to pick it up, please bring your birth certificate.
I'd be happy to, officer. Is tomorrow morning alright?
Sure.
Soon after, Adeline moved back to San Francisco and took a clerical job at the School of Medicine.
Adeline?
Miriam, hello.
My God, you haven't changed a bit.
Oh, that's very kind of you to say. I'm sorry, we really must leave.
Who is it?
It's the police. Can you open the door, please?
Did you make an appointment?
No.
Then come back tomorrow. Who is it?
I leave my company, Panhandle Oil and Gas.
Currently worth $600 million.
However, Bill, since you had zero interest in my company while I was alive, I don't imagine that will change much after my death.
Excuse me, but my client would like to explore all of his...
One of those instructions Mr. Hamilton skipped over is Red's desire that each of you vacate after receiving your portion of the estate. A cow farm.
A 10,000-acre cow farm.
Well, what's that worth anyway?
To Sarah, the widow of my late son, J. Howard Stevens, I am truly sorry for the events of the past. Please know that Jay's death represents the greatest tragedy I have ever experienced. I leave you control of my Myers Park estate where you now reside, and a managed trust for expenses as long as you live.
There we go.
Jason,
Well, let's cut the BS, because I know what he left me. Nothing.
Walk away and you'll never know, will you? I leave my company, Panhandle Oil and Gas.
currently worth $600 million.
However, Bill, since you had zero interest in my company...
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey! We missed it! What, someone actually hit all 6 numbers? No, it rolled down. No, that's impossible. It's only the second week.
It never rolls down before 3.
It rolled down last night and we missed it. The Harvard group triggered it on their own.
How would they know how much to bet? The lottery doesn't post the amount.
Well, they knew.
Jerry!
Where are you going, Jerry?
Jerry!
Hey, Jerry. Why'd you come riding in on your tractor to come give me a whooping?
Believe me, I wanted to. Part of me still does. But then on the long drive here, well, most of that just went away. And I realized that I wasn't really angry at you. I'm disappointed.
Oh, you're disappointed in me.
No, not you. You're insignificant. No, I was disappointed that I let a selfish kid like you get to me. I was always good with math, but it took a long time for me to figure people out.
So, tell us, Jerry, what did you figure out?
That the solution isn't numbers. You told me that I was playing the lottery because I had nothing else. But the reason you won't share the pot is because you have nothing else. You think being the smartest guy in the room is all that matters. But it turns out it's this room that matters. All these bright young people helping you get rich. How are you helping them? Guess you haven't run the math out on that, huh? Anyway, my tractor's running. I wish you all the best of luck.
What? Just get back to counting.
Hey!
Where'd you get that bird?
Internet?
What's the hood for?
I think you take it off when you want him to do a trick.
Make him do a trick.
Okay. Falcon, do a loop-de-loop.
Yeah.
A barrel roll. Scratch that. A reverse barrel roll. Then back to the glove.
Oh, boy.
Ta-da!
Meet the new Milwaukee M18 powered baby rocker, built for those workplace babies who just need a little motion. Quick set speed control, M18 power, and up to 120 minutes of runtime. So even meet the new Milwaukee M18 powered baby rocker, built for those workplace babies who just need a little motion. Quick set speed control, M18 power, and up to
Count to 3 and do one big pull-up, okay? No. Ready? 1, 2, 3, pull. Good. Good, straighten it out. Good. Now step up. Good. You got it. You got it. Hey, look at me. Look at me. You got it. Pull up, pull up.
Hello, I'm an electric car. I can't go very fast or very far, and if you drive me, people will think you're gay.
One of us! One of us!
Hello.
How many fingers do you see?
How many?
I got you, Cartman! You didn't get me! I totally got you, I heard it!
This guy makes some of the most unusual tools to chop his wood every morning, like this French guillotine that makes it so efficient to chop multiple pieces at the same time. This custom helmet axe that he uses when his arms are too sore from the previous morning. The oversized axe that surprisingly still works as well as a normal sized one. The arm strapped axe that eliminates the need to hold it, also lets you stab the wood. This real life sword that can chop wood not single, not a double split, not even a triple split, but a quadruple.
Lemon tree, very pretty, and the lemon flower is sweet. But the fruit of the poor lemon is impossible to eat. Lemon tree, very pretty, and the lemon...
Louis Moet. 1938, he joins the army. He's like, let's go! And then
It's like Freaky Man, real freaky. We're gonna freak out together. I'm way out, man, like the rest of you cats.
Hey man, you really grew! Smith!
Very wide, narrow wheelbase. Oh, just over the kicker, just kept it going there. Just thought for a moment he might find the straw bale. He's mooing all the way down, isn't he? Here's the berm. That's good through there. The two big tests lie in wait. Here's the water. Gets through the water even though he got a face full. I don't think he was expecting that. Now then, bone rattler. Final obstacle, but to the moon. Here's the bone rattler. What happens here? It's been a good run to this point. He's over the rattler, is he? Just managed to avoid the bales. Now it's about the time. Just lost a bit of speed towards the end. 102.3. Very wide.
They're coming! Some kind of machine! Red eyes! Laser! It's their secret weapon!
Sheldon!
Coming! Hello?
Shelly, you alright? What's all this?
An extra layer of protection.
Sweetie, is someone bothering you?
Yes.
Who is it?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Mary, slow down.
Why aren't you more upset about this?
I just think we should proceed with caution.
What are you doing?
Hiding.
From who? Is Billy the one giving you trouble?
No.
His dad?
No.
No.
He's a demon.
She looks harmless.
She's cute, so she probably gets away with stuff.
You need to talk to her parents.
Well, howdy, neighbor.
Is that baby mama claiming you're the baby daddy? Milwaukee's got you. Meet the new Milwaukee DNA P tester. Just pee in one end, point the sensor at the baby. The M18 power scan tells the truth. You are not the baby daddy. Boom! Milwaukee. I'll say.
Blanche, honey, how are you?
Oh, you're probably pretty uncomfortable right now, but in a few days you'll be feeling fine, Blanche. Can we get you anything?
Whoa.
I think you got yourself one hell of a lawsuit there, Blanche. Is this a last-minute decision?
We're very sorry, sir.
Nurse, do you know what happened to Mrs. Devereaux?
Oh, Mrs. Devereaux canceled her surgery. She checked herself out this morning. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Diodoro. It's time for your medication.
Diodoro? Funny he didn't look Italian.
You
may have defeated me, hero, but so long as my phylactery remains hidden, I shall simply revive where it lies. The f*** is the matter with you? You already defeated me.
I may not be able to finish you for good, but I can stop you from hurting anyone else.
But you forget, hero. My undead form will simply regenerate.
Which is why at the start of each day, I'll cut off your limbs again. And I'll sharpen a pole, stick it up inside you, out through your mouth, and wear you on my back, a wriggling trophy for all to see.
What the f***, dude? Okay, here. My false eye. It's my phylactery. You sick f***.
Or maybe I do kill you. Let you rejuvenate inside.
First up is honk if you worship the devil.
They have read the bumper sticker.
It's green.
What is the most redneck thing your family has done? Me and my family went undisturbed on a horse ranch for 2 decades until some strangers invaded and bought a narrow plot of land at the back of ours. We thought everything was fine until a...
It is 3:45 a.m. I was in bed. It is pouring down with rain out. This husky won't come inside. And guess what happened? He's barking up a storm. Do you know why he's barking up a storm? Because he's decided that he needs his chocolate-covered strawberry squeaky toy. I can't reach it, Archer. I can't reach it, bud. I was in bed. Do you want me to get it for you? Give me a second. I got it. I got it. It's 3:45 a.m. It's 3:45 in the morning. It's 3:45 in the morning. I love him so much.
So, I will.
muy pegriloso, muy pegriloso.
Oh no. I owed him up.
Prepare ship for light speed.
No, light speed is too slow.
Light speed too slow?
Yes, we're gonna have to go right to ludicrous speed.
Ludicrous speed? Sir, we've never gone that fast before. I don't know if the ship can take us.
What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
Prepare ship! Prepare ship for ludicrous speed. Fasten all seatbelts. Seal all entrances and exits. Close all shops in the mall. Cancel the three-ring circus. Secure all animals in the zoo.
Give me that, you petty excuse for an officer. Now hear this. Ludicrous speed.
Sir, hadn't you better buckle up?
Buckle this. Ludicrous speed. Go! My brains are going into my feet.
Prepare ship.
I arranged to have a friend fill in.
Maybe he's full of apples.
Holy smoke, he's a toon! Not just any toon! Remember me, Eddie?
When I killed your brother, I talked. Yes! Wait! Jumping jeepers!
Good morning, Horace. Sweet Sister Sadie. Where the hell did you get that? I've had it a while. I heard about the car. Fabulous coming after you in tanks. Yeah, they're making those these days. Well, you got that covered. Not bad, my ass. You got to strain the remains for the fingerprints.
Well, this is the 44 Magnum Automag, and it holds a 300 grain cartridge, and if properly used, it can remove the fingerprints.
Almost there.
Forget this fool, man. He's fronting. Ain't no one here scared of you, you fake-ass gangster. Get your
fake ass up out of here.
You were scared for like a minute, though.
This eating his gum.
Got an announcement?
Hey, John. Yeah, I can meet you where you at. Yeah, I heard it. On my way. On my way.
$100 says I can drink that water without having to move the towel.
You're full of it.
Promise. Ready?
Okay, let me see this. Where's the trick? You're going to tell me to look and you're going to splash it in my face or something.
No, I'm not. I'm really drinking this water. And I've not touched this towel. I'm not going to touch the towel.
Okay, I mean, show me. Prove it.
I can't touch the towel. You're going to have to touch the towel.
Oh, I'm not. No. No. Pick it up then. If you pick it up without touching the cup, pick up the towel. Go ahead.
Told you I'd drink it. Can I have $100 now?
How'd you do that?
$100 said.
We must tell no one.
I don't understand.
We must tell no one.
What the hell was that? Spaceball 1. They've gone to plaid. We passed them! Stop this thing!
We can't stop. It's too dangerous. We've got to slow down first.
Bullshit! Just stop this thing! I order you! Stop!
Let me help you, sir.
Are you all right, sir?
Fine. How have you been?
Fine, sir.
Good.
It's a good thing you were wearing that helmet.
Yeah.
What should we do now, sir?
Well, are we stopped?
We're stopped, sir.
Good. Well, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Very good, sir.
Smoke if you got 'em.
Oh.
So scientists gave parrots money, and the parrots immediately changed the rules because they trained them that metal rings equals food. Drop a ring in, get a snack. Then the researchers introduced unfairness. One parrot got a pile of 10 rings, and the one next to it got none, separated by a wall with a tiny slot. So the rich bird watched the other one miss meals and started pushing rings through the gap anyway. They ran the test again and again. Same result. Sharing until both could pay and eat. The researchers expected hoarding. Instead, the parrots spotted inequality and fixed it. So scientists gave parrots money, and the parrots immediately changed the rules because they trained them that metal rings equals food. Drop a ring in, get a snack. Then the researchers introduced unfairness. One parrot got a pile of 10 rings, and the one next to it got none, separated by a wall with a tiny slot. So the rich bird watched the other one miss meals and started pushing pushing rings through the gap anyway. They ran the test again and again. Same result. Sharing until both could pay and eat. The researchers expected hoarding. Instead, the parrots spotted inequality and fixed it. So scientists gave parrots money, and the parrots immediately changed the rules because they trained them that metal rings equals food. Drop a ring in, get a snack. Then the researchers introduced unfairness. One parrot got a pile of 10 rings, and the one next to it got none, separated by a wall with a tiny slot. So the rich bird watched the other one miss meals and started pushing rings through the gap anyway. They ran the test again and again. Same result. Sharing until both could pay and eat. The researchers expected hoarding. Instead, the parrots spotted inequality and fixed it. So scientists gave parrots money, and the parrots immediately changed the rules because they trained them that metal rings equals food. Drop a ring in, get a snack. Then the researchers introduced unfairness. One parrot got a pile of 10 rings, and the one next to it got none, separated by a wall with a tiny slot. So the rich bird watched the other one miss meals and started pushing rings through the gap anyway.
Going up, sir. Mind the steps, sir. Your floor, sir.
Amaya! Ich bin eine Hyäne!
Ah, no!
What's up, Doc? Jumping without a parachute? Kinda dangerous, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could get killed, huh?
Here's the spare.
Thank you. Ah, no!
Poor fella.
Yeah, ain't I a stinker?
Jones gets him every time.
The German soldier started applying butter from the edge to the center, and upon seeing this, his crew grew suspicious. They casually gave him another piece of bread to see if he would make the same mistake again, and when he did, he was quickly captured. It turned out the soldier was actually a spy who didn't know the bread and butter order to spread butter from the center outward, which conserved food and left clean edges, something every civilian knew in Germany. The German soldier started applying butter.
And I had this idea. I mean, she's terrified of black people.
This one here is considered the safest.
What do you say?
Ready?
Do something. Do something.
I love you. At least Han didn't get us first.
Really? You're gonna bring that up right now? Kavuyo!
Ah, there is nothing more sexy in the whole world than a beautiful woman with an incredible gun.
You're such a romantic.
Watch your eyes. Close your eyes.
I love the way your toes curl right before you fire. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Here comes the Badger blimp.
We better get out of here in a hurry.
Switch to secret hyperjets.
Switching to secret hyperjets.
Buckle up back there. We're going into hyperactive.
We're closing in on them, sir. In less than a minute, Lone Star will be ours.
Good. Prepare to attack.
Prepare to attack!
On the count of 3. 1, 2... Wait!
What happened? Where are they? I don't know, sir. They must have hyperjets on that thing.
And what do we got on this thing? A Cuisinart?
No, sir.
We'll find them, catch them!
Yes, sir.
You can walk as far as you want in the virtual world without ever actually leaving this room.
Sorry, sir, but you're going to have to leave.
Ow! Ow!
Sir? Is everything all right, sir?
Yes, I've done it, Bob. Child's play, I don't know what all the fuss is about.
This is the last time I work with someone with a speech impediment. This means war.
What, you think that's funny?
Oh, it's a panic!
You won't think it's funny when I stick that pen up your nose.
Look, the stain's gone. It's disappearing ink.
No hard feelings, I hope.
Those dogs are funny. They never get to finish the act.
Eddie Valiant! Long time no see.
What are you doing here?
Work's been kind of slow since cartoons went to color. But I still got it, Eddie. Boop, boop-be-doo.
Yeah, you still got it.
This is the future of buying new shoes. First, you just put your bare foot inside this futuristic machine. Then, a special liquid polymer is sprayed all around it. The machine instantly 3D prints a perfect...
No, hey, just...
Help! Stop!
Obstacle directly ahead, Mrs. Tratner. Check your mirrors and bring the car to a stop.
Excuse me? What did you... Thank you. Drive! Excuse me?
What do you think you're doing?
You are not qualified.
What about my instructor?
Turn left. Turn right.
Please, stop! I can't do this anymore! I can't see anything now!
Here. 3, 2, 1. Go!
Oh, now just left a little. Good. Straighten up, straighten up. Good. Well, that was very good, Mrs. Tratner.
Help! Stop!
구독!
灯打开啊。
You find everything okay today, big fella?
Actually, man, no. Do y'all sell cast iron skillets here?
No, we don't have any skillets in stock, but I can order one in for you. Be here in a couple weeks.
Nah, man, that's all good.
No trapdoors! Put it down a bit!
You have an impressive fire team protecting you, but I think we all know, after a valiant stand, everyone in this room will be dead.
Next wing.
Hello, boss. Don't scroll. This truck is $3,000.
Apparently, yes. But the problem really started in Birmingham, surely. Well, your people gave me the details, yes. Apparently there were 7 of them, is that right? Yes. Well, listen, how about if your people talk to my people about it? Then their people can they get hold of my secretary and she'll pass on.
Not so fast, Walter.
Is this a...
He's lost his mind.
I don't think so.
Thanks.
Hey, Daddy, keep it up. You're killing him. You're slaying him. You're knocking him
This was the most perfect revenge in history. At an American airport, baggage handlers were so rough with the luggage that they broke a musician's guitar. He immediately asked the airline for compensation, but the airline told him to come back tomorrow. That same night, he had a concert to perform, so he paid $1,200 out of pocket to get the guitar fixed. When he returned the next day, the airline claimed that more than 24 hours had passed and refused to cover the damage. After repeated attempts to reason with them failed, the musician decided to strike back. He wrote a satirical song about the airline and uploaded it online. To his surprise, it went viral overnight, resonating with countless travelers who had faced the same frustration. That's when the airline started to panic. They reached out to him, apologized, and even offered compensation as long as he agreed to take the song down, but the musician turned them down in the exact same way. In just 4 days after the song's release, the airline's stock price plunged 10% and its market value dropped by $180 million. So what do you think? Isn't this the most satisfying revenge story ever? This was the most perfect revenge in history. At an American airport, baggage handlers were so
rough with the luggage that they broke a musician's guitar. He immediately asked the airline for compensation, but the airline told him to come back tomorrow. That same night, he had a concert to perform, so he paid $1,200 out of pocket to get the guitar fixed. When he returned the next day, the airline claimed that more than 24 hours had passed and refused to cover the damage. After repeated attempts to reason with them failed, the musician decided to strike back. He wrote a satirical song about the airline and uploaded it online. To his surprise, it went viral overnight, resonating with countless travelers who had faced the same frustration. That's when the airline started to panic. They reached out to him, apologized, and even offered compensation as long as he agreed to take the song down, but the musician turned them down in the exact...
Change pieces.
Okay, gonna work? What's going on?
Why are you looking at me like that? What am I doing wrong?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Who are you, Popeye?
I panicked. I was panicking.
Jeez, get it together.
The Robotniks have entered the chat.
Wait. Poppy seed? Grand Geezer, donde está?
I'm right here. If you weren't family, I could have got you like a pheasant. I mean, try to keep up.
Am I? Am I?
Some car mods look fancy, but they're actually illegal and can get your car pulled off the road, and the most illegal one might already be on your vehicle. Starting with the least threatening one, which is flame tuning. It's literally an ECU setup that dumps extra fuel into the exhaust in order to shoot fire. In many countries, that counts as emissions tampering, which can turn a simple mod into serious jail time. Next are aftermarket lights. They might look dope at night, but using red or blue flashing is legally considered impersonating emergency vehicles, and that's an instant pullover. Next up is painting your car in Venta Black, which is the blackest paint on the planet, and if you add dark window tint, your car becomes invisible at night. You combine that with license plate covers, which black out and hide your plate from street cams, but if you want to go a step further, you can use plate flippers. With a push of a button, your plate vanishes, and if you want to go even further, you can pair it with a flashbang that blinds cops behind you. Some car mods look fancy, but they're actually illegal.
Yeah, so once she's able to, we can do it. Well, it's gonna have to wait until after you're treated, she's treated, and all that. And then after that, just phone number. You got a phone number, right? The kids. How many kids were in the car?
Just the daughter.
Just the one. Okay. Yeah, she's getting taken care of too.
She okay?
As far as I know, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other driver's fine.
I don't want to die like this! It's derivative!
I know you're planning to twist my words again. You'd give me...
Excuse me, son. We're going to be closing in 5 minutes, so you have to... Ow! Something's wrong with...
Snow in the forecast. Meteorologist Stacey Donaldson here. And Stacey, we might get a little snow as soon as tonight?
That's right. It looks like overnight snow tonight and early tomorrow, but we had highs around 50 degrees today, so this is a big swing for us going into tomorrow morning with some light snowfall. Now, we aren't expecting a big event with this cold front as it pushes through. We have some clouds moving in right now from our Denver 7 rooftop camera. It looks gorgeous up at Loveland Ski Area and looking down at I-70 right now with those blue skies overhead. But our weather planner includes light snow from tonight after about 11 o'clock until about 5 to 6 a.m. That's kind of our window through the overnight hours. We may still see a little flurry activity early tomorrow, but that's going to move out as we get through the rest of the day, and it'll be warmer for the rest of the week until we get to the weekend. And it looks like a big batch of cold air is headed our way once again, and we're keeping our eyes on that Bronco game.
I got it. Oh. Sometimes. Oh.
You shouldn't be up there, should you? Whoa.
What is happening?
Whoa.
What is happening? No.
Buraya gel.
You're mean.
I know that. Look at.
I got it. Oh. Sometimes. Oh.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my Lord, thank you for blessing me. What am I to rhyme and do like it feels good when you know you're down. A super dope
Hi, I'm God.
Don't worry, okay? Deep down, God's a softie. I've never seen him get mad.
What in the is this? I ordered a burger and curly fries. Regular fries! One thing that makes me angry is when someone tries to trick me. Up, hombre. Give him the punishment. What the hell?
Did he just turn that? I don't know.
He'll fit this from upstairs.
Wow, Craig. Pretty bold.
Violent criminals. Here's what you do with these Emmy Award winners. Take the entire prison farm for violent criminals. No parole, no police, no supplies.
Some machines refuse to break. They're built with incredible precision. They keep running decade after decade, long after their makers are gone. From century-old engines to one-of-a-kind clocks, here's 15 machines that are still running after 100 years. Starting with number 15, the Centennial Light Bulb, 1901 to present. Hanging quietly from the ceiling of Fire Station Number 6 in Livermore, California, it's one of the longest-running machines ever built, a single carbon filament light bulb that's been burning almost continuously since 1901. It's known as the Centennial Light. It's been verified by the Guinness World Records and Ripley's Believe It or Not as the world's longest-lasting operational light bulb. Now, the bulb was manufactured by Shelby Electric Company of Ohio sometime in the late 1890s. It uses hand-blown glass and a thick carbon filament. These are materials typical of early incandescent bulbs. Unlike modern tungsten filaments that run extremely high temperatures, the Shelby bulb operates at a lower temperature and produces a faint orange-amber glow, and consumes only about 4 watts of power. That lower heat output is the primary reason for its survival. The filament doesn't really evaporate as quickly, and the internal vacuum has remained intact for more than 100 years. According to the station's records, the bulb was first installed in 1901 at the Livermore Fire Department's original station on L Street, and when the department moved buildings in 1976, the bulb was carefully transferred with its power source still running, escorted by police and local electricians to avoid disconnecting it for too long. Since then, it's glowed almost uninterrupted with only short power outages and maintenance transfers. Tests performed in the 1970s by General Electric engineers and the Illuminating Engineering Society all confirmed that it was an original Shelby bulb and that the filament was still structurally intact. In 2015, a digital power monitor was added to log any interruptions, confirming that the bulb had continued burning for more than 1 million hours. Today, you can view the bulb through a webcam, and at the small Centennial Light Bulb Museum adjacent to the firehouse, it is a point of civic pride for the city of Livermore, and it is a living artifact of early electrical history. This warm, dim light serves as a literal and symbolic reminder of how enduring simple, careful is to keep the pendulum oscillating with exact rhythm, and this system required little lubrication, and because the coils replaced many mechanical gears, the wear over time has been minimal. Maintenance records show regular cleaning and rewiring, but no major component swaps since the early 20th century. The timekeeping accuracy is within a few seconds per week, which comparable to modern mechanical tower clocks. The electrochemical contact system, the tiny platinum points that open and close, still operate using the original design. The Zettler company was later absorbed by Siemens. They produced only a limited number of these early electric clocks, and very few survive. The Munich example has been verified by both horologists and electrical historians as one of the oldest continually operating. Unlike later synchronous or quartz systems, it depends only on gravity, basic magnetism, and precision metalwork. No electronics or even fragile wiring. Its brass bearings and pendulum assembly were built with generous tolerances, allowing for expansion and contraction through decades. The wooden case housing of the master pendulum has remained sealed against dust and moisture. For more than a century, the Zettler clock has kept time for churchgoers, historians, and tourists without interruption. While modern digital clocks might outnumber it, few can claim a record of uninterrupted service like this one. More than 130 years after it began ticking, 1854 to present. Standing above the village of Laxey on the Isle of Man is a massive red and white water wheel that's been turning for more than 160 years. It's known as the Laxey Wheel, or Lady Isabella. It was completed in 1854 to pump water from the island's Great Laxey Mine. It still remains one of the largest working water wheels in the world and one of the oldest mechanical machines still operating in its original form. The wheel measures about 72.5 feet in diameter and 6 feet wide. It was designed by engineer Robert Casement and named after the governor's wife, Lady Isabella Hope. Originally, the wheel powered a series of rods and cranks that stretched over 600 meters underground to pump water from the lower mine levels, and that system required no external fuel or electricity, only gravity and flowing water. When the mine closed in 1929, the wheel was preserved as a historical monument, and restoration efforts kept it functional. Today, it continues to spin daily during the tourist season, driven by the same water system that sustained it since Victorian times. Periodic restorations, most notably in 1989 and again in 2022, focused on replacing corroded iron fittings and decaying timber, but the original mechanism is intact. Engineers have confirmed that much of the gearing, crankshaft assembly, and bearing structure date to the original 1850s build. Today, it serves as a heritage landmark and an example of pre-electric mechanical engineering. You can climb onto the upper platform where the steady rhythmic rotation of sound and cascading water remain unchanged since Queen Victoria's reign. More than half a century later, the Laxey wheel still performs exactly as it was designed to, power for Christ at noon each day. The designer, Jean-Baptiste Filguet, a Strasbourg-born mathematician and clockmaker, spent over 30 years designing the movement. He developed a gear system of nearly 100,000 components. Much of them still function today, and unlike purely mechanical clocks that rely solely on weights and escapements, the Strasbourg mechanism integrates astronomical gearing and calendar programming accurate to the year 9999. Now, remarkably, it still operates using the 1843 gearing escapement and astronomical tables. The movement does require weekly winding, a task performed manually to lift the large counterweights. And although minor restorations have replaced some worn brass bushings and iron pivots, the original mechanism remains operationally authentic. Each day at solar noon, crowds gather to watch the procession of the apostles and the striking of the automaton rooster, a spectacle that's continued almost unchanged for generations. It is the same working machine installed in 1843, still performing the same intricate calculations with amazing precision. It is proof that the pre-wheel that first turned in the 19th century. The Jenks Machine Works was one of the companies of the Blackstone River Valley. It was often described as the birthplace of America's Industrial Revolution. The engine there is typical of late Victorian industrial design, a massive cast iron flywheel driven by steam pistons through a crankshaft, with mechanical linkages distributing power to belt drives across the shop floor. The system originally powered looms, metal lathes, and milling machines through an overhead line shaft system that was basically a network of pulleys and belts that transmitted motion to every workstation. Now, while the factory's production stopped long ago, a group of preservation engineers and volunteers have kept the steam engine operational. It now runs on low-pressure steam generated by a modern boiler for safety, but the motion and sound are unchanged from the 1890s. The engine's lubricators, the valve gear, and the governor are all original. Periodic maintenance, oil cleaning, and inspection of the main bearings has been enough to keep it turning smoothly for more than 100 years. What makes this one extraordinary is not just the age, but the fact that it was never decommissioned or rebuilt. When engineers tested the tolerances of the flywheel and cylinder in the early 2000s, they found them within the original factory specifications. Today, demonstrations of this engine draws engineers and students and historians interested in mechanics of early industrial America. This rhythmic motion, the thick steel rods moving in synchronization.
This owner pranked his cat by making him believe his ferret friend had passed away, because when the ferret was in a deep sleep, it would not wake up no matter what, so the owner decided to tell the cat. At first, he did not believe it, and even tried hitting him to wake it up. Then the owner decided to place the ferret in the trash bin, and when the cat saw his friend lying still, he couldn't believe it, and thought his best friend was really gone. So he refused to eat all day, and even cried so much that it soaked the bed sheet. But that night, the ferret woke up and started drinking water. The cat didn't notice anything strange at first, then he looked again and thought it was a ghost, so he ran away. After he realized he had been fooled, he became so angry that he smacked the ferret and even taught the owner a lesson, but the guilty ferret couldn't let it go. So he brought him a tiny cookie as an apology, and they became best friends again. And if this made you smile...
I bought one of the skin diving outfits. Let me see it like a frog man.
Jesus turned to his disciples and said, "One of you shall betray me."
On this episode of Tweaker Geographic, we
It's just nice to come back and sell a lot of tickets again. It always happens, but it's happened again. And the best thing is lots of young kids out there, isn't there? Yeah, yours, mine.
This cat did something firefighters had never seen before, and you need to see what happened. A warehouse worker named Mike adopted a small black cat and brought it to work every day because he lived alone and didn't want to leave it home. The cat would rest in Mike's office while he worked his shift, and everyone at the warehouse knew it and would gently pet it during breaks. One day, there was an accident in the warehouse storage area. While Mike was doing inventory in a back section far from the exit, the fire alarms went off and everyone quickly evacuated the building. In the confusion, no one realized Mike hadn't made it out, and he was still inside a closed storage room, unable to move or call for help. The black cat, however, managed to get out through a small opening and ran toward the firefighters who had just arrived. Instead of hiding like most animals would, the cat started meowing loudly at them and running toward a side entrance of the building, then coming back again and again. At first, the firefighters thought it was just scared, but the cat would not give up, staying around their feet, then running a few meters toward the door and looking back as if asking them to follow. Two firefighters decided to follow the cat. Inside the building, the air was smoky and it was hard to see clearly, but the cat kept moving ahead of them, stopping at corners, checking that they were still behind, then turning down one specific hallway as if it knew the way. They followed it through several corridors until the cat stopped at a closed storage room door and began scratching and meowing urgently. The firefighters opened the door and found Mike on the floor, needing help but still alive. They brought him outside to safety.
How can there be a cassette of Spaceballs the movie? We're still in the middle of making it.
Oh, that's true, sir. But there's been a new breakthrough in home video marketing.
There has?
Yes. Instant cassettes. They're out in stores before the movie is finished.
Nah. Here it is, sir. Spaceballs.
Good work, Corporal. Punch it up. That's much too early. Prepare to fast forward.
Preparing to fast forward.
Fast forward.
Fast forwarding, sir.
No, go past this. Past this part. In fact, never play this again.
Try here. Stop it.
What the hell am I looking at? When does this happen in the movie?
Now. You're looking at now, sir. Everything that happens now is happening now.
What happened to then?
We passed then.
When?
Just now. We're at now.
Go back to then.
When?
Now.
Now?
Now.
I can't.
Why?
We missed it.
When?
Just now.
When will then be now?
Soon.
How soon?
Sir!
What?
We've identified their location.
Where?
It's the moon of Vega. Good work. Set a course.
Thanks to an eyewitness sketch drawn by an 8-year-old, police were able to identify and arrest the man suspected of robbing a downtown bank.
Take a look at the drawing.
The suspects side by side.
I mean, it is
Thanks to an eyewitness.
Man inherited a Native American statue from his grandfather and noticed a strange, sealed opening at the bottom. When he broke it open, he realized why his grandfather always protected it. Frank Carter inherited the life-sized wooden Native American statue his grandfather protected. Moving the sculpture to his workshop, Frank found a seam on the base, sealed with hardened resin. He tried prying it with chisels, but the seal was rock solid, confirming it was permanently sealed. Driven by curiosity, Frank borrowed an X-ray scanner to examine the interior. The monitor showed a hollow compartment with rectangular objects. Determined, Frank used solvents and a heat gun to attack the ancient adhesive. After hours, the base finally cracked open. He reached inside and retrieved several aged, leather-bound documents. The moment he read the faded ink and recognized the seals, he realized the terrifying truth behind his inheritance. Like If You Want Part...
After being away from home for a while because she was giving birth, the owner finally came back home with the baby. But since the baby was a total stranger to the cat immediately started hitting the baby's foot. The first impression clearly wasn't great, but knowing they'd have to live together, the cat decided to investigate first by sniffing the baby's foot. But after sniffing the foot, the cat looked completely shocked by the smell. But even though it was shocked by it, the cat seemed addicted to the smell and couldn't stop sniffing. So from that point on, even when the baby kicked the cat in the face, the cat refused to move.
This Doberman refused to let his owner open the basement door for 3 nights straight. The owner thought he was just being aggressive, so he finally dragged him away and locked him in the backyard. But the second the dog was gone, the house went deadly silent. He reached for the handle but froze when he saw the fresh scratches on the wood. He slid his phone under the door to see what was blocking it and saw a pair of bare human feet standing in the dark, waiting for him. He scrambled back and ran for his life, realizing his mistake. The dog wasn't attacking him. He was the only thing keeping that door shut. This Doberman
3, 2, 1, fire.
Hey!
Smallest propane tank. First of all, fill it up, then screw it on.
Bad luck at the table, friend?
Not bad luck, mister. It was robbery. They got all my money, but I want to keep my skin.
You look like you need a drink.
This is a true story. A chef was in the toilet. Suddenly, a huge wave overturned the ship. Harrison, sitting on the toilet, was thrown off. The entire room was instantly plunged into darkness.
She's not a goddess! How could I blow a goddess down? She's a mere mortal, and she was giving orders to titans, lords of the earth. We're gonna take all the food in this village, and nobody better get in our way. And you, come with us.
No, she's not going anywhere.
Who are you?
Let's just say I'm the Sacred One's protector.
You're gonna protect her from us?
If I have to.
People are standing inside a 14-ton trap, and they're smiling for the camera. They think it's just harmless art. This 26-foot giant is designed to take you down with it. Most people step inside its hollow chest for a photo, but they have no idea they're standing inside a killing statue. Underneath that natural skin is a massive industrial skeleton of steel, engineered to rot and self-destruct. People are standing inside a...
Okay, wait.
Get off the table, now. I'm a horrible person. My mom is recovering after this.
Hello?
The berries are all done. No more till next year.
Do you know who owns that piece of property across the road from you? The one with the tumble-down house on it?
I am the owner.
I want to buy it.
I don't know if it's for sale.
I want it so bad that I'm in no position to negotiate. You can take full advantage of me. Name your price.
You're rich?
Mister, I don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of.
If that's the case, how do you expect to pay for the land?
I've learned that the greenback dollar isn't the only way to get things done in this great country. Let's talk. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll wash your dishes, do your laundry. Dishes daily, laundry once a week. Clean your house once a week. My oldest son will give you 8 hours of chores each week, plus any other work you may need on call, at minimum wage plus 10%.
You pay me interest?
Take advantage of it. Look at this place. Takes a lot of work.
How do I know you won't just up and run off someday?
Well, if I did that, then you'd have all that free labor plus your land back. But I'm telling you something, Mr. Moon. If you sell me that land, I'm building me and my kids a house we ain't ever leaving. At least not while I'm still breathing.
So Mama talked herself into 3 acres of land with a half-finished shack on it. And we kind of took over Mr. Moon's.
cat was wanted by everyone in the building because his posters were placed everywhere, in the lobby, in the elevator, and even near the trash cans, warning that he was dangerous and no one should go near him. But when the girl took out the trash, she saw him digging through garbage for food and he looked more hungry than dangerous. So she decided to follow him, and the manager told her that this cat once scratched his owner, so they threw him out. And ever since then, he has been living off trash and leaves. But when she saw him trembling under a tree, the girl knew there was more to his story. So
A home security camera captured a heartwarming moment. A delivery driver arrived to fulfill an elderly woman's oil delivery request and quickly connected the hose to her home's oil system. Once the job was done, he could have simply waited, but instead, he noticed something else. The front steps were covered in snow.
Jesus.
I want to die.
I think you should.
What?
You're of no use to society. You'll waste innocent taxpayers' dollars, abuse the weak legal system, and enter a cowardly plea of insanity to a morally bankrupt defense attorney? For what?
I think I've changed my mind.
That is so not an option.
What you...
How you feeling? Getting better by the day, sir. You look like...
This man couldn't understand why his own cat attacked him every time she saw him. With everyone else, she was sweet and affectionate, but the moment he tried to approach, she switched into defense mode. She hissed, swatted, and hid, leaving him frustrated and confused. His family wanted to help, so they tried rubbing catnip on his hands, hoping she would relax, but it made no difference. She stayed tense and angry, always moving away whenever he approaches. Finally, they called a vet. After hearing the story, he understood instantly. The man had once been the cat's closest companion, but when he left home for college, she waited for him for years. In her mind, he had abandoned her. The vet suggested something surprising. Wear his old clothes so she could recognize his scent. Slowly, she stopped hiding, approached him on her own, and accepted gentle pets again. The bond she thought she had lost finally returned.
Anything you'd like to add? Yeah. I want to be taller.
This owner puts a magnet around his cat's neck so he could collect scrap metal to recycle and sell it. Once he opened the door, the cat immediately ran out for an adventure. First, he found a heavy iron rod, so the owner removed it and let him continue. But on his way,
This evil neighbor chainsawed a treehouse built for a boy with leukemia, all because it blocked his view.
You waited until they were at chemotherapy to take a chainsaw to a child's sanctuary?
It crossed the property line by 5 inches. It blocked my sunset view. I have rights.
He claimed it crossed his property line by 5 inches. He destroyed it while the family was at the hospital.
It was Leo's dying wish.
Came home from the hospital and just cried.
The father was devastated, but the judge
They got a call about an aggressive dog and quickly rushed over there, but something completely unexpected happened. When they arrived at the scene, the dog in question was fast asleep, so the man carefully used his catch pole, but the moment the dog woke up, the man was confused. Because the dog wasn't aggressive at all, he actually looked very friendly and seemed to trust people. He even loved getting pets and rubs, so it seemed like something was off, and the truth was that the dog wasn't the problem at all. It turned out that the caller had acted aggressively against the dog first, so the dog was simply trying to protect himself. They got a call about an aggressive dog and quickly rushed over there, but something completely unexpected happened. When they arrived at the scene, the dog in question was fast asleep, so the man carefully used his catch pole.
This is an example that animals also have emotions. This cat and dog were best friends. Sadly, the dog died, leaving the cat alone.
Something hilarious happened to this Amazon delivery driver. The moment he stepped out to drop off a package, this cat sprinted into his van. After he confirmed the delivery, he gently took the cat out, but it immediately jumped back in.
And his name is John C. And his name is John C. And his name is John.
Bart switched the text content while Homer was live streaming, then he kicked over the background board again. Homer was completely angry when he saw the live broadcast being messed up. He immediately took out the water pipe and sprayed Bart. The water pipe is not connected to the faucet. Homer then installed the faucet and grabbed Bart's neck, but soon he cut off the water pipe.
Eat sunset fruit!
Wow, Santa Claus!
Homer picked up the box behind him and retaliated against Bart. Bart smashed the seatbelt at Homer. Immediately after, he opened the rolling shutter behind Homer. A few raccoons at the door headed straight for Homer and bit him. The scene of the two fighting happened to be transmitted through live streaming. Netizens were amused and burst into laughter. The boxer was so busy watching videos that he forgot he was in the game. The clown accidentally tripped over a banana while performing, causing a burst of laughter. The result is that the audience is watching Homer's video. Pregnant women and healthcare workers also forget their respective responsibilities during childbirth. The baby simply ran out on its own. At this moment, Marge is giving a bath to the two people who stopped fighting in the courtyard. They are both blaming each other for their behavior just now, as they don't like each other. At this moment, internet celebrity Parker arrived at The Simpsons. He saw the viral video of Homer and Bart online, so he wanted to sign two people to become internet celebrities.
Confirm human. Traces of facial contact with non-human. Continue the search. You will need this.
What's that for?
Compensation.
She killed him. She did it. She murdered him.
Jejune have no authority over human crime.
But she's not human.
Oh, but I am. I've been catalogued.
But she's not. She assimilated. You drank his blood. The doctor's blood.
Non-human.
What?
Confirm analysis.
He gave his life so they'd find you.
Confirm. Plasma Vol, charged with the crime of murdering the child princess of Pantraval Regency 9.
Well, she deserved it.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him 2 lips like roses and clover.
You have to admit, this is a very curious turn of events. I mean, 7 years ago, I arrived on this very doorstep, heartbroken and alone, and you had chicks coming out the kazoo. Now look at us. The student has become the master. Arigato, sensei.
My old apartment! My old burrito! My old girlfriend! Nope. Is that it? No, it's just that ice cream truck that almost ran me over. There's not one thing about this place that I missed.
If I just put Seymour out, by which I mean you.
Yeah, Yancey, I stink. Come on, who's playing? Nobody. Is that what I think it is?
Yep, your favorite, Captain Crunch Casserole.
Sorry to disturb you all, but Fry needs to get going.
I was just telling him that, Leela.
Huh? My old
Please talk to your brother and say what you want to say.
I've got my Jack Speed bag packed already.
I took the pictures myself. She played patty cake.
Impossible. I don't believe it. It can't be. The kid's the night of my life.
Now drink this, son. It'll make you feel better. I know all this seems pretty painful now, but you'll find someone new.
Good-looking guy like that, Dames will be breaking his door down.
Dames? What Dames? Doesn't get the only one for me. You're gonna be happy again. You got that? Happy, totally T-P-P-I.
Well, at least she took it well.
In 1835, a woman was left behind on a barren island in the Pacific Ocean. No
This golden retriever started stealing his owner's dinner every single night. The owner thought he was just being greedy. He decided to catch him in the act, following him down the dark hallway to the small storage closet under the stairs. But when he opened the door, he realized the dog wasn't hungry. He found a pile of rotting, uneaten food in the corner. Confused, he crawled inside and found a makeshift bed and a message scratched into the wall that made his blood run cold. He turned around to see a stranger's feet standing in the doorway. He scrambled backward and ran for his life down the hall. He realized the dog wasn't feeding the stranger. He was leading his owner there to show him the truth. This golden retriever.
Waking up to find an abandoned red pickup truck parked in his driveway, the truck blocking him in and preventing him from going to work.
But it's what the homeowner and his dad found inside of that truck that truly shocked them.
This red truck doesn't belong here. According to the homeowner's dad, it was left here sometime between 10 o'clock last night and 8 this morning when his son found it there. But figuring out who this belongs to wasn't James DeLong's only problem.
He can't get out to go to work.
So he called police.
They said it would be 4 hours, so
they could do anything, get anybody out here.
So in the meantime, DeLong did a little investigating himself, and what he found inside shocked him. DeLong said he also found stolen checks inside, and what he saw next made him worried about his son.
And the guy in the truck had a bunch of receipts for copper and a couple of recycling places. So you always wonder if they're going to try to break into his house to take the copper, the air conditioner, things like that.
DeLong said he saw the apparent owner of the truck come by. The man didn't take the truck, but took something else. After about 4 hours, the truck was eventually towed away.
Waking up to find it a...
What about you, Dorothy? You must be exhausted being here by yourself all night.
I wasn't alone. Stan came by and stayed with me, brought me food, held me, showed me that special part of himself.
Right there in the waiting room?
Not that part, Rose.
What about you?
This stray cat kept bringing gifts to a widow's door. When she followed it, she couldn't believe it. A 67-year-old widow named Margaret lived alone. Quiet life, same routine every day. Then one morning, she found a sock on her doorstep. Just one sock, still damp from the rain. The next day, a glove, then a small toy car, a hair tie. Every single morning, something new. And every time, she saw the same orange tabby cat sitting at the edge of her yard, watching her. Margaret started leaving food out. The cat would eat, then disappear, but the gifts kept coming. Then one morning changed everything. She opened her door and found a child's hearing aid. Bright blue, still turned on, still warm, like someone had just been wearing it. Margaret picked it up. The orange cat was sitting there, staring at her. Then it turned and started walking away, looked back, meowed, like it wanted her to follow. She followed it 3 blocks. The cat led her to an abandoned house, broken windows, overgrown yard. The cat squeezed through a gap in the fence, kept looking back at Margaret, meowing louder. Margaret called the police. They broke down the door. Inside, they found a 6-year-old deaf boy, alone, scared, hungry. He'd been living there for 9 days. His foster parents had moved to another state and left him behind. The boy kept pointing at the cat, making hand signs. The cat had been bringing him food from neighbors' trash, keeping him company. Police scanned the cat's microchip. He belonged to a deaf elderly man who died 4 months ago. The man had trained the cat to fetch items he dropped. The boy is with a new family now.
My mother said you're rich. Do you mind if I pry?
The floor is yours.
How rich are you?
Embarrassingly rich.
Does it start with a B?
Yes, it does.
Do you have a boat?
Yes, I do.
How big?
120 meters.
Do you have a plane?
You were just on my plane, and I have...
Impressive.
Not necessarily. There are planes, and then there are planes. You were on the baby one. Now, it's my turn.
One moment. You did say the floor was mine. Are you satisfied?
Of course not.
My mother said you're rich. Do you mind?
Away from her!
Hi. Sorry, I'm...
Late. Take a seat. As I was saying, what do you think happens on Monday morning, everyone?
Oh, guys! Hey, I got it. Hey. Oh, wow. Thank you. That's so nice. No worries. Oh no, now you can't get through. Oh, you know it's all good. Go, 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 go.
Hey, come back! Stop!
Oh, kidding me. Thanks again for swiping me in. Oh, you're welcome, ma'am.
Donald Trump won't be president!
God, are you kidding me! Well, thanks again for swiping me in up there. Yeah, you got it. I'm Abby. I'm Alana.
I'm Robert.
Hey, hi, Robert.
Hey!
Oh, guys. Hey, I got it. Hey. Oh, wow. Thank you. That's so nice. No worries.
He saw intruders on his land and fired a warning shot. But the men in the woods turned out to be game wardens. They charged.
Cut! What the hell was wrong with that take?
Nothing with you, baby Herman. You were great. You were perfect. You were better than perfect.
Roger.
Oh, no.
In a sunlit living room, a fluffy spaniel runs an obstacle course while a tiny tabby offers moral support. A golden...
Dude, that's cool. That's fantastic. That's a genius idea.
They work just like a regular Bluetooth speaker. You got your controls, you got your charging port. But it's that easy. Go ahead, put them on. I bet you could do it without me even showing you how to do it.
Yep.
There's your music.
Yep, definitely. Dude, that's cool.
Do you feel this?
No.
How about that?
Nothing.
Nothing, huh? How about this? Nothing? Any feelings there?
And where?
This tiny kitten was being sucked toward a massive industrial fan, and he was too weak to fight the powerful wind. He was sliding closer and closer to the deadly blades, but his mother didn't try to pull him back. She realized she had to stop the airflow itself. She climbed up and spread her body wide across the metal intake grate, blocking the wind with her own fur. The suction slammed her against the steel mesh, pinning her so tight she couldn't even breathe. She was suffocating herself to cut the power of the wind. She held her breath until her baby could walk away safely. But despite her incredible sacrifice, she didn't get even a single like and subscribe.
Who wants to hear about my new conspiracy theory about lawyers? 1. They can't legally lie, but they trade in half-truths and misleading language. 2. Obsessed with contracts. 3. Required to follow the letter, but not the spirit of the law.
To pick up my ankle biter. It's his first day.
Very Katz. What grade's he in? Fourth. Same as my boy. Yeah, you look like an outdoorsman, Nick. What do you think of this whole survival camp idea?
What is it?
Well, the school's putting on this summer. Teach the kids how to survive in the woods, fishing, making campfires. Dads are welcome. You ever take your boy into the outback where you were, down under?
Just last month. Took him into the bush. Taught him how to kill a wild boar with a stick.
Kill a boar, but he's like 9 years old.
Little late than never, right?
Oh, Mr. Dundee, right. One small problem, one we run into all the time here. We call it the Hollywood syndrome.
Look at that. She's like, I don't know what's going on in here. But it sure is loud. I'm going to use my dent center because I don't have a dent machine in this shop. I'm going to use the dent center. It's kind of like a mini dent machine.
This guy found a glitch in the UFC, and here's how it worked. Roy Nelson, also known as Big Country, kept winning with the same punch again and again against opponents who knew exactly what was coming. And these weren't average fighters. He was beating experienced and dangerous opponents and breaking into the heavyweight top 10. On paper, his style made no sense, and the punch was obvious. But Big Country wasn't trying to surprise anyone. He stood his ground, absorbed pressure, and waited for one small mistake. And the moment his opponent committed forward, that punch landed with his full body weight behind it. This guy found a glitch in the...
Show me this man. High Priestess, the stranger would defile us. This one is different. He carries starlight in his wake.
Might I beg audience? Look upon the High Priestess.
What's happened to you? The heavens have blessed me.
Does it hurt?
It is necessary.
Who told you that?
The voice. Is this what's going to happen to all of you?
The blessings are manifold.
They're stone.
But why?
This word, this image in your mind, this volcano. What is that?
Who are you?
High Priestess of the Sibylline.
Talking to the creature inside you. Taking over the flesh and turning it into what? I demand you tell me who you are.
We are awakening. The voice of the gods.
Name yourself! Planet of origin! Galactic coordinates! According to the universal ratification of the Shadow Proclamation! Tell me your name!
Show me this man. High Priestess, the stranger would defile us.
I'm turning off the light right now. I'm calling it a night. I'm turning off the light right now. I'm calling it a night. I'm turning off the light right now. I'm calling it a night. I'm turning off the light right now.
I instantly regret throwing my pickle.
Ah, that's my cue. Get your replacement pickles here. Pickles for chucking and chewing. I'll punch your pickle. Oh, no you don't. Smith and Fister are neck and neck as they saw through their final cookie. This is gonna be really close. A tie! A tie! Fister and Smith both qualify for the World Championship in Alaska.
Your training worked. Hit me again. I want to smoke Jeff in Alaska.
I'm happy to hit you, Stan, but it's gonna be with the truth. You'll never win in Alaska.
Of course I will. You saw me out there.
That's the championships. They're gonna check to make sure the wood isn't butter.
How can wood be butter?
I have been replacing all your wood with a simulacrum made of the product butter. Butterwood. The trick wood you've been chopping and sawing. We've been cheating. You're a terrible lumberjack. Oh, don't be sad. How about a couple of quick punches to cheer me up?
This guy's walking down the street when he falls in a hole. The walls are so steep he can't get out. A doctor passes by and the guy shouts up, "Hey, you, can you help me out?" The doctor writes a prescription, throws it down in the hole, and moves on. Then a priest comes along and the guy shouts up, "Father, I'm down in this hole, can you help me out?" The priest writes out a prayer, throws it down in the hole, and moves on. Then a friend walks by. "Hey Joe, it's me, can you help me out?" And the friend jumps in the hole. Our guy says, "Are you stupid? Now we're both down here." The friend says, "Yeah, but I've been down here before and I know the way out." As long as I got a job, you got a job, you understand? This guy's walking down the street when he falls in a hole. The walls are so steep he can't get out. A doctor passes by and the guy shouts up, "Hey, you, can you help me out?"
This is how Donkey Hooves invented one of the most...
What do you got? Fuck me.
What is it?
A shitty New Year's present. It's a Picasso, boy with pipe. It's also a huge fucking tax problem.
Well, once you sign that, I've got 17 more crates scheduled to come to you after the holiday.
I'm not signing that.
Well, you got to. Take possession.
You busy today?
No, but I'd like to be done. You know, go home, watch a bowl game.
Oh, yeah, sure. That is $1,000. And a few more for them. I need you to wait here a while.
Day changer. All right.
Okay, get him a chair, a coffee, some food, whatever he wants. Set up the game on the laptop for him. This may take a minute. Right now, that painting and 17 others like it are gonna run over me like a Mack truck. What do you got? Fuck me.
What is it?
A shitty New Year's present. It's a Picasso, boy with pipe. It's also a huge fucking tax problem.
Well, once you sign that...
It's okay, Daddy.
Three, 2, 1. Let's see how it comes out.
suggested we meet here because the playground's the easiest place to see it.
Why'd you wear that veil? If I had a face like yours, I wouldn't hide it.
You remember my face then? The memories are all still there. The library, the doctor, me. You've just been programmed not to look.
Sorry, but you're dead.
In a way, we're all dead here, Donna. We are the dead of the library.
Well, what about the children? The children aren't dead.
Your children were never alive.
Don't you dare say that about my children.
Look at your children. Look at all of them, really look. They're not real. All the children of this world, the same boy and the same girl, over and over again.
Why are you doing this? Why are you wearing that veil?
I suggested we meet.
The scene is
Oh my God.
What?
It's happening.
What is it?
Don't move! Miss Ventura?
Yeah. Oh, wow, one more punch and you get a free yogurt. The cinnamon hippo? Is that like Chuck E. Cheese?
Remind that. Russell Hollander, MBFW.
National Bureau of Fish and Wildlife.
It's my kid. I'm in charge here. Do you have any idea how often they let a member of Fish and Wildlife lead a SWAT team?
Yeah, never. You guys don't even get badges. You wear patches.
Give me that. Try that again, I'll be arrested for assaulting a federal officer.
Okay, fine, geez, but technically police dogs outrank you.
Range Hollander, they're towing your car, sir. Again?
Hey, wait a minute. Can't you just tell us what's...
The scene is
Oh my God.
What?
This dump is too filthy for a man with a positive worldview. I'm gonna start cleaning. Dirt, carpet, another layer of dirt, Congolium, the perfect floor for doing a happy jig. And now to light up the sign and let the world know that the new improved Moe's is open for business. Wow, non-losers? I never thought I'd see the day. Gentlemen, what can I get you?
We'll take anything you've got, aged 15 years or more.
Well, actually, I do have this bourbon that I brewed myself. It'll either be the best thing you ever had or the last thing you'll ever have.
Hey, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Mo, we're venture capitalists. We turn dreams into money that mostly goes to us, but you get a little.
How many bottles of this Kentucky Kool-Aid do you have? Just the one, but I could whip up 200,000 or 300,000 more.
Mo, you got a great product.
One slip.
You got my parking fee, Weddle?
Bro, back off.
Who are you talking to, buddy?
Fred, a boy I met in the Oculus.
There is no boy named Fred. Fred is the name of a 49-year-old pedophile in dolphin shorts who's trying to groom you to live in an ice cream van.
You wanted me to make a friend? I met a friend. You can't have it both ways. That's Fred. Can he come for dinner?
You gave our address to a child molester?
You're gonna be so embarrassed when he isn't a pedophile.
Fucking kidding me?
Are you Jake?
What?
No, I'm not. Fred! Jake! What's up, bro? Bro, check out this portal I found.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I thought you were a pedo grooming my son. No, not a groomer. Thought the same thing about your kid. The name Jake is a little pedo-like, so. Fred sounds like a kitty diddler.
What's a parvile?
Well, that's a parvile growing inside her.
And the breath of a paraphile will incinerate you, Doctor!
I warn you,
I'm armed. Donna, get that grill open. What are the Paramount doing here?
We fell from the heavens. We fell so far and so fast we were rendered into dust.
And now you're using human bodies to reconstitute yourself. But why the psychic powers? Seeing the future, that is way beyond psychic. You can see through time. Where does the gift of prophecy come from? Why can't this lot predict the volcano?
I see into his mind. The weapon is harmless.
Yeah, but it's got a sting.
10 of you will be locked in the starvation bunker with no food or water. There, you will die. Insane.
My poor wife, my poor children, I'll never see them again. Can you please? No! Please! Please! I need them. Please!
I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vibe.
I am a Catholic priest.
Oh, I love it and I
Let
hate
me
it
take
at
his
the
place.
same time. Hiding all of our sins.
You know this Polish pig?
From the daylight, running from the daylight. From the daylight.
But he has a family.
Take this old fool instead.
I hate it at the same time.
Do not eat that sandwich.
Morning, officer.
Extensive criminal history. Multiple felonies.
There once was a deputy called Fife who carried a gun and a knife. The gun was all dusty, the knife was all rusty because he never caught a crook in his life.
Ever notice that after-work beer belly is here to stay? We made it go away. Introducing the Milwaukee Panis Bra, the single cup that has your front. Breathable silicone mesh, so light you can swim. Ever notice that after-work...
Yo, this is one of the coolest videos I ever seen. I'm sitting here thinking she gonna knock the bottle cap off. No, she done hit a drop. Yo, this is one of the cool.
Stop! Stop! You go through there, you'll die. What? If you set foot on human soil, you'll turn to rock.
Where have you taken me?
Planning to enter war, were you? If death is what you wish, my dear, I'd be more than happy to assist you.
Are you talking to me?
Ah! You! More work. Anyhow, no, I wasn't. I was talking to the star.
My slave girl's no star. Any fool can see that. If she was, I'd have had the art out of her chest a long time ago. Trust me.
Trust you, not a mistake I'd be likely to make again. What's it to be, Detective? Heads or tails?
Of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. As I walk.
Could you maybe point to the boy who hurt you?
N'existais pas, dis-moi pourquoi j'existerais pour traîner dans.
Whenever this girl travels to different parts of the world, instead of collecting stones, she presses clay onto carvings to capture their patterns, and then she puts ink on it to stamp the clay design into her book without damaging the nature and creating memories she'll remember for the rest of her life.
Now who is it?
Doctor, there's a young woman in emergency. I can't find Dr. Lucas, who's supposed to be on duty.
All right, what's the problem?
She seems to have a foreign object lodged in her vagina.
Let's go.
Come on, let's get this shit over with.
Where's the foreign objects?
So this cool little bowl came in the mail today. It's completely baby proof, does not come off no matter how hard you pull it. Got some great suction action. So let's give it a shot. So this cool little bowl came in the mail today. It's completely baby proof, does not come off no matter how hard you pull it. Got some great suction action. So let's give it a shot.
I love everything.
A golden opportunity arises while cooking. A golden opportunity arises while cooking. A golden opportunity arises while...
I will tell you who murdered your wife in 20 minutes. I just need 3 things. What? First, Donna here is injured. Let her go so she can be taken care of. Second, I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, me too.
And me. Fine. Third, I need a pen and some paper. Okay?
Did Jane tell you to say anything, give you a message?
No, just gave me a hug.
Jane sent us a note.
What'd it say?
Hey everybody, solved the case. Saw envelope on Mayor's desk left by Amber. Must be what the killer was looking for. Can't get to it right now. Yours truly, Jane.
That looks like you had it wrong. There's no envelope on the mayor's desk. Because you have it stuffed inside your bulletproof vest. Excuse me?
He killed Ginger Crosswhite, and he killed Amber Sutherland.
What possible reason could I have to hurt those women?
Amber, the video expert, figured it out. And then you killed her. But what you didn't know is she left a message about what she found on the mayor's desk.
There was no envelope.
Yes, there was.
Take off your vest.
Open it. Read it out.
Arrest me.
Okay. Look at that, huh? I will tell you who...
Hello! Broken arm, huh? That's no fun.
Hey, get out of here!
In his first year back in the White House, President Donald Trump has left an indefinite mark on some of Washington, D.C.'s most historic spaces, and no place in the nation's capital has experienced more dramatic change than the White House. The Oval Office has undergone a significant overhaul, featuring new artwork that includes portraits of former presidents and a copy of the Declaration of Independence. Gold accents now line the walls and ceiling, as well as the door and window frames.
It's 24 karat gold and everybody loved it.
Similar decorative changes were also added to the nearby cabinet room. Just outside these rooms lies the West Colonnade, the iconic walkway long used by presidents as they travel between the White House residence and the West Wing. Along this corridor, Trump introduced a Presidential Walk of Fame, featuring portraits and plaques honoring former presidents. The portrait of Joe Biden is noticeably absent and has been replaced with an image of an auto pen. Nearby, the Palm Room, which connects the West Wing to the residence, has been renovated with a new marble floor and a crystal chandelier. Additional marble was added to the walls and floors of the bathroom off the Lincoln bedroom, too. The Rose Garden, traditionally used for major announcements and ceremonial events such as the Thanksgiving turkey pardon, has also been transformed. Originally designed during President John F. Kennedy's administration and renovated during Trump's first term, the garden's central grass lawn has now been completely paved over. Trump has referred to the redesigned space as the Rose Garden Club.
We call it the Rose Garden Club.
Other changes to the grounds include the installation of 2 large flagpoles on the north and south lawns. On the opposite side of the White House, the East Wing, formerly home to the offices of the First Lady, was demolished to make room for a new ballroom.
I think it'll be really beautiful.
Beyond the White House grounds, Trump's influence has extended across the city. The Board of Trustees of the Kennedy Center voted to rename the Performing Arts Complex the Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts, with the building's facade updated to reflect the change. Trump has also unveiled plans to construct a Paris
All right, fasten your seatbelt, space fans. NASA's Might Artemis II moon rocket is now at its launch pad and getting ready for liftoff. Madison Scarpino has the far-out details. Madison.
Hey, Kevin. Yeah, this is kicking off the final preparations to send humans to the moon for the first time since the 70s. It will be the Artemis II mission, and NASA's administrator says it's a historic moment.
This is the start of a very long journey. Now, we ended our last human exploration of the moon at Apollo 17, the 17th mission. Now, I hope someday my kids are going to be watching, maybe decades into the future, the Artemis 100 mission.
Here's a time-lapse video of that massive Artemis II rocket being transported to the launch pad at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's 14 million pounds altogether, and it was a 4-mile trek that took nearly 12 hours to arrive since it could only move at less than 1 mile per hour. And NASA says engineers and technicians will now start preparing for a test of fueling operations and countdown procedures, which the agency says are essential steps before the first crewed Artemis mission. Artemis II will carry 3 American NASA astronauts and 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut around the moon for about 10 days. Now, those astronauts said yesterday they were ready for the trip, and they even talked about some tough conversations they've been having with family.
I want to walk with my kids. I told them, here's where the will is, here's where the trust documents are, and if anything happens to me, here's what's going to happen to you. And that is a part of this life.
I love talking to my husband. He's been very inquisitive about the actual technical aspects of the mission. I really have to make sure he knows that it's not like the International Space Station where we can just make a phone call. So he's not going to be able to call me and ask where something is in the house. He's going to have to find it. That's been a big one for us.
And Artemis II is still considered a test flight since they're just going around the moon to see how the systems work with humans on board. That launch could happen as soon as next month, but the Artemis III mission is set to actually land humans on the moon at a future date. And of course, sending people to the moon is a stepping stone to Mars. Kevin?
I mean, I like the idea. I would volunteer. Would you volunteer? Tell the truth.
I would not, but I'm really happy for you, Kevin.
I knew you were going to say that. Madison Scarpino, of course. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate that.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. Executive Vice Chair is Darrell Issa, and the good Congressman joins me now. What do you think are our military options in Iran, Congressman?
Well, military options are somewhat similar, Stuart, to what we've already seen. But there are other options. As you know, before going in to get Maduro, they started taking ships off the high sea. The president has that capability to literally enforce sanctions by removing ships carrying Iranian oil. In the appropriations just underway right now, in the reorganization of the Voice of America, dramatic changes, getting rid of wasteful programs, but plussing up Iran, Cuba, and China, interdiction in the way of communication. And most importantly, the president has the respect of the world. So when he says that he needs to have a coordinated effort against Iran, this time he'll get it.
A report shared by White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says U.S. forces used a sonic weapon in the Maduro raid. Eyewitnesses suggested that when the weapon was used, people fell to the ground with blood coming out of their nose. What do you know about sonic technology?
Well, there's some sonic, thank you for that question. There's some sonic technology that's manufactured right in San Diego, and it's used by the Coast Guard and so on. And it can be used anywhere from long-range talking to painful to even the symptoms you said. And it's one of the many non-lethal tools the United States had. In this case, it saved a great many lives by disabling rather than simply shooting or blowing up many of the guards. So these non-lethal, non-kinetic weapons are part of the growing arsenal that President Trump is leading to make sure that our troops have.
That's extraordinary stuff. I got one more for you. President Trump says he's committed to taking over Greenland. He says China and Russia will take it over if we don't. Congressman, are Russia and China actually moving on Greenland already?
Well, the Russians, that's a great question. The Russians have already dominated the Northwest Passage with their icebreakers and their activities up there. And so, you know, when you look at it, we only have a small part, the Alaska coast, that's up on that side. But Canada and Greenland both need to be able to protect that area. Greenland, backed by Denmark, is unable to do so. And so just as we all look back on the Louisiana Purchase and realize that without it, America would be nothing close to what it is today, it may well be that the president is seeing what others will later see, that Greenland needs to be under the protection, control, and potential development by the United States, and that a purchase could be in the best interest both of Denmark, who cannot deal with that threat from Russia, and the United States and Canada, who are prepared on behalf of NATO and on behalf of our people to protect the entire Northwest Passage.
It's all happening, isn't it? Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, Greenland. How about that? Congressman, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thanks for being with us today. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
What are you doing in here? What are you doing?
A peaceful playtime.
So I was driving home and I saw a little kitten on the side of the road, so I picked it up, but it turns out, I'm pretty sure it's a bobcat. Pretty sure this is a bobcat. Look at its tail. But he's so cute.
Even coyotes are afraid of her cat. Catnip-powered zoomies. He didn't expect the chirping. She forgot to feed the stray.
What the hell are you doing? Wonderful.
Windmill, windmill for the land, the forever hanging.
Okay, wait. I just discovered where all the
This cat has a unique way of demanding flippy flops from her owner, even getting into the position while she waits for him to turn around. Take a look.
Простите, Тина, я подумала, не дай бог ты, сука, в конце простынешь. Вот я уже на слезе, я уже так проверила, ты еще не должен. Да что ты? Он всегда послушный человек. Кто меня там сзади пытается?
This cat has a unique...
I killed Darnell, yeah, I shot him with my 9. I shot him 9 times, 9 p.m. on the dime.
That don't mean nothing.
Shot up Darnell with a long-ass gun and tossed it into the aquarium.
I have no idea what that object is. I ain't killed nobody. my chin real slow when I'm lying. And I was laughing super hard as Darnell was dying.
The name of the album is I Killed Darnell Simmons. Got him! He's free to go. What? No, thing we need. No, it was Simmons' girlfriend. She just confessed to the whole thing.
Bonus track. I got a ride or die, bitch. I think you get the gist. And when you let me out, I'm gonna blow a little kiss.
I killed Darnell Simmons for sport. That's right. Come down the hall, you can't get me. Okay, you got me. Ow!
To clear up the mystery of whether the light stays on or goes off when you close the door of your refrigerator, we have this model equipped with a window, so you can see just what happens to the light when you close the door.
Quick warning, at arraignment, they'll often ask, waive the reading and enter a plea. Waiving the reading isn't the real danger. Pleading before you control the paperwork is. Here's what you can do wrong. You move fast, the record stays thin, and if you haven't seen the exact charge, statute, level, enhancements, you can get boxed in early. So here's how you keep the advantage. 1. Get the charging document in your hands before you waive anything. 2. Enter not guilty and make 0 admissions. Don't donate facts to the state. 3. And say it on the record. I reserve all motions. Suppression, dismissal, speedy trial, defects in the charge. 4. Demand discovery immediately. Body cam, dash cam, 911 laws, lab work, and Brady and Giglio information. 5. Don't agree to continuances for free. Every delay should cost the state something. Remember, arraignment is not where you explain, it's where you protect leverage. Follow for more defensive tactics. Quick warning. Quick warning, at arraignment, they'll often ask, waive the reading and enter a plea. Waiving the reading isn't the real danger. Pleading before you control the paperwork is. Here's what you can do wrong. You move fast, the record stays thin, and if you haven't seen the exact charge, statute, level, enhancements, you can get boxed in early. So here's how you keep the advantage. 1. Get the charging document in your hands before you waive anything. 2. Enter not guilty and make 0 admissions. Don't donate facts to the state. 3. And say it on the record. I reserve all motions. Suppression, dismissal, speedy trial, defects in the charge. 4. Demand discovery immediately. Body cam, dash cam, 911 laws, lab work, and Brady and Giglio information. 5. Don't agree to continuances for free. Every delay should cost the state something. Remember, arraignment is not where you explain, it's where you protect leverage. Follow for more defensive tactics. Quick warning, at arraignment, they'll often ask, waive the reading. They'll tell you factual innocence isn't something you get to argue. That's a trap. In criminal court, the legal battleground is usually not I'm innocent. It's prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt with admissible evidence. Why? Because most motions and rulings are procedure based. Was the stop legal? Was the search legal? Was the statement voluntary? Was discovery complete? Courts often won't decide who really did it pre-trial. They decide what evidence the jury is allowed to hear. So the counter is simple. Reframe innocence into legal attacks. Element by element failures. Missing intent. Identity. Knowledge. Suppression. The illegal stop. The illegal search. Coerced statements. Credibility demolition. Inconsistencies. Incentives. Chain of custody breaks. Brady and Giglio pressure. Hidden deals. Impeachment material. You don't argue innocence. You build reasonable doubt and strip the state's proof until the case collapses. They'll tell you decisions here, and tonight I'm actually going to be brief, but I'm going to make sure first that you guys can hear me. Well, that ain't it. We'll have different situations, different things going on. But the one common denominator in every one of the cases is the simple fact that their attorney is either attempting to force them to plea, or in one case, I have a judge forcing a plea on a defendant without a conviction. None of these people have gone to trial. None of these people have actually entered a plea, which is the most outrageous thing I've ever seen. But I wanted to get into that real quick tonight, which is not going to be real quick, so I hope you get your drinks. I actually have Arizona tonight. I don't have my yak. Tonight ain't a yak night, but it's also young, so I might come back tonight, depending on how you guys do with this. And don't forget, Super Chat is open. Always remember to support the channel so we can keep going and keep growing. And as you can see, we are getting better equipment, having better outlooks. I might start the fire too, so never know. It's actually pretty decent out here, other than it's raining. So, you know, it's one of our 20 days this year. Anyway, how to weaponize Boykin v. Alabama to stop a court from steamrolling a guilty plea when counsel is inactive. Evidence is unchallenged and pressure is on. And the reason why I worded it that way is because it is a steamroll effect. When your own counsel, whether hired or as a public defender, they're telling you your only option, not just the option or your best option, your only option is to plead guilty, even if you aren't guilty, and they are not challenging state's evidence. And again, this is one, actually two, are from people that have paid attorneys. One is from attorney that was provided by the state. Each of them have stated they will not challenge state's evidence and have not. And you know what, let's just get into it, because this is one of the things that the judge just said literally yesterday. And I generally don't put people's name out, but down in Harris County, Betty Collins, yes, I said your name, so look at it. Go look it up, because yeah, it's getting ready to be fun with Miss Collins, or excuse me, Judge Collins. You don't take a deal, you waive constitutional rights. And if the system is pushing you to a guilty plea when your lawyer hasn't filed a meaningful motion in months or even years, then they are really asking you to do is sign away your rights without informed consent. The reason, again, why that first sentence is in there is
This is one of the craziest corrupt cop stories you'll ever hear.
Yeah, so we obtained more than a dozen videos shown to a grand jury looking into the sergeant and the officers that he worked with who arrested people mostly in and around casinos on the Strip. In May, Menon was placed on leave after Metro says that he ordered those arrests without probable cause. In every case shown to the grand jury, the person detained was a black man or a man of color.
Now, you think that's crazy? When the department asked the sergeant to return the department's laptop, they found this on it.
That's after his electronic devices like his laptops were taken away. For his second case, police say they found numerous images of child material.
This cop was so insane, he even put cameras in the bathrooms.
In his most recent case, Metro Police say Menon installed cameras in his private bathroom to watch both women use the restroom.
And the only way all this was uncovered is that the cops that he was supervising gathered the evidence, reported it to Internal Affairs, and got his behind thrown in jail.
Tonight, we learned from the president of the police union it was Sergeant Kevin Menon's entire team who came forward to them to report the wrongdoing. The team was charged with keeping the Strip safe through proactive police work, but instead Menon is accused of targeting and arresting people who did nothing wrong.
Let's talk about it. This is Kevin Menon, 43-year-old biracial Indian and Dutch, former Las Vegas Metro Sergeant. Now, Menon was a supervisor on something known as the Flex Team. It's an anti-crime unit that's deployed to areas with higher incidence of crime.
Metro Sergeant Kevin Menon is accused of doing just that while working at the Convention Center Area Command. He was in charge of the Flex Squad, a team of uniformed and plainclothes officers who proactively hunt for crime.
As a member of this special squad, numbers matter. You have to get more arrests and show that you're actively looking for crime. To keep those arrest numbers high, Kevin Menon started making false arrests. Now, this is the way they decided to make these false arrests. First, Sergeant Kevin Menon would go undercover. Then he would have uniformed police officers following him. Now, if he saw someone he wanted police to search, he would then walk up to them and interact with them in some way. Then during that interaction, he'd pull out something illegal, let's say some fake currency. Police who are working with Sergeant Menon would then arrest Menon, and because Menon was talking to these other people, the police would then search them too.
What appears to play out here, the sergeant approaching two men and starting a conversation. Fellow officers immediately swoop in and take him away, and then approach the two men. Hey, do you guys know him? You don't know him? The uniformed officers then detain the men and search their personal belongings.
Now, this search of these other people that Menon were talking to is 1000% illegal. Why? Well, because you have to have probable cause to make an arrest here in the United States. And in this situation, police absolutely don't have probable cause. Probable cause means that a crime has been committed and you know that this person has likely committed this crime. But in this situation, we absolutely know police know no crime has been committed because they set up this situation. Matter of fact, he texted it to everybody.
Text message exchange presented to the grand jury. One officer writing, quote, hunting PC still. And Menon wrote, shoulder check someone and smash. Come arrest me in a sec. Soon as I make contact with them. Then detain and identify them. Just explain that the guy was detained, me was committing fraud with fake money, and due to my interaction with them, they are being contacted. Simple.
Here's another example of a false arrest. Caught again on camera.
May 3rd, a man named Marquise was walking down this pedestrian bridge between Caesars and Bellagio. Surveillance video appears to show Sergeant Menon intentionally bumping into Marquise. When officers detain him, Marquise tells them he's being set up. This surveillance video from the Bellagio, a man who appears to be Sergeant Menon bumps into Marquise. These are Metro officers Justin Candelisas and Stephen Casaro putting Marquise in handcuffs. In this body cam video, you can hear Marquise telling the officer several times, quote, it's not like that.
You bumped into me and then you guys were right behind me, literally. I didn't feel like it was a setup.
That's exactly what it was. It was a setup. Now, Menon was the supervisor directing the other officers to do these things. Those officers started writing reports and saying, this isn't right. So the officers of the squad started quietly bookmarking their own body cam footage. They also started taking screenshots of the Signal group chat. Now, after officers saved all their receipts, they contacted Internal Affairs, who started an investigation.
It was Menon's own team who reported him.
It was the entire squad. We met all of them at the substation. Once they all got together collectively and talking about things that they had concern with and finding out it wasn't isolated to themselves and that they had someone else going through the same thoughts and concerns, that's when they said, hey, we need to call the union. Luckily we have some tenured folks. I've got 26 years on here and, we started to guide them properly. So it was a tough thing for those young officers to do, to put themselves in that position, but a lot of respect to them for the courage they had to bring it forward.
And the president of the union said that he told Menon's team that they would be thrust into the spotlight by reporting him. They said that they had to stand up and do what is right.
Now, Internal Affairs then looked at all the evidence provided by the other officers and decided it was time to arrest Menon.
Metro Police arresting one of their sergeants, Sergeant Kevin Menon, facing numerous charges, including oppression under color of office with force. Our 8 News Now investigators learning this allegedly involves arrests on the Strip. Now, the sergeant has been employed with Metro Police since 2014. He is now on paid leave.
Then the story gets crazy. See, as part of the arrest, police issued search warrants for his home and devices. When police looked at those electronic
electronic devices, they found some interesting stuff.
On Wednesday, prosecutors filed 2 new counts of possession of visual pornography of a person under the age of 16 after Metro Police say they found images of prepubescent girls on Menin's laptop. In this arrest report obtained by the 8 News Now investigators, detectives say Menin used search terms like teen P and another with the word. The 8 News Now investigators outside Menin's North Las Vegas home as police were back with another search warrant, his wife in tears waiting and then leaving with their dog.
So Menin, the worst cop on the planet, was indicted a second time. But we got one more indictment that I haven't told you about. And this one is just as insane.
In this third criminal case, prosecutors say he installed cameras in his private bathroom to watch his wife and sister-in-law use the toilet.
The thing that we discovered was that one of the things that Kevin Menin has a fetish for is pornography involving peeing and urination.
Prosecutor Chris Hamner says this is Kevin Menin installing cameras in his home bathroom.
You'd be able to see the toilet, and then 2 days later, Kevin Menin installs a second hidden camera and a second vent inside that same bathroom.
He describes 96 recordings, prompting a grand jury to indict Menin on 28 counts of capturing an image of the private area of another person.
These women have no clue that they are being recorded.
Hamner says Menin is caught on camera installing the videos here in September.
Did you install cameras in your private bathroom to watch your family members go to the bathroom?
I don't have a comment on that, ma'am.
I saw the video myself of you installing the cameras.
The evidence in this case, which prosecutors again describe as video clips of the victims using the bathroom, is sealed.
So we got 3 separate cases, and Menin's looking at decades in prison with video evidence, text messages, everything he needed to convict him. He decided to plead guilty to anything.
Well, turning now to breaking news. Suspended Las Vegas Metro Police Sergeant Kevin Menin has agreed to a plea deal with prosecutors in all 3 of his high-profile cases. This, according to Robert Draskovich, one of the attorneys representing Menin. He was facing oppression charges related to an incident on the Las Vegas Strip, charges related to possessing child sex abuse material, and charges related to cameras being placed in a bathroom at his own home. Menin will plead guilty to 7 counts, 5 felonies, and 2 gross misdemeanors. As part of the deal, he agreed to serve 4 to 10 years in prison. He was released today on house arrest ahead of his sentencing on August 4th.
So at the end of the day, Menin got 4 to 10 years in prison. Here's the judge giving him those 4 to 10.
You're on video doing things that clearly are, to be kind, inappropriate and illegal.
I take responsibility for any harm I've done. I beg for forgiveness.
Disgrace.
Number 1, don't lie when you're testifying in court under oath. Don't commit perjury.
I'm very disappointed in today's outcome.
If you were scared to death.
Welcome back to the Lackluster Channel. On July 1st of 2021, Umar Zamir, accompanied by his wife, who was 8 months pregnant, and their 2-year-old son, visited Toronto's Nathan Phillips Square, hoping to partake in the Canada Day festivities. Their vehicle was recorded entering the parking garage at approximately 11 p.m. As they walked through the area, they encountered a man without a shirt, later identified as a stabbing victim. Shortly thereafter, the family returned to their car. Toronto Police Detective Jeffrey Northrup and Detective Lisa Forbes arrived on the scene to investigate the stabbing. Both detectives were working in their undercover capacity, wearing plain clothes instead of uniforms. After interviewing the victim and getting a description of their suspect, Detectives Northrup and Forbes descended into the parking garage.
It was a stabbing investigation that led the 2 plainclothes officers, Forbes and Northrup, down into the underground parking lot at Nathan Phillips Square.
Detective Forbes would later claim that she and Northrup approached Zamir's BMW, identified themselves as police officers, and attempted to question Zamir regarding the stabbing incident.
At that time, I have my badge around my neck, and I say, "Hello, police, can we talk to you?" He looked surprised, and he jumped in his vehicle, and I thought that was odd, she said. She told the court she then walked up to the car, held her badge up against the window, and identified herself 2 more times, thinking there may be a language barrier or miscommunication. I speak slower and louder, and I say, "Police, roll down your window."
She further alleged that Zamir accelerated the vehicle, driving it directly into Detective Northrup, fatally striking him before attempting to flee the scene.
Jeff raises his hand and puts them out up in front with his palms out. At this point, it's more of a plea, and the car accelerates and it hits Jeff, and it sends him flying backwards, she said.
The only problem, Zamir and his wife recounted a different version of events. Zamir stated that as they entered their vehicle, a man and woman in plain clothes rushed towards their vehicle, banging on the windows. Both Zamir and his wife feared that they were being targeted for a robbery or some other threat.
Both Zamir and his wife, Ada Sheikh, were called to testify. They described a very chaotic scene after being approached by a man and a woman. Zamir said he mistakenly thought the 2 officers were criminals because of the way they were dressed and the way they were acting. Sheikh said she thought they were trying to rob them, and she thought they were going to kill them.
If you were scared to death, and I thought that's it. That's our life. It's done.
Zamir's wife claimed that she had noticed a badge on Detective Forbes, but believed that it was fake, while Zamir said he never saw a badge at all.
They both claimed that officers Forbes and Northrup never identified themselves as police. Sheikh said she saw Forbes' badge, but thought it was fake. Zamir said he didn't see a badge on either of the officers.
As Zamir attempted to drive forward, an unmarked dark gray police van blocked his path, prompting him to reverse in an effort to leave.
Zamir said he was scared and tried to drive away, but was blocked by a dark-colored van that pulled in front of his car. He said he did not know it was an unmarked police van. With officers Northrup and Forbes still banging on the car, ordering him to stop and get out, Zamir said he made the decision to reverse out of his parking spot to get away.
But upon reaching the exit, Zamir found both pathways obstructed by white vehicles. The unmarked police van then collided with the rear of Zamir's BMW, and two new plainclothes men emerged from the vehicle. They then drew their sidearms and approached Zamir's car.
The van hit them with enough force to deploy both of its airbags. According to Zamir, two armed men emerged from the van and ordered him and his wife out of the car at gunpoint. Neither of the men were wearing police uniforms either.
The two white vehicles then proceeded through the parking gate. The driver of one of those vehicles later testified that he too feared for his life when two armed men exited the van, thinking they were intending to kill Zamir. He reported to the courts that he didn't see any indication of police presence in the parking garage.
Both of the white vehicles parked at the pay stations crashed through the parking gate to escape. The driver of one of those cars later testified he was scared and thought the two armed men were going to kill them. He said he didn't see any police in the parking garage. At some point, the two armed men put on police vests. Zamir and his wife both testified that they told them they didn't know they were police officers and said they were scared, which is why they were trying to get away.
After Zamir and his family were removed from their car and Zamir was handcuffed, he claimed that one of the men pointed to blood on the vehicle, asserting that it was from his partner's brain. Zamir also alleged that that same officer struck him in the face while he was restrained. He was subsequently arrested and charged with first-degree murder.
First-degree murder, just to bring people back into the courtroom, is that he did know that it was a police officer that he was running over. That's what takes a murder, such as second-degree murder, where there's an intention to kill or recklessness as to whether death will ensue. If it's a police officer, that immediately elevates it to first-degree murder. You don't need planned and deliberate the way you do in other cases that don't involve a police officer.
So again, because it's a police officer who dies in the line of duty, it's a first-degree murder.
Chief James Raymer issued a public statement regarding Detective Northrup's death, describing it as an intentional, deliberate act. Zamir would spend the next 3 months in jail, away from his family.
He missed the birth of his second child, his first daughter, while he was in custody on these charges before we were able to get him a bail hearing.
Zamir was later released on $335,000 bail, with additional conditions, including electronic monitoring. This development prompted outrage from several politicians who voiced their displeasure on X.
Opposition leaders demanding an apology for a tweet Premier Doug Ford sent almost 3 years ago. "This is beyond comprehension," he wrote. "It's completely unacceptable that the person responsible for this heinous crime is now out on bail. Our justice system needs to get its act together and start putting victims and their families first."
Toronto Mayor John Tory stated, "Our city continues to mourn the loss of Constable Northrup. It is almost inconceivable that an accused individual in a first-degree murder case would be granted bail." Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown expressed his frustration, stating, "This is disgusting. It is deeply troubling that the person charged with this heinous crime is now free on bail. Brampton Council has been advocating for federal bail reform, and this case exemplifies why change is urgently needed." During the trial, Detective Forbes and two other officers testified, presenting a consistent narrative. Northrup was standing directly in front of Zamir when Zamir intentionally ran him over.
The three police officers who provided eyewitness testimony told court that Northrop was standing in the middle of the laneway before he was fatally struck.
However, the evidence painted a different picture. Video footage captured from the parking garage showed Zamir reversing his vehicle with no one in front of his car as he drove away. Accident reconstruction specialists engaged by both the Crown and the defense offered assessments that contradicted the officers' testimonies.
Two collision reconstruction experts, one for the Crown and one for the defense, refuted that evidence. Both testified that Northrop had been sideswiped by Zamir's front fender as it swung out in reverse, which caused him to fall to the ground and be in Zamir's blind zone before he drove forward.
Zamir stated that he didn't see Northrop, but felt something akin to driving over a speed bump as he tried to escape. It later emerged that the three deputies who testified had drafted their accounts of the incident together in the same room, raising questions about the consistency of their statements.
The defense alleged the officers repeatedly lied under oath, a claim also echoed by the judge who warned the jury to watch out for possible collusion.
Zamir's trial concluded in the summer of 2024, and as jury deliberations began, Ontario Superior Court Justice Anne Malloy instructed the jurors, during which she admonished the prosecution and the police, stating first that there is no evidence that fully supported the Crown's theory. 2, the video clearly shows that Officer Northrop was not standing upright in the lane when he was struck and run over, despite the identical claims made by 3 police witnesses. And finally, when
Watch as the fishermen haul a giant fish trap up from the deep sea. Judging by its massive size, it's clear that this trap was specially designed to catch large fish living in deep waters. Just pulling it up from the ocean floor takes an enormous amount of time, and throughout the process, the fishermen's emotions rise and fall like a roller coaster. However, when the trap finally surfaces and is opened, the result is completely unexpected. There are no huge fish inside. Instead, it is packed with countless small fish, with a total weight of at least about 110 pounds. Every morning, the fishermen load the prepared traps onto their boat.
Good? Who is good? Yeah, Bunny good. Yes, Bunny good.
How do you want to do this?
Guns and cash first, please.
Waking up to find an abandoned...
Mohammed bin Nayef was the golden boy of the Saudi royal family. He had a weekly majlis, an open house. Let's say I'm a young Saudi guy and I'm going to get married. I don't really have very much money. So I
Counsel, I don't get it. Question mark. That's a question.
When this defense attorney admitted she hadn't reviewed key evidence in a homicide case, the judge couldn't believe it and removed her on the spot.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are requesting to schedule a preliminary exam at this time.
All discovery is complete?
Yes, I believe so.
Ms. Shepard, have you come to my office and taken up all the videos? I spoke with Mr. Burgess, who indicated he needed to bring a large hard drive to get them all. Are you able to do that?
I have not. I will do that.
So discovery is not complete?
Change it.
Why do you say that? What's wrong?
She's not getting that. She's not really doing what she should.
Was this a MAC office appointment in this case?
I know the PD had a conflict.
Yes.
So it was a PD case, then you were appointed counsel in the case. Well, did you know it was going to be set for exam today? Okay. So I don't know why, Ms. Jibbo, you were setting her exam and don't have the video. I don't get it. Question mark. That's a question.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm confident that I can take a look at the videos. I have the other discovery and will be prepared for the preliminary exam.
Counsel, I get it, and I'm not questioning one's efforts or whatever, but she's charged with aiding and abetting a homicide.
Of course. I would suspect that setting up exam
I'm just going to do this on mine. I'm going to grant your motion. Somebody get to the MAC office, tell them I need a new attorney to represent this defendant. Take her back. I'll bring her back out momentarily, and we'll figure out what we're going to do. Okay, Ms. Cruz? Counsel, I don't get it. Question mark. That's a question.
When this defense attorney admitted
after the tow truck had arrived,
before the tow truck arrived,
I had already contacted the tow company.
I don't care. That's not the law.
When this teen returned before his car was towed, police said it was all.
You have no idea how bad it really is.
So we're outside 477 Peachtree Street Northwest. Fabian, what is this place?
So this is apparently a place where there are almost 100 people registered to vote, but it closed down 10 years ago.
10 years?
10 years ago.
So ridiculous. You have no idea how bad it really is.
So we're out.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were in there.
We didn't realize.
Watch this defense lawyer destroys the prosecutor's case in a record time.
Good morning.
I'm here on student matters. First is
got both appointments.
one's from an appointment, and the other is like a breath discovery order that just needs to be signed from a case that I picked up yesterday.
I'll sign it for you.
Okay.
Have them put it in the queue and I'll sign it.
Okay, great. Thank you. The second one is I was wondering if we could revisit PC on Miss Groves. I'm sorry.
This is the
Failure to ID. Yes.
On April 2nd, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, the law enforcement officer initiated a traffic stop and made contact with the defendant. Upon requesting identification from the defendant stated to deny of identification, wrote her name, and did birth that the officer could not confirm. The law enforcement officer eventually matched the vehicle registration to the defendant's driver's license.
The problem here, if I remember correctly, that he asks her to give name, date of birth. She writes something different. That's not her identifying information.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think the issue with probable cause, Your Honor, is under the statute, she needs to be lawfully stopped, and there's no justification for the stop.
Oh, I guess I didn't even think about it. Well, what was the stop for? Did you tell me? I don't remember.
Your Honor, the only thing I have in the DEMS is that it says law enforcement officer self-initiated traffic stop.
Oh, I can't believe I missed it.
Okay.
So what do you pull her over for?
She
driving while black? No. Okay, no probable cause.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Repeat that.
If you try to hit me with a car, I'm gonna shoot you in the face.
Did y'all just hear this, man?
Yeah. That's assault with a deadly weapon.
I said you're gonna get out in front of my car. I bet you that.
No.
I didn't say I would hit you, touch you. I want you to back away from me.
You're not supposed to be over here. You have the buildings over there.
Listen to me. Call Catherine, call whoever, because I don't know who put you up to this, but
you have this whole property on the side where the Samoans are at, where you have...
What'd you call it?
Where the Samoans are at.
The Samoans?
Yeah. That's us. By the F building.
That's them.
No, I'm not gonna go there.
You are.
Okay.
You're making a fool out of yourself.
What are you talking about?
You are.
Dude,
You're out here pretending to be the police, running around. These guys have been here working all night long.
You don't even have a guard card or a PPO or anything.
Go away, sir. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. You and your K9?
Go away.
No, I'm not gonna go anywhere.
I promise you, you're gonna go away. Hey, call Mike.
Oh, got the whole cavalry coming.
Listen to me. You don't have any right to bother me or them. You are here by JD Property Management. Repeat that.
If you try to hit me with a car, I'm gonna shoot you in the face.
The gray man's not a real thing. It's not a real thing. It's a fallacy and a fantasy that has been brought up in the preface.
Can you tell me my name? Can you tell me my name?
No, I was asking your name. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Mark Roger. This is my original name.
No, it isn't. No, you're lying.
Mark Roger Das.
Right. Is it let me say, I'm quite good with these things. Does it begin with a P?
भोसड़ी वाले हमसे ज़्यादा बकचोदी ना किया करो, ठीक है? Do you know this language?
Does it begin with a P?
Mark Roger Das. My name is Mark Roger Das. Kundu.
P.
Mukherjee Ghosh.
Yeah, P. I think it begins with P. I can hear people laughing. Is there people laughing around you? You know,
because laughing on you because you are a stupid person.
Well, why am I
speaking
stupid
rubbish?
We got your name. I mean, Susan wasn't called Susan. Her name is Tanya, isn't it? Rajesh Patel. Or should I call you John from Windows Support? How's the view from your tiny office in Mumbai?
Who is this? I'm calling from Windows Support. We've detected some serious issues with your computer.
Save the script, Raj. We both know there's no issue with my computer. But there's a big issue with you. How's the scamming business treating you these days?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a certified technician, and I'm here to help you.
Certified? That's a good one. Do your parents know their good son spends his days stealing from innocent people? Or are you still feeding them that lie about working for a big tech company?
You don't know anything about me. You think you can scare me? I've dealt with people like you before.
Oh, Raj, I'm not here to scare you. I'm here to ruin you. You think you're clever, hiding behind that fake name and American accent? I know exactly who you are. I know about the debts you're drowning in, the loan shark breathing down your neck, and the little daughter you're so desperate to provide for. What do you think she'd say if she knew what you really do?
How do you know about my daughter?
Rian, do you work for Microsoft?
Yes.
What?
Can you tell me my name?
Hey! We missed it!
What, someone actually hit all 6 numbers?
No, it rolled down.
No, that's impossible. It's only the second week.
It never rolls down before 3.
It rolled down last night and we missed it.
The Harvard group triggered it on their own.
How would...
We have an individual on our property right now. He's got a taser and he's got a camera potentially casing our facility.
This dumb employee decided to call the cops on this guy recording for looking suspicious, but this backfired on him terribly.
You're filming for a purpose?
Yeah, I have a purpose.
What's the purpose, sir?
I would rather not disclose that.
We're on our property.
I'm not on your property.
Actually, it is our property.
No, it's considered public easement.
How can we help you?
I'm talking to you.
I know, but I'm asking you a question. How can we help you?
I don't need help.
Well, you're filming.
Yeah.
What for?
Can't disclose that, man.
I see a person right now filming with a firearm.
We've had cars stolen. We've had people...
More importantly, you're a threat. We have an individual on our property right now. He's got a taser and he's got a camera potentially casing our facility. You don't have my permission to film me.
Can I have your permission?
No.
I don't need it. But you called them. They're not going to come help you? You see, I told you. You were saying that I was a threat, but now you're saying I'm not? You can go back inside and get back to work, man.
Let's go back.
Everybody back inside, get back to work, hurry up. Thank you guys.
We have an individual on our...
You have to train yourself. On the other side of that coin...
So scientists gave parrots money, and the parrots immediately...
So what?
You think that was an assassination attempt?
I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was. I was the first man in the stick. They gave us a 30-second sign. We're all hooked up and ready to go. The jump master's got his arm up, getting ready to hit me in the back. And then we see shuffling, and I'm only one of 12 guys that I jump with every time. It never deviated, no change. That was my team. A guy from the back shuffles his way to the front, and it's one of the escorts. He is unmistakable. At first, it just didn't connect with me. Gave him a, hey, how you doing? And he just winked at me. As soon as John Master's arm came up and the green light's getting ready to go off, no sooner than it hit and I felt his arm coming down, I feel something slap me on the side of the face, and it was a static line. And that man took off out of the aircraft. And when he did, it snapped my neck and it pulled me out upside down, deployed my combat gear. Long story short, at a complete oscillation, and I just smacked the ground, and I woke up a month later. Career's over.
You think that was an assassination?
This punk just got taught a lesson. Always respect your elders.
Excuse me, young man. I'm trying to wash my hands at one of these sinks.
I'm doing a video, sir. I'm doing a video. He's lying.
I don't give a goddamn what you're doing. You can't haul both of these.
I ain't doing nothing. I'm doing a video.
You better move your ass out the way.
What's wrong with this?
Baby, I slapped your
You
better back up, young man. This ain't what you want, young man. This ain't what you want. Back up. You better back the up out my face, goddammit.
This punk just got taught a lesson.
If you and your criminal defense attorney are confident you cannot get the government or the judge to dismiss your case, and you do not like your odds at jury trial, that is a point in time that you should consider resolving it with a plea agreement or seeking some type of diversion option, which can lead to an outcome far less serious than if you were to be unsuccessful at jury trial. I'm John.
So what he thought? He wants to have a conversation with Dan outside. Did you say you wanted to meet Dan outside?
Keep the cameras out my face. If you don't do that, I'll drag you the outside and beat the shit out of you. You want me to drag you out there?
Watch this government official forget he is a public servant and go full blast on a guy just holding a camera. Then when the cops showed up, the official tried to press charges. But then no one expected the biggest reversal in history.
I get I'm a public employee, but when I ask you nicely to get the camera out of my face, should have been done. No, send them an email. Try to schedule something. Don't just walk in the building like a goddamn bull in China shop, think you're gonna get something. You're not gonna get, that's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get locked doors. Every goddamn time you're gonna get doors. Alright, bud. Sir. Okay, I'm not giving you money for the phone. We're good here. You wanna press charges? Yes, please. Thank you. Wait a second. Can I get your under arrest for I wasn't gonna be under arrest.
That's what he thought. He wants to have a conversation with Dan outside.
Switch up is fast and you fail the purity test.
I saw that you have a sign in the window. It says everyone is welcome here except ICE.
Yeah.
If ICE were to come onto the premises, would you guys kick them off?
Absolutely. We believe in the safety of our students and our faculty. So
Big mistake.
Okay. Isn't that how immigration works?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that how immigration works? Everyone's welcome except illegals, and if they come into the country, we kick them out?
Uh-oh.
You're asking me a question.
Well, it's a simple question. You should be able to answer it. You're a teacher.
Yeah, I don't know who you are. You're filming as if...
She's immediately aggro.
To know who I am. I'm undocumented, ma'am.
You're on school property, and technically you're trespassing.
Ma'am, no one's trespassing on illegal land, so...
Okay, well, you haven't shown me an ID.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
Oh, so now you...
It's crazy that they let themselves be captured by this line of thinking. So...
Being a police officer, not even near the top of the list of the most dangerous jobs. But what you'll oftentimes see is officers manufacture their own danger. Check out this video of this totally escalated traffic stop.
My sergeant's on his way.
Cool, and you just broke my window.
My sergeant's on his way.
You're going to be arrested, sir. You're going to be arrested, and I'm calling Carol.
You're going to be arrested for resisting truck.
You're out of control.
Your son, is that your son over there?
It's my daughter.
Your daughter. Miss,
do not even talk to her.
Is there any weapons inside the vehicle?
What?
To the best of your knowledge.
Weapons? No.
Is there any reason why your mother's acting like this?
Are you out of your mind?
Do you know there's any weapons in the vehicle at all?
Are you kidding me?
No knives or handguns.
You're in serious trouble.
See how he shamelessly asked the child about these weapons because he knows he went too far and he knows he's got to cover his tracks now and justify a reason why he just escalated this whole thing. Then he will go into creative writing mode to further cover his tracks. All of this because you have no social skills and you have no clue how to de-escalate.
Give me my damn gloves back. Don't you take my gloves.
Hey, you fucking asshole.
Don't you... No, 911. Someone call 911. The clutch broken. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't know whose keys this.
I ain't giving the fuckers to you.
Huh?
You don't fucking deserve them for what you fucking did.
What did I do?
Go, just go.
What did I do?
What did you fucking do? Don't play so fucking stupid.
What did I do?
What did you do? Take your fucking helmet off.
Give me my damn gloves back. Don't you take my gloves.
You fucking asshole.
Don't you.
Ain't told type shit, 56.
I think my alarm has about gone off as far as Portland goes. It's a charming place. There's nothing.
Okay, you got ID?
Have I committed a crime?
What's that?
Have I committed a crime?
Right now, no, you haven't.
Without reasonable, articulable suspicion, there is no lawful detention and no duty to identify. The officer names no crime, yet issues commands as if compliance is mandatory. Under the Fourth Amendment, turning a request into coercion without legal grounds is constitutional overreach.
We've had several complaints. You're parked in your van with all the shades up. People are concerned with what you're doing here. I get it that you're legally parked, but not the greatest place if you just want to hang out. I'm contacting you to make sure you're not America's Most Wanted and what you're doing here.
Not America's Most Wanted.
Okay, you got ID?
Have I committed a crime?
What's that?
Have I committed a crime?
Right now, no, you haven't.
What crime do you suspect?
We've been visited by interstellar objects, at least 3 that we know of, and we've sent our own probes into interstellar space, 5 of them. With this video, I wanted to visualize 2 questions. Where are our probes going? What stars are they going to fly by? And where did the interstellar comets come from? Their general vicinity. But in order to answer those questions, we need to change our frame of reference. From our normal self-centric frame of reference, where everything revolves around me, to heliocentric, where everything revolves around the sun, to galactocentric, where the solar system revolves around the galaxy, which is one of my favorite words. In a galactocentric frame of reference, the solar system orbits the galaxy, but it's not flat, not on the same plane as the galaxy like this. It's tilted about 60 degrees, and currently it's in a nearly circular clockwise orbit that oscillates up and down a few dozen light years. The estimate of its absolute galactocentric speed, how fast the sun itself is moving through the galaxy, is about 250 kilometers per second, which is a pretty average speed for stars in our neighborhood, and any probe we will have sent will have that as its baseline starting speed. And we've launched a total of 5 probes, which will leave our solar system. But first, let's just look at one of them, Pioneer 11, and compare its heliocentric trajectory to a galactocentric one. First, let's just look at it as you've probably seen it before, unrotated and in heliocentric mode. Pioneer is launched from Earth towards Jupiter. It flies by Jupiter, getting a gravity assist, which flings it even faster to Saturn, and then it gets another gravity assist from Saturn and continues on into interstellar space. That's heliocentric. Now, let's rewind and see what it looks like from a galactocentric perspective. We start with the actual orientation of the solar system, 60 degrees. But the sun and the planets are moving through the galaxy. Pioneer is launched from Earth towards Jupiter. It flies by Jupiter, getting a gravity assist, flinging it even faster to Saturn. And after it gets another gravity assist from Saturn, it continues on into interstellar space. Just in case that wasn't clear, I want to overlay the heliocentric trajectory to really get a good sense of how the heliocentric and the galactocentric are visualized differently. Now let's look at the rest of the interstellar craft. Pioneer 10 was launched first in 1972 and will end up at about 11.3 kilometers per second. Pioneer 11 will be 10.4 kilometers per second. Voyager 1 and 2 were launched only a few months apart in 1977, and they're the fastest of these crafts, but not much faster at only 16.6 and 14.8, respectively. New Horizons was briefly the fastest interstellar probe when it was launched, but its final velocity will be only 12.5. But those are heliocentric speeds, how fast they're going as if the sun wasn't moving. If we add in the sun's galactic velocity vector to each probe's heliocentric velocity vector, we get their actual galactocentric speed, their velocity magnitude. It might seem counterintuitive that some of them are actually slower than the sun, but that's because we have to consider their 3D vector in space. Probes like Pioneer 10 are heading in a direction that partially cancels out the sun's galactic orbital velocity rather than adding to it. But more importantly, we can see that these aren't much faster or slower than the sun. It's all about the same ballpark, which is why any star these probes will pass in the near future isn't much different than the stars our own sun will pass. But they are on diverging paths from the sun and will fly by different stars, so let's take a look. The closest star system is, of course, Alpha Centauri, currently 4.25 light years away. It's actually 3 stars. Alpha Centauri A and B orbit each other, which I'm representing here with just 1 star, and the third star is the smaller red dwarf Proxima Centauri, which is actually the closest to us. In 20,000 years, Voyager 2 will have the closest approach of any of the probes at 2.8 light years, which is not that close. We're going to see going forward that most of these probes don't really get that close to a star. Also, take these numbers with a grain of salt. Most of the research puts the confidence at around 2 sigma, which is about 95%, and small changes to inputs like the sun's velocity or the local circular speed shift the results slightly. I've used the same data and methods as the astronomers in their papers, but my values are slightly different from theirs just because of these tiny variables. It's usually within about a half a light year, what's a half a light year between friends? The next close encounter will be with New Horizons and Voyager 2. They will intercept the red dwarfs Gliese 445 and Ross 248, respectively. Once again, not very close. New Horizons will pass within 1.8 light years from Gliese 445, and Voyager 2 will pass within 1.7 light years from Ross 248. Continuing on into the future, we can actually visualize Pioneer 10's trajectory moving outwards towards the outer edge of the galaxy. And in a few seconds, we're going to see a star drive by. HIP 117795 is going to fly by Pioneer at about 0.8 light years distance. Most stars are headed in the same direction as Sol because they're orbiting the galaxy too, but there are a few wayward travelers coming in from wild directions, which is usually because they are stars from above or below the galactic disk. Or it's also possible that this is an error in the astrometry of this star, which has happened before with a bad radial velocity measure. Somewhat ironically, I think the closest encounter of all of these isn't with any of the probes, it's with Sol itself. Gliese 710 is currently about 60 light years away from Sol, but in 1.3 million years, it will pass within 0.16 light years of Sol, close enough to disturb the Oort cloud and comets on the edge of our solar system. But what about the interstellar objects? For that, we need to rewind again and go back in time. Again, we've identified 3 interstellar objects so far: 1I Oumuamua, 2I Borisov, and 3I Atlas. If you're not aware, there is some, let's call it, creative thought around 3I Atlas. Some people think that it might be from intelligent aliens. And while I'll explain in a minute why that's almost certainly not the case, I was honestly curious. I figured, hey, let's take a look at 4 well-known stars from sci-fi and alien lore, like Tau Ceti, which is famous for many sci-fi stories. 40 Eridani is the location of the planet Vulcan from Star Trek, or Vega, which is the source of the signal from Contact, and Zeta Reticuli, which is where the xenomorphs from the Alien franchise are from, and where some people think the actual real gray aliens are from. You can check out my video on these sci-fi stars if you're interested in knowing more of the sci-fi lore. As for real life, when we rewind time, unfortunately the interstellar objects didn't come from any of them. But they do have some interesting galactic orbits. You can see that 40 Eridani and Zeta Reticuli kind of fling off in opposite directions, while Vega and Tau Ceti are on nearly parallel orbits as the Sun. Vega is also nearly on a parallel orbit with 1I Oumuamua. And from this perspective, it kind of looks like it's coming from there, but it's actually consistently about 16 light years away from it for this entire 2 million year period into the past. Its actual closest encounter was about 1 million years ago with HIP 3757 at about 2.1 light years. 2I Borisov also had a close encounter around the same time with Ross 573, which is the closest known approach of any of these objects at about 0.2 light years. It could be possible that it was ejected from this star system, but its relative velocity at that time was 23 kilometers per second, which is pretty fast. The only way that it could have been ejected is if Ross 573 was a binary star system, but Ross 573 doesn't show any signs of binarity, unfortunately. So the researchers have kind of ruled this one out. As for the mysterious 3I Atlas, there have been at least 2 research papers attempting to identify the origin of the comet, and several encounters have been discovered, one of the closest being this star HD 325745, with a distance of about 1 light year. There are other stars that it passed close to around the same distance, but of the billions of stars in the Gaia database, unfortunately none were able to account for the present trajectory or be associated with its origin. Beyond these few million years, it's not possible to predict where it came from, because it's likely been traveling around the Milky Way for billions of years, and has likely encountered other stars. Stars and nebulae that would have changed its course. This is a chart showing its possible path with the suns around the galaxy. 3I Atlas is weird, but it's space rock weird, not alien technology weird. If we compare their heliocentric velocity, how fast they are when they intercepted the sun, we can see that they're faster, but when we look at their magnitude of their galactocentric velocity, they're actually slightly slower than all of the probes in Sol. I don't know about you, but if I was going to launch an interstellar probe to try to reach another star, I would try to make it faster. It's possible, sure, that they could just fling a rock at us like the arachnids from Starship Troopers, which would have a speed similar to the other objects flying through interspace like any of these comets. But even with current level technology, if we really committed our resources, we could get something going faster than any object we've seen in our local neighborhood so far. Anything traveling a few hundred kilometers per second faster than our local circular speed would be obvious. And if they had moderately increased technology like the ships in the Expanse, say, to the point that they would be using Burkista-Crone trajectories, it would be even more obvious that something intelligent was headed our way, because we'd see them decelerating for years. Imagine the ruckus that would cause. Let me know if you think that's plausible. This is all real speculation here. Trying to visualize things like this. A lot of ways this channel is about trying to expand human cognition, reaching our full potential, and beyond spatial awareness of 3D maps, there is one thing that really changes the way you think, but I ignored it for most of my life because it made me feel dumb, because it was taught poorly. Math. And I have finally found a way to make math make intuitive sense, and I want to share it with you. It's called Brilliant. I gotta be honest, I wanted to learn calculus and vector math straight away, but I went back to the fundamentals of mathematical thinking, which reframes the way I thought about concepts and builds them from an intuitive place, like visualizing fractions with different geometrical shapes. I'm also trying not to go on Instagram or TikTok, and Brilliant has a great app that when I get the urge to scroll, I just instead go on Brilliant and learn something and change my brain. You can learn for free right now on Brilliant for a full 30 days. Go to brilliant.org/the-overview effect, scan the QR code on screen, or click the link in the description. Brilliant's also giving my viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Thanks again to Brilliant for sponsoring this video.
If you remove the CGI from this scene, you'd still see a fight. The APU exoskeletons in the Matrix Revolutions weren't digital models. They were full-scale mechanical builds made for real filming. Each APU had a real cockpit inside. Actors didn't wear a suit, they climbed into a machine. The seat, restraints, and controls limited every movement. The exoskeletons didn't walk on their own. They were suspended on cranes and hydraulic rigs to create real weight and resistance. That's why the movements feel heavy and uneven. The actors weren't acting exhaustion. The fatigue was real, and the camera CGI only enhanced what was already there. That's why this
I was skeptical, but yeah, this is what a lot of the Google Street View images look like from this Russian city. This video that I got tagged in on TikTok shows the Google Street View of a city known as Norilsk, Russia, and in it we can see these people wearing what appear to be hazmat suits, and you'll notice that they're all different colors. The caption here says, "What the hell is going on in Russia?" In the comments, I saw a lot of people talking about pollution and how this used to be a mining town, so they were theorizing that this was personal protective equipment, but I'm going to have to disagree with you there. If you take a look at the colors here, you'll notice that we have blue, yellow, red, and green. This is Google Street View, and if you take a look at Google's colors, we have blue, yellow, red, and green as well. Not to mention, during the entire Google Street View here, we can see them pretty much everywhere. So this is either some sort of coordinated stunt, or this is something that Google themselves put together.
Throughout the property, there's multiple creeks that weave through it. Oh my god, there's a beaver! Look at it! Or is that a muskrat? Throughout the property.
There's no way! Come on! Come on! No! I'm standing here. You ain't taking it.
The warrior brought the octagonal dragon and instructed the witch to simply press a button, and the trap would automatically catch the monster. He then entered the cave, only to find weapons scattered around from a fierce battle. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and a monster lunged at the warrior from the darkness. The warrior swung his hammer, but the monster vanished in an instant. However, after a brief silence, the monster quietly circled above him. In a critical moment, the hammer flew out of the cave, and the warrior was quickly pulled out by chains. The witch pressed the button to activate the trap, but accidentally broke the cage. With the monster charging straight for the warrior, the servant cleverly turned the switch just in time. Finally, the monster was successfully trapped in the octagonal cage. At that moment, the warrior realized that only through teamwork could they achieve victory. He straightened the cage, and the group immediately began their journey back home.
Oh, were you talking to Otter? Do you want to play Otter? Home. This is home. This is home, honey. Yeah, this is Park Home.
If you don't let me search, I'm just going to go get a warrant. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Or fine.
Готовься.
What do you say?
Ready? Look at you. You look great.
Thank you.
What do you got there?
This is a gallon of PCP.
Wow! A gallon.
Yes. Yeah.
That's illegal, right?
Yeah, it's a felony.
It's a felony.
Yes.
Wow. And here you are with it anyway. That is, wow. I didn't even know it came in liquid form.
Science.
Whoa. So do you do a lot of PCP?
Got a gallon.
I guess you do.
Yeah.
Wow. So what do you do?
I work in an investment firm downtown. It's mostly like property acquisitions.
Huh. That sounds successful.
What do you do?
I work at the Binko's.
I don't know what Binko's is.
It's an office supply store type thing.
Oh.
ICE agents are now pulling up to construction sites and work trucks.
Let's start thinking outside the box on this, because something smells. I am not a conspiracy theorist, but remember when Luigi was arrested and the courts locked everything down? Gag order, non-dissemination orders, everything was locked down. But that was before Luigi had the supporters that he does now. And once again, I'll go on record and say, I do not support what he allegedly did. I do support the United States Constitution. And I wholeheartedly support what his attorneys are doing. But think about that gag order when he was arrested, and then think about the support that he gained in the public. And all of a sudden, we're in court for now 10 days. And at the beginning of this hearing, the judge said, hey, everything is going to remain sealed from this. And then starting last weekend, they start releasing evidence, and now the body cam footage. And then yesterday, KA files this. This is a written letter to the judge requesting that he reconsider allowing evidence to be disseminated to the press. Why is this important? Because down the road, if Luigi is convicted, by putting this in writing to the judge, KA has now preserved this for a possible appeal if Luigi gets convicted. I gotta tell you, I think the prosecutors are playing checkers and KA is playing chess. Follow along and we'll see where.
How the hell has that happened? What?
That's a really good perfume.
Don't you want to smell it?
Hey buddy, I can't let you outside.
No, you want pets? Oh, you want hat? Ping.
Now somebody, anybody, everybody scream!
He's not overeating. I know that. Look at.
What?
This is Earth, and the moon is over here. The sun is always casting Earth's shadow into space. It's always there no matter what.
Right.
Obviously, okay? It's just a shadow.
It's a shadow.
The moon
It's just
occasionally...
a shadow shining on blackness.
Yeah, a shadow in darkness.
A shadow in darkness.
So the moon occasionally passes through that shadow. And if you see the shape of Earth's shadow on the moon, it is always round. Always round. If Earth were flat, sometimes you get like a flat shadow.
Right.
We've never seen a flat shadow.
Right.
This is Earth.
This judge was stunned when this woman fought her speeding ticket, then schooled the officer on his own traffic laws, so he had no choice.
Would you like to provide explanation to the court as to how or why this happened? Deputy, you want to pick up the narrative somewhere where it makes sense, explain the issue in this citation?
Sure. I was conducting moving radar southbound on Patterson. The suspect was northbound on Patterson Road. I detected 50 and a 35, and my radar was calibrated to an independently calibrated speedometer. I also had audio-visual match on the suspect vehicle. And then when I made contact with the suspect near the defendant, Brooke Romp, she had stated that she was going 40 or 50 in the 35 zone. And then I issued the citation.
All right. And ma'am, what is it you wish to tell me?
All right. On 6:30, I received citation stating I was in violation of MCL 257.628 of the Michigan Motor Vehicle Code. 1 to 5 miles per hour over the posted 35 mile per hour speed limit. The citation indicated I was in violation of the statute while on Patterson Road near 126th Avenue. Section 5 of the above listed statute states a speed limit established under this section shall be determined by an engineering and safety study by the 85th percentile speed of free-flowing traffic on under ideal conditions of a section of highway rounded to the nearest multiple of 5 miles per hour. However, this section of roadway, the safety study has not happened. On August 1st,
How did you determine that, ma'am?
contact was made with John at the Allegan County Road Commission, who advised his title was Traffic and Safety Advisor. He advised this section of roadway in question has not had an engineering and safety study conducted on it, and the speed limit was set in 1993 under a traffic control order. Section 2, subsection H, indicates for a 35 mile per hour zone to be established without a speed study, there must be no less than 45 vehicular access points, but no more than 49 vehicular access points within the half mile. The section of roadway in question does not meet or qualify the number of access points for the section of roadway to be 35 miles per hour, as it does not have 45 vehicular access points within the half mile section in question.
How many does it have?
This morning when I drove through, I counted, and it has, in that half mile section, it has 24. 24
Okay.
including.
I'm going to make a long story short here. What you're asking for is formal hearing because you're challenging statute. At informal hearing, you would be challenging speed. You
transform.
Afternoon, officer. Step out of the vehicle, sir. I need to see you eye to eye. Sure thing, little man. You sure you're old enough to be a cop? Out of the truck!
I made a stupid post on Snapchat. The cops came and found me. And they're taking me to jail. I wish this was a joke. I really do. I'm so scared.
She sent a Snapchat to 3 friends. She thought it was a private joke, but the FBI was watching.
Have you been on Snapchat earlier today?
Yes, I was, yeah.
Okay. And what did you say in the snap?
I had a lesson plan, and one of the kids turned off my computer on my lesson plan.
Who did you send that to?
My boyfriend, my roommates.
2 roommates?
Yeah, I had 2 roommates. Just as a joke, and it was only to 3 people. I'm realizing now that it was stupid.
How we got it was the FBI, okay?
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, you did say shoot student, and so you are going to go with us, okay? I do got to process you. You're going to have to stay the night in jail. Okay?
This is crazy.
I know.
I did not mean it to get to this
I know.
far. Like, this is insane. I made a stupid post on...
Wait for it.
Wait for it! Wait for it! Banacana! Now! Hit him! On the way! Reload! Hit him again! Again! Hit him again! Wait for it.
Stop.
This guy was just chilling at his home when this officer confidently showed up on his doorstep. Watch how he desperate to arrest the guy, even though he had his arrest warrant, but something was not right.
Is there a warrant for my arrest with the New York State Troopers?
Yes.
There is?
Yes.
There's a warrant for my arrest?
Yes.
You're telling me that now?
I am telling you that right now.
Can I see it?
Yep.
Are you here to arrest me on that warrant?
I can.
Let me see.
This is my original, so I'm not going to hand it over, but...
Bench warrant? Where's the rest of it?
This is the whole warrant. This is it. So it's a bench warrant.
Well, where's the original warrant?
This is the original. Right there's the watermark.
Watermark?
What I'm here for, yes, I brought this along. What I am here
You know
for,
that that's not a warrant, right?
No, it is.
Where's the affidavit?
What, the information that goes along?
Well, what is the probable cause? Yeah. No warrant shall issue. No warrant shall issue but upon probable cause.
Right, the arrest has already been made.
Without a warrant.
Bro was not sure what he was saying. This guy was just chilling at his home when
As soon as this girl laid out the bed, her two dogs took their places. Then
You might think that once a tunnel boring machine drills under the seabed, the tunnel is done. But the real construction process is much more complex and dangerous. When a TBM works under the sea, the biggest problems are collapse and water leakage. The seabed soil is usually soft. As the machine moves forward, the ground around it can crack. If control is poor, seawater can rush into the tunnel through these cracks, which is very dangerous. To solve this, engineers improved the TBM's design. Right behind the cutter head, they added a special chamber. The excavated soil is mixed with water to form thick slurry. The TBM then uses its own pressure to push this slurry into the gaps in the surrounding ground. This blocks the water and helps stabilize the soil. To keep the tunnel safe and stable, the TBM moves a short distance, then stops. Workers install a ring of concrete segments behind it. Usually, 7 segments form one complete ring, and the gaps between them are filled with grout to seal everything. When the whole tunnel is finished, the TBM is not pulled back to the surface. Instead, it is buried at the end of the tunnel. This seems wasteful, but it is actually cheaper. The TBM is huge and can only move forward. If you tried to take it apart and pull it back, the cost would be extremely high. So after tunneling, engineers remove and recycle the key internal parts. The remaining outer shell is then filled with concrete and left underground. You might think that once
DEA agent killing a cyclist in Salem while on duty.
Margane Allen was riding her bike home from work. Video from that day shows a black pickup truck running a stop sign moments before striking and killing the cyclist. Behind the wheel was DEA Special Agent Samuel Landis. After months of delay, Landis was charged with criminally negligent homicide. But Landis's lawyers asked to have the case moved to a federal court so that they could use a defense of federal immunity.
The immunity doctrine says if the person is acting as a federal agent, then they are immune from state prosecution.
U.S. District Judge Michael McShane granted that request in December of last year.
It was a mistake of judgment. We know that. It was a tragedy that happened, but he made that reasonable decision in the context of law enforcement surveillance.
Look at all the prosecutors and DAs, they're all in it together. Someone can kill your family member. And if they're...
Name and badge number, sir. Before we talk to that, name and badge number, sir.
What is your name?
I'm not giving you my name, sir. You know better than that. You made contact with me. You need to identify yourself. You're a law enforcement officer. It's your policy. Name and badge number. Name and badge number, sir. You have to identify. You have to identify, sir.
I do.
Yes, so give me your name and badge number. You have to identify yourself as some type of authority that I have to listen to before you give directives. You know that, sir. You got stripes. You force it. Oh, he's grabbing me. He's grabbing me, you guys. Name and badge number, sir.
Do you want this?
Name and badge number to everyone here. You guys got body cams?
You don't want it. You do not. You want this?
Name and badge numbers. Yeah, I want that. I want name and badge numbers from you guys. Hey, you made contact with me, sir. Name and badge number.
Coming back in.
Name and badge number, sir. Tyrant. Straight tyrant right there. Grabbing us, won't identify. Disgrace. Name and badge number, sir. Before we talk to that, name and badge number, sir.
What is your name?
I'm not giving you my name, sir. You know better than that. You made contact with me. You need to identify yourself. You're a law enforcement officer. It's your policy. Name and badge number. Name and badge number, sir. You have to identify. You have to identify, sir.
I do.
Yes, so give me your name and badge number. You have to identify yourself as some type of authority that I have to listen to before you give directives. You know that, sir. You got stripes. You force it. Oh, he's grabbing me. He's grabbing me, you guys. Name and badge number, sir.
Do you want this?
Name and badge number to everyone here. You guys got body cams?
You don't want it. You do not. You want this?
Name and badge numbers. Yeah, I want that. I want name and badge numbers from you guys. Hey, you made contact with me, sir. Name and badge number.
Coming back in.
Name and badge number, sir. Tyrant. Straight tyrant right there. Grabbing us, won't identify. Disgrace. Name and badge number, sir. Before we talk to that, name and badge number, sir.
What is your name?
I'm not giving you my name, sir. You know better than that. You made contact with me. You need to identify yourself. You're a law enforcement officer. It's your policy. Name and badge number. Name and badge number, sir. You have to identify. You have to identify, sir.
I do.
Yes, so give me your name and badge number. You have to identify yourself as some type of authority that I have to listen to before you give directives. You know that, sir. You got stripes. You force it. Oh, he's grabbing me. He's grabbing me, you guys. Name and badge number, sir.
Do you want this?
Name and badge number, everyone here. You guys got body cams?
You don't want it? You're good. Do you want this?
Name and badge numbers. Yeah, I want that. I want name and badge numbers from you guys.
I'm not.
Hey! Oh my God! You shot him!
And if there's one thing Greendale's taught me,
What the hell? She had a gun! It was a fake gun! We staged this to get back at you for deceiving us! But you're the deceiver, Jeffrey! Yeah? Well, now you're the dead guy.
Jeff, what are you doing? Why do you have a real gun? Why did you shoot the dean?
Well, he shot you!
No, really? He and I were in on this from the start. When he found out you were faking a class, he came to me and we cooked up this whole conspiracy thing to illustrate the slippery slope of academic fraud.
You know what you actually illustrated, Annie? How to be a crappy friend. Once it was obvious the dean had orchestrated everything, and we hatched a plan to teach you a lesson or two.
An initial inventory and accountings that show over $1 million, and now it's at zeros.
When this judge saw a disabled man's $1.2 million trust reported as zero, he immediately pressed the lawyers for answers on the missing disclosures.
The beneficiary would be the ward, and in that event, the money would go back to the ward as an adult, incapacitated, and then part of the guardianship, it would fund the estate. But right now, what happened in 2000, when this personal injury suit was settled, those settlement proceeds were used to fund and therefore create the supplemental needs trust. So it technically does not belong to him. It belongs to the special needs trust for the benefit. This is a tax protection and a benefit protection trust.
But would the ward lose any protection by disclosing?
Well, no. And if the court orders, I'm sure we could get the court a balance that is in that special needs trust. The way the IRS works on these settlement proceeds is in order to protect him from his Social Security benefits. It's what's in the special needs trust. It's used to provide benefits that Social Security won't cover. But if we were to undo that trust, then Mr. Soto would lose those Social Security benefits. So typically, those special needs trusts go down considerably because by law, they can only supplement what Social Security doesn't cover.
Unless it does, and that would require disclosure, you see. In a perfect world, that you're absolute.
Oh, looks like we got another one. Yep, 50 in a school zone. Enjoy 5 pounds of pickles on your car, dumbass.
You freaking crazy.
Hey, no, I'm not crazy. You're crazy. It's a school zone. It's 15 miles an hour.
Today's Sunday.
Oh, looks like we got another one.
This man was charged with evading arrest for simply standing near a car.
Is it okay if these girls stay with you for a while? Your mom's not here right now, right? Yeah. Just ask your dad. Is your dad in there?
Yeah, but my dad is not in control of how my mom is.
She really didn't have to think twice before answering that one.
Is it okay if these girls stay with you for a while? Your mom's not here right now, right? Yeah. Just ask your dad. Is your dad in there?
Yeah, but my dad is not in control of how my mom is.
He broke out my window.
Which one?
Buckle up, because this incoming week, Luigi is the fucking docket. On deck tomorrow.
I was yelling at him because he cheated on my mom.
Down here?
Yeah.
Like this happened
He
tonight?
just went to a strip club and he was supposed to be watching over me. It was just me and him.
They start arguing, and then next thing I know, they're literally trying to push each other, and I'm in the middle. I think both of them hit each other.
If this kid provoked me and came at me and like attacked me, and I defended myself.
And so this is what happens when an idiot sits down for lunch and starts putting points on a map, trying to find some back roads to go ride around on. This is cool. What the hell have I done? I feel like I'm in a gated community. I'm almost positive I'm in a gated community. What the hell's going on here? But the gate was not closed. I guess I don't know. I feel like I'm not in a good place though. It's the kind of place you get yelled at by people that don't care. This cannot be right. Driving into somebody's yard. I am driving into somebody's yard. I'm lost as fuck.
told the colonel there, and I was like, yeah, I'm just checking in, checking out. I'm going over Iraq. And he's like, you're just a sergeant. You don't know any better. You know, if I don't know about it, then it ain't happening. And I was like, okay, well, I'm leaving Thursday, just letting you know. So I checked in, checked out, and on Thursday, right around noon, I get a phone call on the old Nokia brick. And I answer as I Sergeant Montoya, and this is Colonel so-and-so. You know you're leaving on a flight at 1800. I was like, is this the flight that you said that was not happening? He's like, I don't need your...
Just a quick walk around.
Must be the wind.
What was that? Just a quick walk around.
Must be the wind.
The person who invented the waste-to-energy plant was truly a genius. The entire process is...
Excuse me. Do I know you?
I don't think so.
And you want to buy dinner for my entire table tonight?
Yeah, is that okay?
Why?
What do you mean, why? Do I need a reason?
Well, let me rephrase that. What do you want?
No, I don't want anything. It's just my small way of saying thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank me for what specifically?
For all your products. I mean, where would we be without pens?
You know, I have many talents, but the one I'm most proud of is the ability to smell bullshit from a mile away.
I'm being completely sincere.
Where are you from?
New York. What about you?
New York, too. What do you do?
I'm a professional athlete.
Really? What sport?
Table tennis.
Table tennis? That's a sport?
Yeah, of course it is. I'm here competing in the British Open. In fact, I'm playing at Wembley tomorrow in front of a sold-out crowd in the final against Japan. I'm here representing the United States.
Japan? Mm-hmm. Japan has a team here?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
How'd they get around the travel ban?
Because table tennis is the fastest growing sport in the Asians. It's huge over there. Oh, you're gonna like this. Do you know what they call their grip? The way they hold their rackets?
No.
They call it pen holder.
Excuse me.
My name is Sheldon Cooper. You sent my family a bill saying we owe an additional $4.22, but you're mistaken. I filed a flawless return.
How old are you?
That seems irrelevant, but I'm 11.
These tax codes are complicated. You only made a $4 mistake. That's pretty impressive.
I didn't make a mistake at all. You did.
Is that so?
Yes, but don't feel bad. These tax codes are complicated.
Okay, I've got your file right here, and looks like you underreported your income.
Actually, if you'll check under charitable donations, you'll notice that the money we made at the garage sale did not count as taxable income because we donated it to the church. So how does this work? Do you apologize now? Do I get it in writing?
What the hell? Why are we getting audited?
What? Are you sure it doesn't say applauded?
We're being audited for the last 3 years of our tax returns. I'm George Cooper. This is my son Sheldon.
Yes, we spoke on the phone. Let's start with business deductions from Schedule A on the tax return dated 1989.
Happy to. I've got those receipts right here. Dated, highlighted, and itemized.
For the next 3 hours, we battled it out. Two mighty brains locked in mortal tax code combat.
Justify this expense.
Our AGI was less than 50,000.
Improper classification.
Rolled over from the previous fiscal year.
So, you are remarkably well versed in the tax code.
Thank you.
It's nice of you to do your parents' returns for free every year.
Oh, I don't do it for free. My dad buys me a model train afterwards.
So you accept payment even though you're not a licensed tax professional. In clear violation of federal law.
Check.
It's true. My dad's a teacher, which means my doing our taxes wasn't work for hire, but an economics lesson he was teaching me. Therefore, the train he bought me wasn't payment for unlicensed work. It was a reward for successfully completing my lesson. So, it does not violate the statute, and since the value of the train is less than $10,000, there's no additional gift tax. Checkmate. My name is Sheldon Cooper. You sent my family a bill saying my name is Sheldon Cooper. You sent my family
this video, I'm going to answer one question. How do we actually program a quantum computer? To do this, we're going to have to take a tour through computer science and physics. First, we'll look at how coding works on classical computers, so that we have a baseline for comparisons. Then, I'll talk about compilers, the software on classical computers that translates your code into computer language. Next, I'll talk about what this computer language actually is. This involves the binary ones and zeros that you often see in movie hacking from quantum mechanics. Before I get into explaining quantum mechanics, first let's define a system in physics. A system is just what physicists decide to analyze with math. Usually, we treat systems as isolated from the environment because considering all interactions with surroundings makes the math impossible. For instance, in high school physics, we often ignore air resistance because it's too complicated, and it doesn't really significantly impact the results of our calculation. Physicists choose what's vital based on its impact on the outcome. Now, a quantum system is a physical system following the laws of quantum mechanics. Typically, it's extremely cold or very small with some exceptions. Examples include electrons in hydrogen atom orbitals, electrons in superconductors, and ions, which are charged atoms trapped in an electric field. In quantum mechanics, superposition is where a given quantum system has some probability of being in multiple states at the same time, and it is not known even to the particle itself until a measurement is carried out. These states could be energy, spin, angular momentum, or some other important physical quality. It really doesn't matter, and different types of qubits use different properties depending on what works best for the case of that system. Once measurement occurs, the superposition collapses, and the particle is forced into a definite state. The probability with which a particle collapses into a given state in the superposition is dictated by the mathematical coefficients in front of each state in the superposition. Just square the coefficients to get the expected probability that will measure the system in that state. Now, the reason that this collapse happens is a hotly debated philosophical topic that's outside the scope of this video. But it turns out that whatever your interpretation of quantum mechanics is, it doesn't actually change the way a quantum computer's algorithms work. So we'll worry about that in another video. Entanglement is another quantum phenomenon that is useful in quantum computers. When two or more quantum systems are entangled, measurement of the state of one system directly and immediately informs the state of the other. Before you ask, no, this does not allow for faster-than-light communication. A simple example of an entangled state is a Bell state. In this Bell state, we have a state with two quantum particles. There are four possible combinations of the two bits, 00, 01, 10, and 11. However, in this Bell state, we've prepared it such that there's a 50% chance of 00 and a 50% chance of 11. The other two states have no probability and will not be measured. In reality, on a noisy quantum computer, they'll be measured a very small amount. But the point is that if we measure 0 in the first qubit, then we are guaranteed to measure 0 in the second qubit. If we measure 1 in the first qubit, then we're guaranteed to measure 1 in the second qubit. So the state is entangled. Anyways, we can combine superposition and entanglement in quantum algorithms to solve problems. The way to do this is not obvious and is completely different depending on the type of problem you're solving, in the same way that solving different problems on classical computers requires different code. But how do we actually implement these algorithms? For simplicity's sake, because they're the most concrete example to explain, I'm going to talk about how to implement programs on neutral atom quantum computers. That said, the general process will be similar for all types of quantum computers, the main difference being in the interaction between software and hardware, meaning the physical way in which we implement the quantum logic gates. Importantly, the concepts of superposition and entanglement can be applied to any type of quantum computer, whether it's neutral atoms, superconducting qubits, spin qubits, trapped ions, or any others. I'm talking about neutral atoms here for concreteness, but I could be talking about any type of quantum computer, and the only thing that changes is how to physically implement the logic gates. Similarly to the classical logic gates, a quantum logic gate is just an operation that takes a qubit in a given state and changes it in some known and repeatable way. We can do these gates on 1 or 2 qubits. Think classically we had the NOT gate, which flips a single bit, and the AND gate, which takes 2 bits as inputs and only returns 1 if both of the inputs are 1. In neutral atom qubits, instead of making circuits like with classical bits, these quantum logic gates are implemented by shooting lasers at the individual atoms. In different hardware implementations, this is the step that changes. For superconducting qubits, for example, instead of shooting a laser, we'd apply some specific current. Anyways, by shooting a laser at a specific frequency or color at our qubits, we can change the state of our qubit. How do we know what frequency or what color to use? Well, that comes down to knowing the frequency of the transition between the 0 and the 1 state. If we know the transition frequency, then we can do some math to calculate the frequency we need to drive at with a laser. The actual frequency we drive at depends on the specific logic gate that we want to apply. Okay, so now that we can implement single qubit quantum gates, we can make a small leap to multiple qubit quantum gates. These are still logic gates, except instead of putting our individual qubits into a superposition, they entangle them. These are the quantum analogs to classical 2-bit operations like AND. One major difference, however, is that in a quantum computer, all of our logic gates must have the same number of inputs and outputs. This is different from classical computers, where an AND gate has 2 inputs and 1 output. There's actually a deep physical meaning for this that has to do with the reversibility of quantum computers, but I'll do a separate video on that. In different qubit platforms, multi-qubit gates are implemented in different ways, but usually it's done by forcing some known interaction between 2 qubits. In our neutral atom system, usually that involves promoting one of our atoms to a Rydberg state. This is a high energy state, with the electron far away from the nucleus. This charge separation between the positive nucleus and the negative electron creates a dipole moment, which is an electric field that is generated when charges are separated from one another. This dipole moment electric field interacts with nearby atoms, preventing them from entering a Rydberg state. Since the state of our high energy atom now dictates what states the other atoms can be in, they have now become entangled. Entanglement in other systems looks quite different, but often it involves making the 2 qubits interact one another by some mechanism. This is a major reason that in quantum computing, 2 qubit gates are significantly more difficult to implement than single qubit gates, because forcing the qubits to interact with one another naturally means that they can also interact with their environment and lose information. Okay, so now that we know a bit about superposition and entanglement, how do we actually program a quantum computer? Well, since we can build quantum logic gates, we can run an algorithm by stringing these together. This is the equivalent of machine code for quantum computers, if the individual sequence of logic gates to be applied to our quantum bits in order to carry out our computation. Often, sequences of quantum logic gates are referred to as a circuit. While talking about individual logic gates is useful for education and for hardware research, in the real world we would never program a classical computer directly with logic gates. Instead, we code with programming languages. Similarly, for quantum computers, we do the same thing. We make quantum programming languages as an abstraction, which need to be translated into machine code the same way as classical computers. But it's also significantly easier to think in terms of code than in terms of what's happening to the individual bits. So let's go to one of these programming languages and see what it's like. One major difference is apparent right away. Classical computers are programmed on, well, classical computers. When you want to write code to run on your MacBook or your Lenovo, you write the code on that machine and then run it on the same machine. Quantum computers, on the other hand, are not coded directly on the quantum computer. Instead, we use classical computers to interface with them. We do this for two reasons. One, because quantum computers are currently not powerful enough to run any type of user interface, so the alternative is to do it by hand. And two, classical computers are already perfectly good for writing and compiling code, so there's no reason to reinvent the wheel here. Coding a quantum computer starts off very similar to coding a classical computer. We load up a notebook and we write some code in our favorite quantum computing coding language. I'm going to use Qiskit, which is IBM's coding library for quantum computers, which is written in Python. We can write some code in the notebook. Here, I'm just going to write some random, mostly useless code to show you how it works, and then we can run that code. When we run the code, it compiles as it's running and translates the code from human language into a series of quantum logic gates, which need to be applied to our qubits. These logic gates are interpreted by a classical computer, which triggers the actual quantum hardware to fire the specific laser pulses that correspond to the desired gates. This is the step where the algorithm is actually run on the quantum computer. Finally, the result is measured and we get our answer. Now that we've gone through the general process, let's try working through an actual example. I'm going to use a toy problem. Toy problems are problems that aren't super useful for anything in the real world, but they're good teaching examples because they demonstrate how a system works. In this case,
You ready? Dad, you ready?
I think so.
3, 2, 1, go. You ready?
Whenever this girl travels to different parts of the world, instead of
2 police officers were fired upon with a shotgun, and one of the officers shouted, "Cover me," to the Marines, intending for them to be ready to fire if needed, but the Marines interpreted that cover as providing suppressive fire, and they fired approximately 200 rounds. 2 police officers were fired upon with a shotgun, and one of the officers shouted, "Cover me," to the Marines, intending for them to be ready to fire if needed, but the Marines interpreted that cover as providing suppressive fire, and they...
I just took a DNA test, turns out I'm a...
This woman was racing out to try to stop a shoplifter, though there must have been some miscommunication with the police officers, because they walked right past her without realizing she was the one they were supposed to be helping. This one...
Oh my god!
Back in my day, folks didn't talk about things like anxiety. We just carried on. Anyway, I need to...
Take this to the table. It's hot on the bottom. It's hot on the bottom. Okay. It's motherfucking hot on the bottom! Take this to the table.
Look, you promised me you would keep my secret, so you're just gonna have to figure out a way to do it.
Leonard, I'm moving out.
What do you mean you're moving out? Why?
Hey! I'm back!
Still don't know why you left.
I can't tell you.
Why not?
I promised Penny.
You promised Penny what?
I wouldn't tell you the secret.
Look, you promised me you would keep my secret, so you're just gonna have to figure out a way to do it.
Leonard, I'm moving out.
This guy made Rolls-Royce punch the wall after they refused to repair his car. In 2008, Yajima Masan, a businessman from Tokyo, bought his dream car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He drove it for nearly a decade until the BMW V12 engine blew up. When he tried to order replacement parts from Rolls-Royce, they refused and told him that the car could only be repaired by official mechanics. So Yajima did something most people would never dare. He flipped the middle finger to Rolls-Royce and installed a Toyota 2JZ engine. And because the Phantom weighs over 2 tons, he twin-charged the engine, boosting it to 900 horsepower. After Rolls-Royce saw what he did, they called the build blasphemous, but they couldn't sue him because the Japanese government would have sued them back for violating consumer protection laws.
Misha's debriefed some locals, say the jihadists are planning to attack us with suicide bombers. What are you doing with that smoke grenade?
What we discussed yesterday, sir. New procedure for stopping cars. Charlie's already started using blue smoke.
I don't like this, Brad.
If it's bad guys, we still have time to light them up.
We got reports of suicide bombers.
We can still kill the cars that don't stop. This just gives civilians a chance.
All right.
We got a vehicle.
Don't fire unless they drive through, and I give the order.
Turn them, Sergeant. Got another one coming at us.
Whoa! You didn't even fire a warning shot! That was a wounding shot, motherfucker! You okay?
Car kept coming.
Come on.
Misha's debriefed some locals, say the
federal agent says protesters are blocking an active enforcement operation.
We're here to arrest a child sex offender.
All right, Mr. Vandy. Time for you to start digging.
See? It is here. He has tried to find it.
Hey, Boot, have you got a smoke?
Smoking will kill you. Sorry.
It's all right. I might quit smoking anyway, huh, Solomon?
It's gone.
What?
Someone has taken it. It isn't here.
Well, then there's no reason for any of you to stay alive.
Oh, wait. I know where it is.
It better be there.
Oh, here.
Yeah?
Danny. All right, Mr. Vandy.
What is that? It's only me! It's only me! Hands in the air!
No, please don't tell her where I am!
Police! Don't move! Stop! Stop, man! Just let me out! Let me out! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Stop! Shots fired! Shots fired! Don't move!
Is done. The Murbot King and Queen.
This is why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. This strongman has a hidden talent and is about to shock everyone in the end. The strongman started by lifting really heavy stones and putting them on platforms. But even though they were impressed by his power, they saw many other strongmans on this show before, meaning there is no guarantee that he goes further in the program because he is not unique enough. But what they didn't expect is that he is about to walk backstage and bring something unexpected.
Those are some big balls.
He carries a big metal plate and lays it across the stones.
What's happening?
Leaving all the judges hella confused until he suddenly pulls out something that no one expected.
love with you.
I want to cut off his eyelids. I thought you wanted me to shoot him after he was done digging the hole. Changed my mind.
Lawyer's reaction.
Can he go to jail for this? Potentially, but because it was almost 90 degrees in there, his public defender or criminal defense attorney is going to have some damn great arguments about why he had a public necessity to protect himself and save his life, and because they weren't even letting him off the damn train.
Lawyer's reaction.
You are dog animal.
That ain't melted at all, bud. No, look, it ain't even hot. Do you know what kind of metal this is? I don't really know.
Barry, I think that they turned the air conditioning off.
Can I get one of those?
100%. I don't think this is a prank.
No?
No, I mean, these walls, they seem designed to keep people in just as much as out. And there's no cell perception. That is not an easy thing to accomplish. Those new guards this morning, well, I saw one of them heading over to that old hangar that's next door. So my guess is that is where they're set up.
We should pick out a couple folks to kill?
No, not at all.
It's a joke, Mike.
But I'm not sure how much people are going to be joking if something else happens.
Something like what?
Something.
Listen, Mike, in a situation like this, it's normal for a handful of folks to panic and overreact. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
So why don't you consider that you might be one of those people? I brought some bottled water in the cafeteria. Why don't you guys grab yourself some?
That ain't melted at all, bud. No, look, it ain't even...
Here are 5 signs that they're not your friend. Number 1, they treat you different around different people.
Songs that almost got singers in trouble. Back in 2004, guitar legend Joe Satriani released an instrumental track called If I Could Fly, a melody he had spent over 10 years nursing to perfection because it wasn't just a song to him, but his life's work. But 4 years later, he felt like a dagger went straight through his heart. You see, in 2008, Coldplay released Viva La Vida, which instantly became the #1 song on the planet, winning Grammys and playing in commercials everywhere. Almost immediately, Satriani's inbox flooded with thousands of emails from fans who all told him that Coldplay's catchy new vocal melody sounded exactly like his guitar solo. But when he tried to reach out to the band to talk, they completely brushed him off. So Satriani stopped being nice and sued Coldplay in federal court in December 2008, demanding a jury trial and every single penny of profit from the song. As internet sleuths started posting mashups proving the songs fit together perfectly, it looked like Coldplay was in serious trouble, but the band refused to back down. They publicly claimed the similarity was just a coincidence and even argued Satriani's song wasn't original enough to be protected, setting the stage for a brutal courtroom showdown that threatened to ruin reputation.
One of the funniest stories of World War II. They brought a guerrilla warfare guy that was fighting them over in China when they started to invade the Aleutian Islands, and they're like, just assemble a team and go with the Japanese. And this guy's like, all right, I don't need normal soldiers. I need the right kind of men. So he literally just recruits lumberjacks and like outdoorsmen, like crazy hunters, and he's like, look, you guys don't need to wear military uniforms, wear whatever the you want. What do you guys want for guns? Gives them everything and basically just cuts them loose and is like, just go with the Japanese. These dudes are just out there taking pop shots and disappearing because like Japanese people don't know how to survive in Alaska. One of the funniest stories of World War II. They brought a guerrilla warfare guy that was fighting.
This guy found a glitch in the UFC and
Forget this fool, man. He's fronting. Ain't no one here scared of you, you fake-ass gangster. Get your fake ass up out of here.
You were scared for like a minute, though.
This eating his gun.
Got an announcement?
Forget this fool, man. He's fronting. Ain't no one here scared of you, you fake-ass gangster. Get your fake ass up out of here.
You were scared for like a minute, though.
This guy makes some of the most unusual tools to chop his wood every morning, like this French guillotine.
Federal charges. You don't warn me, I warn you. This is your last chance to produce the key before I destroy this lock and impound your rig. Are we doing this, yes or no? Give me the key.
I am stepping away for my own safety. I am not consenting to this illegal search.
Dispatch subject is non-compliant. Log his refusal of inspection immediately. I am proceeding with forced entry into the trailer to secure the contraband right now.
You sure you want to do this the hard way?
Run the VIN, deputy. If you cut that seal, you end your career and face federal indictment.
I don't run bins on smugglers who argue on the roadside. I open their trucks, I find the drugs, and I put them in jail.
I'm not waiting all day for you to find your brain.
You are tampering with a national security asset, deputy. I am ordering you to step away from the vehicle immediately.
I'm done playing games with you, driver. Time's up. You made your choice.
Hey, deputy, this is your last warning. Crossing a federal line you cannot come back from. Do not do this.
You don't give warnings to the law. I do. And I'm telling you, this door is opening right now, whether you like it or not.
Done talking to you. This lock is coming off right now. You're going to jail for obstruction as soon as I see exactly what's inside.
Got it. It's open. Let's see what you're hiding. There it is. You just committed a federal felony. Watch what happens next, deputy.
Dispatch, what is that noise? I have a high-pitched alarm sounding from inside the cargo hold.
It's deafening. Send back up to my location immediately. All right, Unit 4, federal override. Drop your weapon. Drop it now. Do not move.
Who is? Hey, back up! I'm a sheriff's deputy. What are you doing?
Who are you people? What is this?
Secure the asset. He's yours. Process him for violating Title 18 and interference with a federal transport. Get him out of my sight.
Federal charges.
You don't warn me. I warn.
Two pair, ace so queen.
Well, lucky thing for me, I had 3 6s. Sorry.
I don't think that hand should count.
You got any logical reasons why not?
My mind wasn't on the game.
What's your name, son?
Johnny Harden.
What's your occupation?
I'm a gunfighter.
Well, I have to assume, since you're still alive and playing cards with us here, that you're good at it.
You care to find out?
What? Wait a minute. Hey, whoa! Slow down there. I mean, I'm a card player. You, on the other hand, are a gunfighter, and an exceptional one at that, from what I hear. So if I decided to go up against you, I mean, what chance would I have had? Answer? 0. Want to see it again? Oh, come on, kid. Let's just play poker. Who here wants to play poker?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Who wants to see some guy get killed? Let's play poker.
Two pair, ace so queen. Trying to give you a hard time. I'm just explaining to you what
This woman almost stabbed an officer, but forgot that actions have consequences.
You want to make a movie?
Make a movie?
Yeah, because if you're the supervisor...
I'm not trying to make a movie, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just explaining to you what Back up! Get on the ground! That's what she had in her hand. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just explaining to you what
This woman almost stabbed an officer, but forgot that actions have consequences.
You want to make a movie?
Make a movie?
Yeah, because if you're the supervisor...
I'm not trying to make a movie, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just explaining to you what
I'm gonna have to take that key back, because that key belongs to another machine.
No English, sir. No English, sorry. All right, slow down. Do you understand me right now?
Little, yes.
Okay, where'd you get your...
Take your fucking hand out from under your jacket. Do it.
All right, listen up. Carefully. My hand is wrapped around a fucking 357 Magnum with 158 grain hollow points that'll leave a hole you can put your fucking fist through. You want to see your loved ones tonight? Get in your car, put it in gear, and drive the fuck away.
We know where to find you.
That goes both ways.
Who the fuck are you, motherfucker? My fucking rules. Been in more fucking joints than more times than all of you pussies put together. Get your ass out of my seat before I beat the fuck out of you.
Did he do that?
I don't want to talk about it.
You keep eyeballing me, I'll fuck you up.
It doesn't scare you?
It's the quiet ones you gotta worry about. What? Hey! Fucking silence is golden.
Listen, asshole, take a hike. Come on, man. Time to go.
You got a tire iron?
Yeah, I can go to the back.
Forget it.
Hey, yo, that's my juice.
Anybody got the time?
Listen, mister, I told you. Oh, my God!
There's nothing left for you here.
There's nothing left for me!
Hey! You don't understand how this fucking works. They told you where the fuck to go. That's it.
I don't understand. Listen, I made my bones when you were in fucking diapers.
Well, now you're wearing diapers.
Oh, hey! Where's the navigator?
You want to sell me one?
Take me there. See, my associate was in earlier trying to buy that navigator that you got downstairs, but you wouldn't sell it to him.
I'm not following.
It's bath time.
That's actually pretty cool.
How's it going, sir? Can I see your ID, please?
Can I ask why I was
Do me a favor, turn off the vehicle.
No problem, sir. I'll get out. Do you mind if you take off your face mask just to make...
No, sir, I need your ID.
You can... Hold on, let me make sure.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, don't be hitting my shit, motherfucker. Okay. I appreciate you not having a mask on while you do your fucking job. All right? Well, you're fucking fine. Are you in danger, sir? Are you escalating shit? Are you escalating shit? All of this because you can't pay back your fucking bonus? You can...
How's it going, sir?
Stop or I snap your nose off.
He's not too smart. Genetics is a powerful force. On the other hand, maybe he's smarter than you think. What's going on? See you, Senator. Always wanted to use one of these. Tilt his head back. I don't know, I don't. Just tilt his head back. Nice grasp of concepts. Relationships. Very smart. Very cool. First the policeman, fireman, and fire truck. Your brother was sending in teams to save the cat. Stop or I snap.
I know it's not my place. I just want you to know that not everyone in there is slowing down production.
I'm here to file a complaint against you. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
You're not going to chase me out of my own key lobby.
Get out of my face. Get out.
I'll just wait here till the other sergeant shows up.
You want to wait at? I'm standing just like this. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Stop trying to intimidate me and stop trying to antagonize me. Get the same thing you did to me last time, and I'm gonna remain here too. We'll just stand here together.
That gets much closer to my face.
If you're closer to me, I've been standing here.
In a case like this, you remove yourself as far from the situation as you possibly can. That is a conflict, but obviously his ego would not allow him to do that. He just had to stay there. It always blows my mind how these officers don't have a mechanism in their brain that says, you know what? I'm gonna look like a buffoon on a viral video. Let me check my behavior. And then he puts the cherry on top by actually walking up to the camera and then telling her to get it out of his face or he's going to arrest her. Totally embarrassing, totally unacceptable.
I'm here to file a complaint against you. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
You're not going to chase me out of my own key lobby.
Get out of my face. Get out.
I'll just wait here till the other sergeant shows up.
You want to wait at? I'm standing just like this. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Stop trying to intimidate me and stop trying to antagonize me. Get the same thing you did to me last time, and I'm gonna remain here too. We'll just stand here together.
That gets much closer to my face.
If you're closer to me, I've been standing here.
In a case like this, you remove yourself as far from the situation as you possibly can. That is a conflict, but obviously...
There are 3 light switches on the wall, one of which activates the lamp in the classroom directly above us, which we obviously can't see from here. If you're only allowed to check up there once, how can you determine which switch activates the lamp? Yes, Martina.
Taking into consideration number selection bias, the assumed IQ range of the puzzle designer, and the widespread knowledge of the rock, paper, scissors wraparound opening gambit, one must conclude that the first switch will always be the active one.
Your reasoning is incorrect.
Small-trained dog with a photovoltaic vest.
Interesting approach, but no.
3 spools of twine and a personal dirigible.
No.
Flip it and flip it and flip it and flip it?
I'm sorry, no. Yes.
I think what I would do is flip the first switch, then wait 10 minutes. Then I'd turn it off and flip the second switch. Then I'd check upstairs. If the light is on, then it's the second switch. If the light is off, then I touch the bulb. If it's hot, then the first switch is the one. And if it's cold, then it's the third switch.
Very nice, Rainey. Well reasoned.
Yes, that's great. Love Rainy. But that's a lot of work when it's obviously the second switch.
Why do you say that?
Any competent builder would place the light switch 1.5 inches out from the king stud of the door jamb, and that would be the second switch. The other two are clearly dummy switches.
I think the focus is less in construction and...
I highly doubt that a school such as this would contract with a less than competent builder.
I think you're missing the point.
Is it the second switch?
Miss Wetherell.
Is it the second switch?
Yes.
Wow, that's some insight right there. Such creativity. I'm your headmaster, Dr. L.D. Curtin. I tell ya. These two are ones to watch.
I think what I would do is flip the first.
There are 3.
The dead have been covered with lime. The dead know only one thing. It is better to be alive.
Excuse me. Morning. I make it 20. Is that the official body count, sir? What outfit are you man with? Sir, we're reporters from Stars and Stripes.
Right! Colonel? Marine, what is that button on your body armor?
A peace symbol, sir.
Where'd you get it?
I don't remember, sir.
What is that you've got written on your helmet?
Born to kill, sir.
You write born to kill on your helmet and you wear a peace button. What's that supposed to be? Some kind of sick joke?
No, sir.
You better get your head and your ass wired together or I will take a giant shit on you.
Yes, sir.
Whose side are you on, son?
Our side, sir.
Don't you love your country?
Yes, sir.
But how about getting with the program? Why don't you jump on the team and come on in for the big win?
Yes, sir.
Son, all I've ever asked of my Marines is for them to obey my orders as they would the word of God. We are here to help the Vietnamese because inside every gook there is an American trying to get out. It's a hardball world, son. We've got to try to keep our heads until this peace craze blows over.
The dead have been covered with lime. The dead know only...
When you attach this device and fire the handgun, something surprising happens. This device attached...
It's the same old thing.
Human, I am here to accept your unconditional surrender.
Nice to meet you, too. I'm Captain Pike of the Federation Starship Enterprise, and you are?
You may address me as Praetor. It is customary to kneel.
As I'm not a Romulan, you'll forgive me if I don't. Now, I'm confused. We're holding to our side of the neutral zone, as you are. Yet you demand our surrender?
I have you surrounded. Surrender, or we will destroy you. You have 1 minute to comply.
Perimeter alert. We have ships incoming, sir. Dozens.
More Romulans?
No, they look like ours.
I've got a secure channel from the lead ship, sir. It's Captain Kirk.
Chris, the reinforcements you ordered? Been 100 years since the Federation has seen the Romulans. We didn't know what their ships look like, and so I figured they don't know what ours look like either.
All robotic mining craft?
Mining, hauling, not one of them manned. But to the Romulans, who's to say we aren't a Federation armada?
You sneaky son of a bitch.
It's enough to bluff with. I hope try not to get us in a real fight.
Human, I am here to accept your unconditional...
Can I receive what you have? Okay, put it down on the ground. Just stay over there.
Please, sir. Please don't do that.
73, I gotta get out with the gun. I'm not doing anything. Look, I'm not doing... Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'm not. I'm finna shoot your... Don't shoot. I'm finna shoot your... Don't get drop the gun. I don't have it. Look. I don't have it. I don't have it. Shot fired. Can I receive...
We're gonna tell.
That includes you, Agnes. I know you're still here. Finally, some originality.
I don't care what you think about me anymore.
Good.
What's the plan?
Oh boy.
All right. I'm walking out of here or the siren's toast. I mean it. Gord!
Oh, bravo! Now that's what I call a thrilling climax.
That includes you, Agnes.
This moron thought she was invincible, but found out she wasn't.
I'm going. I don't feel like going to jail.
Hey, your driver's license is suspended and you have warrants out of Fayetteville. I need you to step out of the car, okay?
I ain't got no warrants.
You need to step out of the car.
Was that necessary? Was that necessary, Mr. Sheriff? Y'all saw that, right? And I'm not remembering.
This moron thought she was invincible.
Were you behind me for a while? Okay, I did not see you.
I know. Nice bike, but the reason why I'm stopping it, first, your speed, my legal reason.
Would you describe it as a shooting pain? Or maybe an imaginary pain because you don't want to go back to prison?
Or does it hurt?
My God, I feel like I'm getting stabbed. Oh!
Let me take a look. I don't think he's faking this stuff.
Why did you hit me so many times, Clarence?
You know what?
You could have
You
stopped.
stabbed me in the back, man. I never You couldn't fight fair? Like you did! Like that I'm your brother!
Bluish tinge to the fingernails, lips. He's hypoxic. He needs to be intubated, put on a respirator.
Don't have a respirator.
This is Dr. Gregory House. I need an ambulance pickup at Mercer State Prison.
Wasted call. My man will stop him at the gate. At least not through the front doors.
House! It was just a consult. You expect us to shut down an entire floor for this guy?
Did you do something to your hair?
Take him back to prison, now.
I'm bound by this court order that your ace attorney got. Have to make him all better before shipping him back for the state to kill him.
Oh, it's okay. You're in the hospital. We're taking care of you.
Stay calm. You gotta make...
Hold on. Water. Figured if he's on something, it's stashed somewhere.
Unless he finished it.
Yeah, that'd be a shame. He could have shoved it anywhere. There's envelopes stacked to the ceiling, bottles of copier toner.
Call it off. Come on back.
What's going on?
You're dying. Man deserves the last drink.
You're okay.
Thanks. That means a lot. You're at least 3 shots behind. Now you're 4 shots behind.
You better get me the next one or I'm gonna kill you.
Tell me something. Why does a guy who's on death row suddenly try to off himself? I know you drank that copier fluid. It's not as visually dramatic as slitting your wrists with a homemade shiv, but it'll do the trick. The bad news is the alcohol you just drank contains so much ethanol that it's gonna bind with that nasty formic acid rampaging through your body.
Man, you got drunk.
I also saved your life. At least for now. Our prisoner has a new symptom.
I'm not telling Cindy she's dying until the diagnosis is confirmed.
I'm not buying that Clarence was trying to take control of his life by suicide. Healthy people don't kill themselves.
What if it wasn't suicide? What if it was an escape plan? Drink enough methanol to get transferred to a hospital, try to escape from here.
Excellent. Explains everything except the symptom that got him here. His heart went nuts. I think there's something going on in his head. Check for intracranial lesions, brain infections, autoimmune diseases. Do a CT, LP, full workup. State's paying, so go nuts.
Would you describe it as a
The German soldier started applying butter from the edge to
Back into the building.
That's against the law.
So
That's against the law.
What the conversation was, because obviously I've been in there, but I guess I'll.
You mean with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
But I'll add my 2 cents into it.
Sure.
Hello, Stephen. I went to the fresh fish market just for you. Well, the counter in Morrison's.
This is an act of unparalleled aggression on the border of our territory.
Hello. You have your license with you?
This is an act of unparalleled aggression on the border of our territory, Captain.
No, just a standard training maneuver that happened to land our fleet here the same time as yours. You want to know what actually is an act of unparalleled aggression? A Romulan bird of prey using cloaking technology, destroying our neutral zone outposts.
I know nothing of what you speak.
That's okay, we'll send you a recording of it decloaking right before destroying Outpost 4.
I see.
Romulan ship is decloaking and breaking formation, heading our way.
Praetor, what is this?
This is a culling, Captain. That commander should not have allowed himself to be caught.
It's the bird of prey we've been chasing.
Captain, what are you doing?
Only what is asked of me. I never called for that armada.
We could beam you and your crew aboard. You don't have to do this.
It is not our way. I regret that we meet in this way. You and I are of a kind. In a different reality, I could have called you friend.
What purpose will it serve to die?
We are creatures of duty, you and I. Do not be upset. I have accepted my fate.
They're powering up weapons.
This is an act of unparalleled.
Hey, what sounds you got up in there, dog? Don't nobody talk to.
These truckers were fed up with drivers skipping the long traffic wait.
Look at the size of that.
Where did that come from?
Apparently it was riding a Lagrange point, hiding behind Ranafort's furthest moon.
Our vehicle classification index can put no identity to it. Its design is completely foreign.
But that's our boy. Approximately 5 times our mass and carrying enough armament to pulverize a planet.
Lieutenant? I
cannot explain this, Captain.
It's heading for the planet.
Hailing frequencies. Open. Data, ask them to identify themselves and match our orbit.
They've received the message, Captain, but are ignoring it.
Maximum shields, ready all weapon systems. Aye, sir.
Assuming an attack posture, don't be surprised.
Look at the size of that.
These truckers were fed up with drivers skipping the long traffic wait, so they teamed up to block them from overtaking. But this Mercedes driver didn't care and even tried to pass them on the shoulder only to fail again. However, the driver still didn't give up and desperately tried every alternative, but still couldn't get ahead. These truckers were fed up.
John Kelly and his wife had a disagreement and were communicating via sign language on the.
When a spider goes on a hunger strike, it can mean one of two things.
Then you are here to reinforce us, Custodian? You intend to gather the harvest and abandon us.
Remember, we must meet with Malachite at once, face to face.
I will convey that to the captain.
Sheriff's office.
What'd I do now? I ain't got no warrant.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
What do I got a warrant for?
Bro, it's bullshit. Misdemeanor possession of paraphernalia.
I went to jail for that already. Nah, dude.
Bro,
what the fuck, man? I got my stimulus. I can't even cash it yet, bro. At least let me cash my stimulus so my wife can get me out. Dude, it's bullshit. I have to have a court date, man. Could you at least look it up and tell me how I got it, when I got it?
It just posted up.
You see this come up, you're like, dude, oh, crumbly.
No, this is not what I do. No, bro. Did I ever treat you bad?
Melinda! Get your fucking ass out here, man! I gotta change my clothes outside. I can't go back in the house.
What is up now?
I got another fucking warrant.
You just got out of jail.
I don't even have a court date. I don't know, man.
Oh my God, dude, are you serious?
All right, let's stop making this any worse.
Give me a shirt.
Yeah, give him some food. I'll let him eat.
Give me a cigarette, please, or a cigarette.
Why doesn't he have to cut his hair?
I don't know.
Why does Spangler let him wear a bathrobe to class?
Don't know.
It's just not right.
Richie, take a quarter from me.
Thanks.
No one leaves except you. Who are you, old man?
My name is Zeph, and I own this place.
Well, I'm Arlong, and I own the East Blue.
No one owns the sea, not even a fish man.
Well, that's about to change. Once you give me what I want.
Listen up! I'm looking for a pirate in a straw hat. Goes by the name of Luffy.
He has something that belongs to me.
No? But why don't I fix you a meal? Absolutely anything you want, off of that menu, no charge.
But if you don't bring me the straw hat boy before I finish, maybe I might just start adding some of these nice folks to the menu.
Which one of you is Arlong?
Who's asking?
I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Hey, a straw hat! Did you miss me?
Burpee? What are you doing here?
Believe me, it wasn't my first choice either.
How you even know how to find me?
I told you. I've got eyes and ears everywhere.
No one leaves except you.
I'm giving you to the count of 3.
Watch as this cop lost his job in front of God and all his creation in a count of 3 seconds.
This officer is unlocking my car. They just illegally entered my car, and I'm being forcefully removed.
Take a look at me.
I'm a
specimen right here, buddy. You're gonna get your ass looked in front of Lord and all creation. I'm gonna give you one more chance.
I'm being threatened.
You can bring that with you. I'll let you film the whole thing.
I feel unsafe, and I'm in no threat to these 3 officers.
By this time, the clouds were moving behind the plane, and instead of seeing a runway, the pilots enjoyed a beautiful panoramic view of a 3,000-foot rock formation right in front of them. With roaring engines, the rear part of the aircraft struck a ridge, scattering the fuselage and wings.
I looked in your cup to see if you had enough. You looked in mine to check if I had more than you. That difference says everything. We are not the same. Pay attention to what people measure.
So I'm driving Uber. And my passenger's getting arrested.
Band of Brothers, that's another great scene that I bring up quite often, is the scene in the end. He gets told, hey, go do a reconnaissance across the river. And Dick Winter says, hey, I don't really think we should do that. Hey, shut up and go do it. He says, okay. They go do it. They take a casualty. I think a guy even gets killed. They come back. Hey, we didn't see anything. And by the way, the war's all but over at this point. And the colonel next night says, go do it again. And he says, I don't think we should do this. He says, go do it again. Okay, roger that. And they go into a basement. They drink wine. They play cards. And they don't do the mission. That happens in the military. People don't think that it works that way, but it works that way. Band of Brothers, that's another great scene that I bring up quite often, is the scene in the end. He gets told, hey, go do a reconnaissance across the river. And Dick Winter says, hey, I don't really think we should do that. Hey, shut up and go do it. He says, okay. They go do it. They take a casualty. I think a guy even gets killed. They come back. Hey, we didn't see anything. And by the way, the war's all but over at this point. And the colonel next night says, go do it again. And he says,
where she bought the ticket to cash in her winnings. She thought she won at least $500. She says the clerk in this lucky store took her ticket, scanned it, and the machine sang a winning tune.
It says, eee! A beat made a sound on the machine, and then a pink sales slip came out, and he just grabbed it.
Amelia says the clerk wouldn't give her that validation slip showing her winnings or return her scratch ticket. After some back and forth, he handed her $500 cash from the register.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But even with that money in hand, she had a gut feeling that something was wrong.
When I called the lottery people and the police,
it would appear that what he did was he took the validation slip, kind of crumpled it up quickly, threw it away or otherwise disposed of it, kept it away from the customer, and attempted to pay her approximately $500.
Where she bought the ticket to cash in.
Our fleet is stronger now, and I'm ready to accept your surrender.
This is really how you want to end 100 years of peace.
What do Romulans care of peace? It means nothing to us. And your apparent affinity for it has sealed your fate. Thank you, Captain Pike. If not for your weakness, we would have never known what easy targets your Federation would be. Goodbye.
Powering up weapons again.
Evasive maneuvers, Erica. Patterns 8 of 3. Kirk, get back here. We're about to warp out.
Roger that.
Captain, warp engines aren't engaging.
Erica?
I'm sorry, sir. Sir, the drone ships are moving.
Son of a bitch. Kirk, what are you doing?
Covering your escape. Get those engines fixed.
He's putting the drones between us and the Romulans. Captain Kirk has beamed on board. Engines online, Captain.
Hit it.
Captain, the Romulans are broadcasting on all known subspace frequencies. It's a declaration of war against the Federation.
Our fleet is stronger now.
Recent lab findings has the CDC warning liberal women to avoid pink and blue hair dye. We take you now to the CDC.
The dyes not only led to an increase in aggressive behavior, but the mice also developed unusual vocal capabilities.
Trump, Trump, patriarchy!
Bro, what is this? It's like,
a lot of people wanted me to talk about this video because they wanted me to tell people not to touch acid rain, which you don't, the world's complicated and you're not supposed to know everything about everything. You can touch acid rain and that's not acid rain. Like Coca-Cola Classic is like 100 times more acidic than acid rain. Acid rain is not bad for people, really, except that like we live in the earth. It is bad for plants and animals in the environment. It's a lot of acidity.
Hey, Russ. What are you doing with that? You really believe in that?
I confess.
What are you confessing to?
Where is he?
In the basement in the refrigerator.
You say he in the basement refrigerator?
Yes.
When did he pass away? How long ago?
In March.
Yeah, that's him too. Damn. So,
I want to punch this in the face. In reality.
what we signed up for, buddy?
It was malnutrition and I didn't know who to call. I was scared. I confessed.
Where are you confessing to?
Where is he?
In the basement in the refrigerator.
I have you recorded doing 80 miles an hour in a 65-mile-an-hour zone. No headlights, no sirens, nonchalantly. Apparently you drive like that all the time. So I wanted to film hypocrisy at its finest. You ain't getting shit from me. Get your sergeant out here. I'm asking for your sergeant for the last time.
And I'm asking
Get your sergeant out here. Well, you ain't getting my shit. You ain't getting my shit. You ain't getting nothing.
Okay, then I will arrest you for obstruction.
You do that, buddy, and I'll sue the Adams County.
Step out. He's video recording me, so I asked him for all of his information. He was like, he's not giving it to me. He wanted a supervisor.
He was just video recording?
And then when I was asking,
Did he walk up to your stop?
No. But then
You don't have obstruction?
I have you recorded doing 80 miles an hour in
Now here are the rules. When you talk to these reporters, you do not get specific. You tell them that there's no better shooters in the world than Marine snipers. Tell them that you're happy to be here. You're proud of the mission, all right? And you can't wait to mash the out of these Iraqis. Anything other than that comes out of your mouth, I get up. And if I get up, I'ma you up.
this is censorship.
This is what?
You telling us what we can and can't say to the press. That's un-American. Yeah, what about freedom of speech, the Constitution?
No, you signed a contract. You don't have any rights. You got any complaints? You complain to Saddam Hussein and you see if he gives a
Well, that's exactly what Saddam Hussein does.
You are a Marine. There's no such thing as speech that is free. You must pay for everything that you say.
You're a Marine here in Saudi Arabia. Are you glad to be here?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm glad to be here.
Are you scared?
Look, I'm 20 years old, and I was dumb enough to sign a contract. I can hear their f***ing bombs already. I can hear their bombs. And I'm f***ing scared, yeah.
Now here are the rules. When you talk to these reporters,
Say what?
I'm still faster than you.
That may be.
I should be seeing a judge who has standing. You are an associate judge. You are just a lawyer. Do you understand?
When this Karen threatened the judge and demanded her adopted kids back after her rights were permanently terminated, she instantly regretted opening her mouth.
As far as the motion to dismiss, it is a bar to filing any reinstatement of parental rights if the children have been adopted and these 4 girls have been adopted, and that's in petitioner's exhibit number 1.
Ms. Lessner, do you have any response to that?
I don't know why I was muted, but I would object to allowing the state to have a dismissal knowing that my parental rights were illegally terminated. It doesn't matter how you cut the cheese on the rights terminated. The state asked the jury to terminate my parental rights simply because my husband at the time was accused of a crime. You cannot, under Texas state law, terminate parental rights on someone else's accusations. And they are the ones who told me there were no findings of guilt on my part, and I should have my children.
Your rights were terminated. From what I read, that went to the 7th Court. Excuse me, don't interrupt me. That went to the 7th Court of Appeals, and it was affirmed. A petition for review was denied by the Texas Supreme Court. So your rights are terminated. Plus, you have to have given notice 45 days prior to filing your petition to the department. The children are adopted. Unless you can convince this court today that the children have not been adopted, I have no choice but to dismiss the case. That is a prerequisite to you to even file the petition.
So you're you're saying an illegal action can be done in a court?
I'm saying what I just said. The statute says if the children have been adopted, then I have to dismiss your petition for reinstatement, and that's where I'm standing. So
If you dismiss this, Judge Graham, Associate Judge Graham, I should be seeing a judge who has standing. You are an associate judge. You are just a lawyer. Do you understand that you right now are violating my constitutional rights as you did 8 years ago?
no, ma'am, I don't. Mr. Noaklep, you want to weigh in on this? You represent the children. Do you have recommendations for the motion today?
I do, Judge, and I so appreciate your temperament and your patience. I'm not going to disrupt that adoption because some crazy lady has some crazy theories.
Me?
I apologize for that, Judge. My recommendation to the court today is to dismiss whatever mom has filed.
That's fine. Okay.
It may be fine to you, but that's defamation of character, Judge.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll defame your character all day long, lady. Judge, that's all I've got.
The court finds that based on Department's Exhibit Number 1, that the children were adopted.
Illegally. I never got the adoption papers because
I need your card and I need your card right now.
This man was running an investigation on the building, but when the cops showed up, that's when everything went wrong.
Are we detained then?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, we're detained.
It's a call for service. You're not free to go.
Oh, a call for service? What crime are we suspected of?
You're detained for investigation. Okay.
Investigation of what crime?
Just hang out for a while. Okay.
No. What crime do you suspect me of?
So keep your voice down.
I don't have to keep my voice down.
You can be charged with disorderly, okay?
Do you know what disorderly is? Come on, I'm not new here. Hey, can we go, man?
No, you're not free to leave.
You need to stop.
They called on you guys about being disorderly right now, so we're gonna...
So you suspect me of being disorderly, is that what you're saying?
So we're investigating. You're gonna be detained for an investigation.
For investigation of a crime. You have to suspect me. Do you know what reasonable articulable suspicion is, boy?
I'm not going...
Do you know what reasonable... you're not going down this route? What, the law? Obeying the law? You're not going down that route? They're detaining me right now for investigation of which crime? Which crime? Am I free to go?
Now you are.
If I need your card...
Prepare to drop shields. We would be totally defenseless. I am aware of that. Fire. Direct hit to the port nacelle. Only minimal damage. Hit to the starboard nacelle. Still, no appreciable damage.
Will must have done something to their weapon.
I believe you were right, Counselor. It is now up to us to play along. Release inertial dampers and cut power to decks 31 through 37.
Aye, sir.
Set phasers to 25%. Return fire.
Continue fires. 3 plasma relays on the disruptors. Auxiliary power is not available.
The antimatter containment units are starting to buckle.
The Enterprise has been badly damaged, but they still have superior firepower. If we remain here, we will be destroyed. The logical course of action is to withdraw. I'm trying to decide if you're incredibly stupid or incredibly smart. Why didn't you continue to fire on the Enterprise when their shields dropped?
You were there. The disruptors lost power.
I've watched you handle the weapon systems before. You know exactly how to bypass a problem like that. Why do you continue to argue with Riker? It should be obvious that by alienating Riker, you also alienate Baran, and yet you continue to do so.
I don't give a damn what you think.
Prepare to drop shields.
You really want to go? I just need food.
She said go was go.
Go was go. You did go. You did go. That's right. Did go.
Now I'm breaking it down.
Can you first tell me what this is about?
We got a call about a disturbance. You need to step outside.
A disturbance? I'm a nurse. I just work a double shift.
This was a bizarre death case. Someone had fallen from a height, and the massive impact had severely dented the roof of a delivery truck. I arrived at the scene quickly. What puzzled me was this. The roof was badly deformed, but there were no tall buildings nearby. The only structure in sight was 2 stories high, nowhere near enough to kill someone in a fall, let alone cause that kind of damage to a truck. I started analyzing the clues. The ground had a slope, and there were water flow marks. This wasn't the original crime scene. I looked toward a high-rise in the distance and figured the victim had fallen from there. The force of the impact, combined with the slope and water runoff, had caused the truck to slide to its current location. To verify my theory, I went to investigate that building. Sure enough, a janitor was sweeping up broken glass downstairs. This was the actual crime scene. I glanced up just as another piece of glass came falling down. My reflexes kicked in, and I dodged it. A second later, and we both have been done for. Still shaken, we decided to go inside and investigate. As soon as we entered the building, we learned the elevator had malfunctioned and was stuck on the 25th floor with 5 passengers trapped inside. Building security tried to contact the people inside,
but the intercom only worked one way. The passengers could hear the security office, but couldn't respond. Time crawled by, and the cramped space was making everyone increasingly anxious. The repairman checked.
If you can do this, I'll give you $200.
Guys, sorry. What people don't understand is they watch these TikToks and they see these things where people are hacking a car or they're reading a credit card, and they think that those things just come out of the box. Spend the money on it, you buy it, you get it in the mail, and now you're a hacker. That's not exactly how the flipper works. It looks like this, very small device.
This is what you... Alright, thank you.
Oh! He fucking punched him. Oh, yo, what the fuck?
Alright, thank you.
The work core breach has been reversed, sir. You're ready to stop the power transfer, Mr. Data? Aye, sir.
This dad caught a cop speeding when picking up his kids from school, so he confronted.
Set a course for McNair Starbase. Drinks are on me.
Course set and...
General Taylor is aware that many veterans, including Normandy veterans, still do not have the 85 points required to be discharged. On this, the anniversary of D-Day, he has authorized a lottery to send one man home in each company, effective immediately. For Easy Company, the winner is...
Come on.
Serial number 130-66266, Sergeant Darrell C. Powers. That's how it's done, Shifty.
Congratulations, Shifty.
Come in.
Don't mean to interrupt you, sir. I just wanted to say goodbye. It's been a long time.
Got everything you need?
Yes, sir. I gathered up my loot, pistols mainly. Paperwork's all done. I even got my back pay in my pocket. I just don't rightly know how I'm going to explain all this.
You're a hell of a fine soldier, Shifty. There's nothing more to explain.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, this is one awfully abandoned sailboat. I have no idea what's inside. I'm gonna go search around. I hope I don't find any dead bodies. The place was left in an absolute wreck. I can hear water splashing around underneath of me. Afraid to open doors and cabinets. Afraid of what I might find. Hello? Oh, no dead bodies. Thank God. This is absolutely crazy, by the way. Standing on a very nice Swan 48 in the middle of the ocean. Oh, this is one awfully...
So this is called a screen crab. A screen crab, if you notice here, it's got an HDMI on one side and an HDMI on this side. And basically, this little antenna broadcasts a signal. So I could put this behind a computer monitor, put this behind a TV.
Pharmacist tries a honey pack pill and the results are scary.
I'm a licensed pharmacist in 4 states, and today I'll be trying these sketchy honey pack pills.
We are standing in line. We're with a group of our friends. I'm sober. You could breathalyze me if you want. I'm just crying because I'm upset. The girls behind us are like, if you want to cut us that bad, cut us, because he's shoving past them.
He sucker punched a guy for standing in line. Then he told the cop to F off. Watch how he sealed his own fate.
I don't snap something.
You made me stand there for 20 minutes and I can't take something out of his hand. It's mine. This is mine.
You saw that?
You know what? You know what? I'm not even gonna write him a ticket. I'm gonna let them know he's gonna be totally at fault for this. Forget about it.
Yes, why the f did he punch me in the face? That was such a sucker punch. I'm just trying to get to the front of the line. I'm sorry, I don't mean it. He goes, let's take this outside. I go, I don't want to do that. He punches me in the face while I'm not looking, knocks my tooth in.
No, the other gentleman that we had detained, he was issued a citation to show up in court for what he did to you.
Yeah. Right?
We are standing in line. We're with a group of our friends. I'm sober.
What a halt here.
Come here!
He's so done!
To humiliate me, my female boss gifted me a green turtle plushie. I gave the toy's belly a gentle pinch, only to watch her expression change instantly as she clutched her own stomach. Back home, I found the plushie felt quite nice to the touch, so I kept stroking it. But in the dead of night, my boss called me. Stop touching it, please. How about I just come over to your place instead? My name is Jack. I've been grinding at this marketing firm in Chicago for 5 years, but my boss, Veronica, has been trying to bury me since day one. She wants me out, dead or alive. The beef? Simple. 5 years ago, I walked into the interview room and destroyed her boyfriend. I got the job. He got the boot. Correction, ex-boyfriend. They broke up shortly after, but Veronica never let it go. She blamed me for ruining her perfect future, so she climbed the corporate ladder with a vengeance, clawing her way up to VP just so she could look down on me. I didn't slack off though. I'm right below her. Close enough to be a thorn in her side, but performing too well for her to fire without a lawsuit. Jack, I got you a little something. Veronica dropped a plush toy onto my desk with a heavy thud. It was a turtle. A bright neon green turtle with a stupid grin, but she had taken a Sharpie and written "cuck" in big black letters across its shell. "What's this supposed to be, Veronica?" I asked, leaning back in my chair. "Just a reminder of your place," she smirked, her red lips curving into a cruel smile. "Heard about your girlfriend, or should I say ex-girlfriend, cheating on you with a finance bro? Ouch. This turtle is slow and pathetic, just like you." The office went silent. Whispers rippled through the cubicles. "That's cold even for her," someone muttered. My jaw tightened. 2 days ago, I found out my girlfriend was banging some guy from Wall Street. I was raw. I was angry. And Veronica knew exactly where to stick the knife. "Cute," I said, my voice low. "Thanks for the concern, Veronica. I'll be sure to return the favor." I grabbed the turtle by its neck. I didn't explode. I didn't scream. I knew she was baiting me. One HR violation, one outburst, and she'd have the ammo to fire me. 5 years of psychological warfare, and she was still waiting for me to slip. "Huh, I'll be waiting," she whispered, spinning on her heels and walking away. I took the damn turtle home. I threw it on my couch. It was an insult, sure, but it fueled me. It was like bitter medicine. It woke me up. I stared at the green fabric, swearing to myself that I'd never be a simp again. No more getting played. I picked up the turtle, intending to toss it in the trash, but my thumb brushed against the fabric of its shell. I paused. I ran my hand over the bottom of the shell, near the tail. What the hell? It felt weirdly good. Not like cheap polyester. It felt warm. I rubbed it again. The texture wasn't fabric. It felt like skin. Soft, yielding, elastic skin. "This is insane," I muttered. "It's a $5 gag gift. Why does the ass feel so realistic?" I pressed my fingers deeper. It had resistance. It had warmth. It felt exactly like squeezing a woman's ass. No way! I shifted my grip and rubbed the turtle's stomach. Soft, velvety, but different from the back. It felt like a flat, toned stomach. It felt terrifyingly familiar. I closed my eyes and rubbed the lower belly of the toy. A shiver ran down my spine. It felt exactly like touching my ex-girlfriend. No, better, smoother, tighter. Is this some kind of new silicone tech? I wondered aloud. Did she spend a fortune on a high-tech sex doll just to mock me? I was lonely, drunk on whiskey, and angry. So, I didn't stop. I spent the night mindlessly stroking the plushie, trying to numb the pain of the breakup. I fell asleep cuddling the damn thing, my hand resting on its soft underbelly. It was the best sleep I'd had in weeks. It felt like there was a real woman in bed with me. The next morning at the office, Veronica looked like a train wreck. "Ms. Veronica, are you okay?" an intern asked. "You look exhausted." Veronica had dark circles under her eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept a wink. She was jittery, on edge.
Click the link in my bio to get the full story for free.
To humiliate me, my female boss gifted me a green turtle plushie. I gave the toy's belly a gentle pinch, only to watch her expression change instantly as she clutched her own stomach. Back home, I found the plushie felt quite nice to the touch, so I kept stroking it. But in the dead of night, my boss called me. "Stop touching it, please. How about I just come over to your place instead? My name is Jack."
Cigarette? No smoke. The fuel system is rotten. We have gasoline all over the place.
Hey, look, Max, in about a half an hour, the whole American Army's going to be coming down that road. Why don't you do yourself a great big fat favor, huh? Now get the hell out of here.
I have orders. This bank isn't to fall into the hands of the American Army.
Sergeant, this bank's not gonna fall in the hands of the American Army. It's gonna fall in our hands.
You, the American Army.
No, baby, we ain't. You know what's inside that bank, man? There's $16 million worth of gold in that bank, sweetheart.
Mm-hmm. And Sergeant, all you have to do to have an equal share of this money is crank this turret around and blow a hole in that door.
I need you to leave the property, otherwise you're gonna have to go to jail.
Go ahead and turn around for me, hands behind your back.
Wait, what's going on?
You have a warrant, we'll talk about it in a minute. Hands back.
All right.
Don't move. Step in the car for me.
Yeah.
Door's coming shut. Go ahead and turn around for me, hands behind your back.
Get out of the car!
Okay, I can't.
Get out!
I can't!
Get out of the car!
Oh my god!
To you again. Get out of the car!
Stop reaching! Stop reaching! Let us your hand! Get out of the car now!
This has to be one of the funniest taser moments ever. A woman.
We just quiet out here. Back up!
Parts in my throat.
Safe. Let's stay clear of the car. We just quiet.
I'll never forgive you for this.
Excuse me, Miss Davenport. There's no blood.
Looks like my old pocket watch must have saved my life. I'm alive.
Well, I have learned a very valuable lesson. Be careful where you point.
I can see my sons. Daddy's coming, boys. My Bloody Mary. Oh, that.
Who the hell thinks Walmart isn't doing bad things? My client is in the Walmart and she walks over to the hot food section and she's getting rotisserie chicken. What she doesn't know is that somebody before her had spilt a lemon pepper chicken on the ground. And all the grease is on the ground. There's no floor mat. There's no nothing. So she walks over, she slips and she falls and she hurts herself really badly. The person that helps her up is an off-duty police officer who's just shopping. So Walmart gets a statement from that off-duty police officer. And when this lawsuit starts, we say, hey, give us the statement. And they do. Except they blacked out his name and his contact information. All they've left is police officer. So I immediately think that's a Walmart police officer. I assume it's their employee. So when we find out he's not an employee, we go track him down. I call the police officer and I say, hey, my name is Mike Rathey. I'm calling you in connection with this case. And he starts saying, I told you, do not call me again. I've already talked to you. And I say, oh, whoa. I've never called you before. I don't represent Walmart. I represent the lady that got hurt at Walmart. And I sat there on the phone with him, listening to how many times Walmart called him, asking him to lie, make something up or forget what he saw or say something different. And that's when we went to the judge and said that something's really wrong here. And the judge agreed. Who the hell thinks Walmart isn't doing bad?
Bye-bye.
Adios.
Come back. I find you in direct criminal contempt. 30 days in the county.
Are you serious?
I am serious. Adios. Bye-bye.
May I ask why none of you guys are wearing a lift belt?
Oh, we don't usually.
What you're doing, go to the equipment room, you get lift belts and gloves. You use them. Rules are rules. Got me?
Sure.
On the double.
Hey, hold up!
Excuse me, I think this belongs to you.
Where did you find it?
I need to talk to your manager.
Else through security with someone else's ID. Nobody gives me a second look. When the rightful owner shows up, there's no facility-wide badge check. I find access doors left unlocked or propped open, passwords written on Post-it notes. Warehouse workers are using pen and paper instead of electronic inventory devices, which leaves you wide open to pilfering.
Hold on. Who are you exactly?
Herman Trout, security consultant.
I don't know anything about a security consultant.
You wouldn't, would you? Maybe you best call corporate. Try Lydia Rodart Quayle. May I ask why none of...
The problem was if you were one of 50,000 U.S. troops in that pathway and you woke up for 10 days every morning and it was snowy and you had no air support, when 90% of the aircraft in the sky for the last 60 days had been American or British, and suddenly you were looking at battle-hard veterans and they had, as I said, tigers and panthers, you were going to die or be captured. 80,000 Americans. Patton saw that happening, and when he went to the meeting with Eisenhower at Verdun, he said, I can turn 3 divisions and I can cut them off. He said, George, that will take 2 weeks. And he said, I'll go out and give the signal on the phone and they will start in 24 hours. And that's exactly what they did. The problem was if you were one of 50,000...
Hey, check out this stick is a sentence that should always be said very slowly. Since you're here checking out this stick, I hear you ask yourself, is that the oldest stick in the world? You know your way around a stick, I respect that. It's actually one of 10, and these aren't just any sticks, they are the oldest spears in the world. And the things that they tell us are truly insane. They were found at a site in modern Germany and date back between 300,000 and 400,000 years. Meaning that these spears weren't even made by our species, either made by Neanderthals or these guys called Homo heidelbergensis. We think about these guys like they were just a bunch of primitives, right? But these spears beg to differ. All but one of these were made out of young spruce trees. The points on all the spears was made from the base of the tree where the heartwood is the hardest. They would even offset the soft pith from the point of the spear. They even put effort into aerodynamics by tapering the ends of the spear and keeping the center of mass around the front third like a modern javelin. And modern experimental archaeology has shown that these things can fly more than 60 feet. And the piles of butchered animal bones found alongside tell us that these weren't just sharp sticks. They were sophisticated, technical, and lethal weapons created by our distant ancestors who walked the earth more than 300,000 years ago. You also get excited.
Sheriff's office, come to the door!
Making 10-2-5 now, at the door.
Sheriff's office. Let me see your hands. Come out here.
Hands, put your hands up.
Your hands. Step out. Sheriff's office.
Step out.
Let me see your hands. Sheriff's office, search warrant. Step outside. Let me see your hands. Come on out.
Feed them to me.
Come on out. Right down the stairs.
Feed them to me.
And a search warrant. Come on.
Search warrant.
Step outside, ma'am. Hey, ma'am, how you doing? Step outside.
Put them in handcuffs.
Search warrant. You mind stepping outside, please?
What do I do? My dad. Step out here.
Anything else besides those two?
And his girlfriend.
Okay. Sheriff's office, come to the door!
Making 10-2-5 now, at the door.
It's
Saturday! It's Saturday! It's Saturday! Yeah! It's Saturday!
David, do not shoot my car.
It's Saturday!
David Thomas Mitchell, get in this house immediately. I don't care if it's Saturday.
You're not my mom.
I'm your wife. Do not make me come over there.
So what exactly do we have here?
This is known as an infrared heat seeker for the Sidewinder missiles. They were attached to the F-4 Phantoms.
And should I call Homeland Security now, or?
Watch this lady bring an infrared heat seeker into a pawn shop, and the dealer instantly thinks it's illegal.
So where did you get this thing?
Well, my father used to do military surplus bidding in the 70s and 80s, and he bid on empty shipping containers, 400 of them, sealed bid. He won it for $25.
This is crazy. A guy buys a bunch of run-of-the-mill shipping containers at a government auction for $25 and finds these inside. That's incredible. Let me go give someone a call, and we'll find out what's going on with it.
Great.
Wow. Now, this is a very interesting item. I'm really surprised that you own this. Do you have documents that say that you can have this?
Well, what you do, we have a letter that says we won them.
It's actually an AIM-9 heat seeker head. They showed me documents and paperwork, so they're legal to own it.
So is there any collector value for this thing?
It's pretty neat. No one really has one. You know, heck, I'd like to have one at home.
So how much were you looking to get out of this?
About $3,000?
No, I'm thinking $500.
I'll take $550.
Okay, $550. So what exactly do we...
One touch of this weed can slice through skin, yet she wages war on it to extract a biological steel worth more than silk. Because instead of using industrial cotton, she extracts Ramie fibers, a biological armor known as the toughest natural thread on the planet. As she strips the green bark and beats the fibers in the current, the agitation leaches out the natural pectin, which means the rigid plant skeleton transforms into a translucent membrane. So she hand spins the mic.
Hey, go and shut the car off and hop out.
Why am I get out of my car, sir?
Yeah, so you put the dog inside the car.
I don't want the dog inside my vehicle, sir.
It's not your choice.
Yes, it is, sir.
Very good.
You know, fellas, this is a lifetime. Can we
No visiting, no visiting. The earth just moved.
What time do you close?
6. It's on the door.
Okay.
Do you want a haircut?
No, I have to go now.
Okay. So go.
Goodbye, Jimmy. He freaking what?
Leave it. You had no idea who I was. I could be anybody I want.
Oh, buddy. What are you doing? Is that it? Oh my.
Every time I take my meds, I sneakily spit them out. Once I made sure no one was around, I pulled out the antibiotics. I tied a fishing line around the bottle. The other end, I fastened to my back molar. When everything was ready, I put the bottle in my mouth. Without hesitation, I swallowed it down into my stomach. Then I took apart a lighter. I kept only the flint. I shoved it under my fingernail. Next, I tied my wrist with a shoelace. I pressed my thumb against the edge of the table. Then my right foot and wrist both pushed at the same time. My thumb dislocated instantly. The pain was unbearable, but I clenched my teeth hard and didn't make a sound, because I knew very clearly this was my only chance. I was carrying 2 murder charges, a high-security inmate under strict watch. I was supposed to rot in this prison for the rest of my life, but soon enough, things took a turn. Captain John's son, the police captain, got blood cancer, and it just so happened only my bone marrow was a match. He wanted me to donate my bone marrow to save his son. What he didn't expect was, I agreed right away, but I had conditions. I could smoke inside the prison, and I could go to the library whenever I wanted. After hearing my demands, John agreed without hesitation. He had no idea he'd just walked right into my trap. Smoking was never the point. What I really wanted was the flint from the lighter. Going to the library wasn't about reading either. My real goal was to steal the hospital's detailed floor plan. When everything was in place, surrounded by countless guards, they took me to the hospital where his son was. But here's the problem. My hands were cupped behind my back. In this position, there was no way to extract bone marrow. While they were figuring out what to do, I'd already slipped the bottle of antibiotics into my mouth. The doctor was firm. He demanded they remove the cuffs and strap me to the bed. Then they injected the anesthetic. What they didn't know was, I'd already crushed the bottle with my teeth. I swallowed all the antibiotics inside. Before long, the doctor noticed something was off. All my vitals showed I hadn't gone under at all. Just as they were about to give me another dose, my hand was already free from the cuffs. Every time I take my
Some folks wear their hats way off to the side with their pants down low and a gun tucked inside. Take their beer by the 40 and their chicken deep fried. I think we all know who we're talking about. The only dark I like is when I turn off the lights. The only hood I love is pointy and white tan. Trust you if I can't see your face at night. I think we all know.
In 1985, talk show host Richard Belzer invited Hulk Hogan and Mr. T on his show to promote the first ever WrestleMania. To demonstrate a wrestling hold, Hogan placed Belzer in a front chinlock that instantly cut off blood flow. Belzer passed out within seconds, went limp, and collapsed headfirst onto the studio floor, splitting his head open on live television. He regained consciousness with blood pooling on the stage and later needed stitches.
See? It works. All right, brother.
And now, we'll be right back after this word from you-know-who. We'll be right back.
Belzer later sued Hogan and the WWF for $5 million, but settled out of court, reportedly using the payout to buy a house he jokingly called Ches Hogan.
Cadet, lock in. Fall out at goon.
Attack!
Estrada, can you serve? No, serve the country.
Hey, can I get a napkin?
Yeah, bro, I got you.
Cause you look fucking like a big child. Look at this.
Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair.
Fuck you, bitch.
When an unlicensed teen crashed a borrowed car into a stranger's vehicle, her father was dragged into court. What happened next left no room for excuses.
Mr. Moeller, Mr. Gibson's daughter, this young lady here, who is 17 and unlicensed.
Developing tonight, Kentucky is confirming its first case of the measles. The Kentucky Department of Public Health says the case was found south of Lexington. Officials say the person exposed was infected by an out-of-state visitor in Fayette County and is not related to the exposure at the Ark Encounter. You remember that. Officials say the risk to the public is low.
He even figured out the different bounce you got off the different kinds of wood they used on college basketball courts, you know? He'd be working on this shit day and night. There was nothing about a game he was going to bet that he didn't know.
Just got down at 6. Charlie? Get me down at 6.
Season after season, the prick was the only guaranteed winner I ever knew. But he was so serious about it all that I don't think he ever enjoyed himself. But that's just the way he was.
Someone asked, why such a huge difference in animal releases? Take releasing tigers back to the mountains. The moment the cage door opens, the tiger first digs at the ground to clear its waste, then lets out a furious roar, curses angrily as it leaps off the truck, and bolts away without looking back. But switch it to releasing a bear, the bear shows no urgency to flee instead. It turns and attacks the release worker. Had the person not been standing on the vehicle, trouble would surely have ensued. Bears are vengeful creatures with an intense drive for retribution. They settle scores immediately. This brown bear, upon exiting its cage and failing to find anyone, promptly smashed the camera to pieces. Another bear. Release lunged toward the driver's compartment first, finding it empty. It even peered under the vehicle, determined to track down whoever was responsible. So why do some bears run off without looking back when released? They hear the sound of a bullet being chambered. Any bear that can hold its bladder and keep moving at that moment is battle-hardened. Why are bears so terrified of guns? Because those unafraid have long since met their maker. A bear's hearing is far more acute than a human's. The metallic scrape of a bullet chambering sends an immediate shock through their nerves, triggering instant hypervigilance and a frantic dash for escape. Moreover, this sound is invariably followed by a gunshot, a blast that sends their companions crashing to the ground. Over time, this terror becomes ingrained in their very bones. That's why some clever bears, upon seeing a gun barrel, will even break into an impromptu dance on the spot, begging for mercy. Someone asked,
Father is here, by the way. How much do you know about this case? Okay. He's charged with harassment. He's facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. So it's a serious case. And let me say at the outset, I want the best thing for your son. I really do. Father is here, by the way. How much do you know about this case? Okay. He's charged with harassment. He's facing up to 6 months in jail.
She said you can get to my son, right?
Just make sure you do it clean.
You'll never know what hit him.
Thank you for the excellent service, old-timer.
I'm afraid it's bad news.
Don't tell me he took out McClellan, too.
Please leave me alone. What are you trying to do, you darn bee? Can't you see I'm trying to drive? Oh my God, the drive bee! Fight, Deadly! Fight for your life! Tables have turned. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Mission accomplished. No one can survive that blast.
That's a well-made shoe.
Here's how I save money by setting the fiberglass showers
Oh,
before the
hell yeah.
First, I
before
move it
the
into
plumbers
position and
come.
trace on the floor where the drain goes. Then I move it back
Oh
out
my
of the way
gosh.
and mark a 6-inch square around the drain hole. On new
Why?
construction, I like to hammer nails through the floor before I cut. This way I can look in the basement and make sure I'm not cutting a floor joist.
Okay, smart.
Next, I carefully make 4 plunge cuts with a circular saw. Then I finish the job with my jigs.
Oh, that's cool.
The directions call for this tub to be set in mortar, so I steal some from the masons working outside.
Stop it.
Setting the base in mortar.
I was so honest. So I steal some from the masons working outside. That's
Setting
funny
the base
as hell.
in mortar makes it solid, so there's no movement when you're standing in the shower.
Yeah.
Once I make sure
This
the
is
shower's
fantastic,
plumbed,
actually.
I screw it to the studs. I use this countersink bit to drill some pilot holes first. Normally these come with the holes already drilled, but this one had to be modified a bit. Now I can hear it in the comments already. This one had to be.
Why'd you stop?
It's too easy. No mines, no roadblocks.
They don't have time. They're pulling out. The whole damn German army's on the run.
Well, maybe not here. Maybe they're not pulling out here.
What, so you're gonna stop at every farmhouse, every lousy bend in the road?
I don't know. I'll tell you when I come to them.
Why the hell don't you admit it? You don't like riding point.
I don't like riding point.
All right. I'm gonna ride point. Just you keep up tight behind me.
Depends how fast you're going.
Well, come on, let's go.
Hold it, you guys. Stay in your trucks.
Why'd you stop?
Hey guys, hey everyone.
What I have here is some extremely scary hydrofluoric.
You seem like the kind of person that would appreciate a fun fact about pencils. Check this out.
3, 2.
If you're the kind of person who is trying to fit into a situation or an area that is unfamiliar to you or that you don't really fit into,
planning incorporates The assembled delegates exchanged expressions of what Otis assumed was growing admiration, mixed with terror. In their cultural framework, humanity's apparent ability to convince entire civilizations to voluntarily cooperate represented the ultimate expression of strategic sophistication. It's not mind control, Dr. Martinez protested weakly. It's just being reasonable. Reasonable, Ambassador Erixia transmitted with telepathic awe. Human psychological warfare achieves total strategic dominance through logic-based manipulation protocols that render traditional resistance meaningless. Captain Brooks opened his reference materials to a section on international peacekeeping efforts, apparently still attempting to complete his educational mission despite the cosmic implications. Human conflict resolution demonstrates remarkable systematic approaches to preventing warfare through diplomatic intervention, economic cooperation, and mutual benefit arrangements. Diplomatic intervention, Commander Bazura repeated with growing comprehension. Human strategic operations incorporate preemptive neutralization of conflicts through manipulation of political decision-making processes. Not manipulation, Otis said desperately. Negotiation, communication, finding solutions that work for everyone. Solutions that work for everyone, General Senobara observed grimly. Human strategic planning achieves total victory by convincing opponents that surrender represents optimal outcome for their own interests. The communication panel crackled with updates from across the galaxy. The civilization's response had apparently evolved from defensive preparation to active accommodation of humanity's perceived strategic requirements. Priority transmission from the Outer Rim Defense Coalition, the system announced, requesting immediate consultation regarding optimal tribute calculation methodologies and submission protocol implementation. Submission protocols? Otis whispered. Standard procedure, Bazura explained patiently. When facing inevitable defeat, civilizations negotiate optimal surrender terms to minimize casualties and preserve cultural continuity. But you're not facing defeat, Otis protested. You're not facing anything. We just want to share knowledge and understanding. Knowledge and understanding? Doraxiel mused, his analysis having reached some form of philosophical crisis. Human expansion protocol incorporates systematic assimilation of conquered civilizations through educational indoctrination programs. Dr. Martinez had progressed beyond diplomatic panic into what appeared to be acceptance of their implementation. Submission protocols? Otis whispered. Standard procedure, Bazura explained patiently. When facing inevitable defeat, civilizations negotiate optimal surrender terms to minimize casualties and preserve cultural continuity. But you're not facing defeat, Otis protested. You're not facing anything. We just want to share knowledge and understanding. Knowledge and understanding? Doraxiel mused, his analysis having reached some form of philosophical crisis. Human expansion protocol incorporates systematic assimilation of conquered civilizations through educational indoctrination programs. Dr. Martinez had progressed beyond diplomatic panic into what appeared to be acceptance of their cosmic situation. Otis, I think we need to consider that maybe our explanations aren't helping. But this is insane, Otis muttered. How did bringing a museum piece to a disarmament conference convince the galaxy that humanity is planning universal conquest? Museum piece? Commander Bazura repeated thoughtfully. Human educational institutions preserve obsolete military technology for instructional purposes, ensuring continuous military knowledge transfer across generations. The chamber fell silent as the implications of this observation settled over the assembled delegates. Even Otis could see how his innocent historical demonstration might be interpreted as evidence of systematic military education programs designed to maintain humanity's apparent strategic advantages. Perhaps, Commander Bazura said with the careful tone of someone negotiating with a galactic superpower, we should discuss formal accommodation protocols that satisfy humanity's strategic objectives while preserving galactic stability. Our strategic objective, Otis said with supernatural calm, is to not accidentally convince the galaxy that we're planning to conquer it. Strategic objective accomplished, General Senobara observed with military precision. Human psychological warfare has achieved total strategic dominance without deploying kinetic assets. Galactic civilizations have voluntarily restructured defensive and economic systems to accommodate perceived human expansion requirements. That's not what we wanted to accomplish. Denial of intended outcomes represents advanced strategic deception, Senabara concluded. Human operational security protocols maintain plausible deniability regarding conquest objectives until post-victory consolidation phase. Otis looked around the chamber at representatives of galactic civilization, all convinced that humanity represented the ultimate expression of strategic sophistication, despite his repeated attempts to explain that humans had simply chosen cooperation over conflict. The cosmic irony was staggering. His species' greatest achievement, learning to resolve disputes peacefully, had been interpreted as evidence of their most terrifying capability. We learned to choose peace over war, he said finally, not because we were forced to, not because we lacked alternatives, but because we realized that peaceful solutions created better outcomes for everyone involved. That's not strategic manipulation or psychological warfare, it's just growing up. Growing up, Ambassador Oryxia transmitted with telepathic reverence. Human civilization achieves maturity through systematic mastery of all warfare methodologies, enabling voluntary selection of optimal strategic approaches for any given situation. The communication panel announced incoming priority transmission from Earth itself. Director Sydney Williams of Earth's Diplomatic Corps appeared on the display, her expression suggesting she had been receiving somewhat confusing reports about the cultural exchange mission's progress. Dr. Martinez, Williams said carefully, we're receiving some unusual diplomatic communications down here. Several alien governments have contacted us regarding tribute arrangements and protection agreements. Could you clarify the current situation? Dr. Martinez looked at Otis, then at the assembled delegates who were staring at the transmission with expressions of respectful attention typically reserved for communications from galactic superpowers. Director Williams, she said with admirable composure, I'm afraid the cultural exchange has been more successful than anticipated. The galaxy has developed a very high opinion of humanity's capabilities. What sort of capabilities? All of them, Otis said wearily. Apparently, all of them. The transmission ended with Director Williams looking confused and slightly concerned. In the resulting silence, Commander Bazura consulted his diplomatic protocols and reached what appeared to be a formal decision. The Galactic Council hereby establishes Earth as a protected civilization with special strategic status, he announced.